Electric. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Hello paradise, I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far. Got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well
Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接锤走，不要啦，不要啦，烫死了，杀！
见了一见，再见全打。这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
你要做小下半步打了起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇，是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对了这个位置我看一下，他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有补天的加持，8000D、7000D，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦，
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启，胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神罗巴被踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀。胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。守盾位置665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill， 神经此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面兔子，胜败带到伤害并不成功，胜败大奖quadra kill，
胜败燃点。
也想做一些进攻。
抢
2了，一剑往前做追击 ，driver，
哇，
情理提皮
是吧？这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
或者说在闪现晕 A 的，driver是鬼步的 A 再一刀，直接正面砍死，一剑完成了 solo kill。
那边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3等
完了吗？雷文。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 DFO 想要拉神发的实在主导，阿哲更没有保护，所以热射上到，而且后期攻这一波，先把对方退回来，所以热射大爆。
this love? Is this love?
Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接飞走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了，走！
再见了一切，再见全打。这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
要做小下半步打了起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 键来回回血加普攻，哇是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩之后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下，他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有补天的加持，8000D、7000D，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦，
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启，胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神龙8位踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀。胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。有没有者665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill。水晶此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面兔子胜败，但是伤害并不足够。胜败拿下quadra kill，
胜败难免。
你想做一些进攻？
抢
2了，一键往前做追击 ，driver，
哇，
请你 TP
是吧？这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
或者说在闪现晕
没闪的
，driver 是鬼步的 A 再一刀，直接正面砍死，一键完成了 solo kill。
那旁边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3等
完了吗？雷文。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的是在厨房，阿哲更没有倒地，热射上到，而且后期终于这一波，先把对方推回来，对热射大爆。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. This personal
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the playoffs of our spring split of the PCS. Of course, once again, will be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, and our main sponsor, the Grand Halai Taipei, which has just so many amenities, and they are the reason, once again, that we are able to have the LCO and the LJL over here, and very importantly, the LJL. They are here once more. It is going to be DFM up against DCG. The winner of today will be our third and final team to advance to the second stage of our playoffs and make it through the grueling play-in stage.
Yeah, it has been, I think it'll be the fourth best of series for each of these teams just in these playoffs.
Yeah, I do believe so, yeah.
Yeah, we've gotten to see plenty of them. DCG, hard to read as ever. I feel like we have a reasonable idea of how DFM like to play, and is just very CC heavy team fighting comp, so they're maybe a little one-dimensional in that regard, and DCG, who are a very good team at drafting, might be able to exploit that. Though definitely the experience is on the side of DFM.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, very, very strong players in DFM. Faltering a little bit yesterday against J-Team, but I do think they're going to come back here with a vengeance. I mean, now it's do or die, right? Like, really, really. Obviously, so was yesterday, but now you're up against DCG, who I think both of us had as the strongest Pool 2 team going through into these play-ins. They've been looking really, really strong, obviously faltering up against Beyond, which, to be fair, is kind of what we did expect to see. But then, very strong yesterday, absolutely demolishing Ground Zero, as you will see now on your screens. It was a 2-0 in their favor.
Yep.
Second series of the night, J-Team picking up game number 1, but DFM turning it around, managing to close out that series. And I think the main narrative here for DFM really is that Aria has just been such a consistent performer. And honestly, in the J-Team series, Udapon really turning it around from game 1 through to game 2 and 3.
Yep.
Largely, I mean, he got off the center, started playing some more carry-orientated champions, the Lucian, the Callista, and just dominating his lane on them. So we'll see if he can do it today, but it's not going to be an easy one because he is going to have to go up against Tide, and I think more importantly, Orca, who has been honestly the main carry force behind DFM and DCG in a lot of their games. Of course, the brackets here on your stage once more. We are down there at the advancement match. Best of 5, our first best of 5 we're going to have, and LJL versus PCS.
Yeah, and about this bot lane matchup in this series, DCG are very good at using these flex picks to ensure that Orca is on a very strong laning champ just about every game. So even when he's paired with the Smolder, he's able to lane against, I think we saw them up against Lucian Nami. Doing fine with Smolder and Hui in the bot lane. So they figured out a way to get through that lane against Ground Zero. We'll see if they can do it against DFM, who also like to go for the Lucian Nami into the Smolder.
They certainly do. Now, of course, after this best of 5, we are going to have our draw show. You see the teams already that have advanced in the 4th seed down there. It is going to be one of the two we see today, DFM, DCG, going to be joining Beyond and Frank to be part of that draw show to find out which of our 1st, 2nd, or 3rd seed they will be going up against. And honestly, looking at the 3 of them, I don't think I'd have a favorite at who I'm going up against. I think right now, current form, PSG possibly the scariest, despite the fact they are there at the 3rd seed. And of course, we don't really know in terms of cross-region strength just how strong the SoftBank Hawks are right now, but the DFM, they've been looking really good, and SoftBank 3-0'd them,
yeah,
so
that's ridiculous.
They must be pretty strong themselves.
Yeah, DFM don't feel like a team you can really beat 3-0, and if DCG do win, I don't expect a 3-0 tonight. On either side, honestly, I think both of these teams are just too strong and too versatile to go down very easily. So it is very impressive that SoftBank managed to just take down DFM in 3 games. Very excited to see them. We will be waiting a while to see them along with CFO, just because they do get to skip one stage of the playoffs. So it'll just be these 3 teams we've got and PSG in the draw tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, all the teams will be part of the draw. True. You're right. You're right. It'll be the 4 teams. So PSG and then the 3 that have advanced here through the play-ins in the draw to find out who they're going up against. Winners of those matches will be going up against CFO or SoftBank. CFO getting to choose who they want to go up against. And I think, honestly, after the end of the regular season, if PSG manage to win against whoever their opponent becomes,
it'll be PSG against SoftBank. Yeah,
I don't think PSG will be chosen by CFO. They've been looking extremely strong. But of course, that is for a later date. That's for next week. Right now, it is DFM, Rayfaki Steel, Aria, Udapon, Harp, coming off the back of a tough-fought series against J-Team. They're looking to cement themselves, get through to that playoff section.
Yeah, and the standout performers on this team have been Arya and Udapon. Harp having some really strong games too.
Yeah. I think it is just Arya, Udapon, and Harp. I think you have to include Harp.
Yeah, yeah.
He's definitely been looking pretty strong there. On the side of DCG, it's who we've come to know, who we've come to love. It's Taco, 665, Cascada, Tide, and Orca. Orca, Cascada, 665, all being phenomenal in the regular season and now in the playoffs. If they continue on current form, then I don't think this is very clear-cut who's the favorite.
Yeah, and both of these teams are going to be fighting in the early game for an advantage.
Yeah.
Because it feels like both of these teams play a lot better with a lead. DCG running away with the lead in their last series.
Sprinting away.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask it off from you.
Yeah.
Made a prediction. Series result.
DFM 3-2.
DFM 3-2. I'm going DCG 3-1.
Okay.
I believe just... And a lot of it's going to come through draft. I think DFM have looked a little bit flat-footed in the draft phase, whereas
definitely.
DCG are the absolute opposite.
Yeah.
They're creative. They obviously, we haven't seen the most creative drafts out of them here at the playoffs, but they have still been doing things like the Huey support that we haven't seen elsewhere.
Yeah, making the Pike work.
Yeah, the Pike, that's true. I do believe that they just have such an edge in the draft that they put themselves almost to the point where they are just expected to win as long as they don't go down too far in the early stage, and they never really do.
Yeah, and I think if DFM can make it through this series, it's a really good sign for them going forwards, because this is going to be one of the most difficult teams to draft against, and DFM have definitely been weakest in draft. Because while DCG is going to be playing for the early game because they're a very snowball-y team who play well with the lead, DFM are just drafting in a way where once they're behind, they have CC and nothing else in some of these comps that they're playing. So
yeah, Arya and the boys, it's just tends to be that Arya's just against the world if they ever fall behind.
Yeah. Needing to land and do ridiculous things on the Talia.
Yeah. Speaking of, it is Sup Carry Orca, and it truly is the tale of this team in the playoffs. A lot of games felt like they've found themselves a little bit far behind, but Orca really turning it around quite a lot, and Arya again. I mean, so many times was it him finding massive plays on Talia, having an amazing Arya games, a very, very scary mid laner to be going up against. Cascada, he's got his work cut out for him, but Udapon and Harp, not going to be an easy 2v2. A lot harder than yesterday, dare I suggest. Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a big deal in the top lane this game, but looking at these statistics between the two teams...
Okay, that champion killed at 14 is a little inflated.
Yeah, it is very inflated by a very specific match that we will not mention.
Yes, we will. They absolutely demolished Ground Zero. 20 minutes in, 40 kills.
Yeah,
one of the games of all time.
Yeah, that is the hardest stomp I've ever seen. But you see these teams from ahead. One criticism you can have of DFM is closing out games isn't always as clean as it feels like it should be. They get 30% of Barons versus the 80% of DCG, who maybe just have a better approach to getting these objectives and closing out the game.
Support stands out to me. Just not a single shared champ.
Yeah.
And not only that, I guess, honestly, junglers as well. But you do know 665 can play the Viego, can play the Vi. Steel as well. You're pretty sure he can play Zinzel if he needs to.
Yeah.
Volibear is one thing I'm considering too, because honestly, Volibear, he's starting to impress me a little bit on the patch. I mean, the speed of which he has his Q later on in the game, and just the amount of damage that comes out of that champion seems real bonkers, and neither of these teams have picked him yet.
Yeah, especially with Ahri very popular right now. These Ahri, Volibear just flash Qs someone into an Ahri charm or a Talia shove, and they're just definitely going down. I don't think we've seen either of these teams play it, and it is a very new champ into the meta right now.
Yeah, just off the recent buffs.
So we might just not see it through this series,
I would be surprised if we didn't see it. I think we will see it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think I expect it more out of Steel than 665, but we will see.
Yeah, we will. Draft phase now, game number 1 of our first best of 5 in the playoffs, and it starts how all DFM games start. And that's with the Karma ban. It's going to be Orca and the side DCG taking away that Nautilus. Honestly, how they've been playing recently makes so much sense. Orca truly has been carrying. He's been playing the Huey, the Bard, the Pike, and he's been looking fantastic on all of them. Huey banned.
Yeah.
Homework has been done. Cascada, great on that champ. Orca, great on that champ.
Yeah, on
and
the
with
other
the Wei
side,
ban, immediate Lucian answer.
yeah, on the other side, Lucian banned away, so angling for a Smolder pick, DCGR, but you could maybe first pick the Smolder if you're DFM, but I don't think they like the Smolder at all. Question is, what will they play into the Smolder to punish it? This could just be a Kalista first pick.
Could be a Volley. Volley being first pick has been extremely high priority.
Honestly, Ahri seems like
Yeah.
in a couple of these series, Ahri has just become the de facto first pick.
Yeah, this is true. Let's see. Oh, Orianna. Orianna noticeably,
Oh,
missing
yeah.
from the draft. Now, Orianna, obviously very strong, has been banned a lot of late, but Ahri, a lot of gank set up. Orianna can be very, very vulnerable to a champion such as the Ahri, and I imagine it is just going to be locked in. They toyed with the idea of Kalista for a little bit there, and maybe they're going to go back to it. They do have the chance to just pick both if they want to.
Varus Ashe is open.
So is Varus Renata, and I think that would make more sense, taking away the Renata from the Kalista. Yes, Ashe does well into the Kalista, but just denying such a powerful lane, and we are going to have some DCG antics.
Yeah, almost certainly with this Nico pick. It's nice to have the Orianna Nico trade back. This is something we saw very early on.
Orianna generally struggling most against Nico more than any other champ.
Yeah.
But DCG not necessarily taking this champ into the mid lane already. We've seen them play one game of Nico in the mid lane, and we've seen them play one game of Nico as the AD carry.
Yeah, they might be tempted to go for the Tahm Kench. We saw DCG, I think it was DCG, play the Tahm Kench into this Orianna Nocturne combo. To great effect, they managed to get a win. Otherwise, it's a really scary combo to deal with for Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the option of, depending on how much damage you think you have on the side of DCG, of just taking the Renata, accepting that Kalista is going to get ulted on by the Nocturne, and having that bailout to try and get the reset on the health there. Definitely something that you can consider. Not certain it will be their choice, but...
The Smolder pick is very bold when there's already a Kalista locked in, and there was just Varus available, who should have a much easier time into the Kalista than a Smolder would, but maybe they're thinking the Nocturne Orianna can create enough space for the Smolder, but these first few levels for the Smolder are going to be torture because his Nocturne cannot come to help him.
No, and I'd quite like to see Ashe picked by DCG if it's not banned away here in the second phase.
Yeah.
Kalista Ashe, very strong in lane, is going to be able to deny stacking for Udapon on the Smolder.
Yeah, I just don't think DCG respect the pick all that much. That we've seen them leave it open a few times and counter pick it, and I don't think we've seen them play it at all. Pyke banned away by DFM. I don't think DFM are expecting the Ashe either.
I want to see DCG ban Bard.
Yeah, that has paired very well with Smolder, especially in the difficult lanes. He can just kind of opt to not really fight.
Yeah, I think Bard ban makes a lot of sense here. We'll see. We've seen Harp, of course, play out.
Nice.
Okay, fantastic.
And
Obviously, DCG, very, very good drafting, so no surprise whatsoever.
yeah, and
Now, admittedly, if this Nico is supported, it's also just going to be hell for the Smolder.
very
Just
strong
such a
laner.
strong laner.
So, and this is the mind games that DCG can play with you, right? Because against no other team would you really consider the Nico going support, but they've already played it. They do end up banning Renata.
Yeah, and I think with more support bans coming through, and honestly, Ahri being up still, DCG here could just look to get their top laner, keep this flex alive, and just pick Ahri last, who will do fine into the Orianna. Maybe struggle a little bit in the earlier stages of the game, but ultimately, Jarvan, Ahri, you're going to be able to find at least a flash, if not follow-up kills, onto the Orianna as the game progresses. We already saw it once from DCG, again, up against, it was Ground Zero in their first series, where they did just gank Kizé on repeat and killed it. It was 0-3-0 at one stage of that game.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Orianna can really struggle. I think we saw Minji in a similar spot in one of their games against the Jarvan, just getting camped on repeat. And I really do like the top line pick here, even on red side from DCG, because you are not expecting Ray Farkey to pull out a Gwen or an Akali or a Yone ever to try counterpick or punish this Aatrox.
Well, this is a weak lane.
Yeah, Lulu would be surprising.
This is an even weaker lane. But it is going to have a little bit better time in the team fights.
Yeah, DFM always prioritizing team fights, and this is a terrifying team fight comp. And
I'm waiting with bated breath to find out what's happening. And Rumble's locked in.
So it's Rumble mid, I guess?
It's probably Rumble support.
No.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound playable.
Rumble support?
Yeah, that doesn't sound very good.
Of course it is. It's Orca. He's the carry. All right, guys, let's swap this Callista.
Yeah, it's probably not Aatrox Rumble. Bot lane.
Okay, there we go. Look, I know they get fancy sometimes, but surely they're not getting that fancy. It is going to be the Rumble support.
Rumble support.
Okay.
I think you've given a free lane to
Someone
Smolder.
played this in the LCK.
Oh, really?
Yeah, someone played this in the LCK. Theory behind it, of course.
Was it Barrel?
It might have been. I think it might have been.
Oh, I don't know if we want to copy that guy.
No,
What's the theory,
no.
though? What's the theory?
So with the Callista, right? Fate's Call, when you knock someone up, it bounces you back to your auto attack range.
Right.
So Rumble, Fate's Call on top of Smolder, auto attack range, you're a Rumble.
Yeah, you're overheating and punching him.
What is Smolder doing?
Yeah, I guess.
Smolder is never, ever going to be able to do anything to that Rumble.
Yeah,
Plus, you are just going to be stronger in lane anyway. It's melee support versus melee support ultimately. Rumble's going to do a lot more damage than Rel. How is Rel ever looking for an engage into Callista Rumble?
Yeah, I think she's just going to be looking to disengage and protect Smolder and then look for team fights later. I think it definitely favors DFM if they can get through the laning phase in one piece.
They won't be able to. It's
Yeah.
Smolder versus Callista.
Yeah, we'll see. They picked
Look,
the
I'm
Smolder
huffing
into Callista.
copium. I'll be honest, I'm huffing copium.
Yeah.
But DCG, how many times have we been like, what is going on here? And they've just proven themselves correct every single time.
Yeah, and usually we figure out what the idea was pretty quickly with this team.
And by the way, think of this. Like, DCG are winning this game. I'm calling it now.
Yeah.
Look at their team fight. They've got Nico, they've got Callista, Rumble, Jarvan, and then an Aatrox on top of that.
Yeah, when you have this much CC for Aatrox, he can really destroy these team fights. Renekton's not going to be bringing nearly as much, but there is a Smolder.
Yeah, but what is Smolder doing?
Yeah, you'd rather have a more single target
Yeah.
that against the Smolder, so he might be able to avoid some of this AoE engage from DCG.
Maybe. It is going to be hard though, right? Because Udipon's going to have to play so safe. Generally, like, yes, you're like, oh, we can hit a frontliner and that all bounces out, do a lot of damage. But if you are in range of hitting a frontliner, that means almost certainly you're in range from getting knocked up by the Pop Blossom. Taco's probably somewhere behind you.
Yeah.
665 as well. Flash Cataclysm. All of a sudden, you're losing a summoner.
Yeah, Harp eats a chunk.
Yeah.
From Comet Rumble, pretty standard. Usually we're talking about it in the top lane.
And what do you know? Ari is also... I mean, honestly, the side of DCG are going to have 2 winning lanes. I don't really know the Aatrox Renekton currently. I know before, Renekton tends to be a little bit weaker, levels 1, 2. Level 3 gets his own and really can trade back quite heavily. But
yeah,
Aatrox does just seem like a stronger champion right now. But we'll see how it all fares out.
Yeah, I agree with that. In the laning phase, probably going to be prio to Renekton, especially, like you said, level 3. Once you have 2 dashes, it's pretty hard for Aatrox to ever land any meaningful damage on the Renekton. So, yeah, for now, Ray Farkey getting these waves in, and DFM completely zoned off their wave. 665 making his way down bot, Steel making his way down bot. I don't think we'll see Nocturne make an appearance.
Oh, we got to land those. Oh, we did. Wow. Oh, my God.
Udapon loses half his HP.
Just for fun.
Trying to just stay in XP range. And DFM have ignored the Smolder, but with the Lucian taken away from them...
Oh, -1.
Maybe they prefer it over the Varus.
I think this could be... I mean, Chi-Chi currently, I believe, has the record for slowest evolve.
Yeah, this could be rough.
We could see Udapon contesting that.
Especially if they pull off the dive that they seem to be looking for in the bot lane here.
Yeah, Steel is here, but Nocturne not going to be all that fantastic. I think great pathing for him to recognize what could be going on, and this is going to be a 3v3 under the tower. Orca's going to be going down. First blood, Steel picks that one up. Udapon, though, almost is taken out anyway.
Yeah, still has heal, but a massive outplay from DFM, honestly.
Ray Farkey, he's been solo killed a couple times, and he's looking to return the favor, but not yet. Oh my God! Matched flashes as Arya and Chris Carter tooth and nail here in the mid lane, but it is going to be Ultimately, no real advantage to either of them. A couple of CS in favor of Arya, but not all that meaningful.
Yeah, wave just slightly better for Arya. 665 not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, but he got two crabs.
Yeah, going to slow Nocturne level 6 down a bit.
Oh, Harp.
Uh-oh.
He does get the cleanse there out of Tide, but does take a sizable chunk. Ooh, doesn't land that second.
Oh no, this
Electro
wave.
Harpoon, yeah. Now, how is Udapon farming this one?
It looks like Kallista's recalling. Yeah, I guess Tide can't stay, so he should be okay.
No, Orc is there.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble's scary. It has delayed his support item a lot on the Rumble, so they're betting a lot on being able to snowball the spot lane, and so far, so good for DFM.
Yeah, I think Steel probably recognized what's coming through. I mean, level 3 Jarvan gank. Everyone's versed that in solo queue hundreds of times. And then, of course, you just have a Callista on the other side. You're kind of expecting a dive to come through. Right place, right time, manages to secure himself that first blood. Puts DFM on the board, but I still think this is going to be a pretty rough lane for Udapon. Orca did recall, got his World Atlas now.
Yeah, must have just farmed up a little CS while Tide was in base. But this does allow DFM to crash this wave, I think.
Oh, Steel. I mean,
Taco has priority for now.
yeah, but it is going to be that one Void Grub picked up, and he'll probably be pretty happy with that alone and move on over to this mid lane. Dark Passage used, but won't
Spell
quite
shield.
get the spell shield off at the right time.
But I think he's happy with one Void Grub, gets him to level 5, and now he can go clear his bot side. And probably isn't getting level 6 just off the Krugs and the Raptors. Does have to find something.
There was a couple of on the way pings there for DCG into this bot lane.
Yeah.
Nice Harp just using his E there to give some movement speed to Udapon, who's farming a lot better than you'd probably hope as DCG.
Yeah, and he's even gone for the cull as well.
Not at 25 stacks though, so he's certainly getting them gold, but not really getting the stacks that you might want.
Yeah, we kind of saw a similar thing last time. Arya might have just killed Cascada, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be able to find it. Solo bowler in the mid lane. Cascada goes down. This is generally what we consider a Nico-favored matchup, but at least not on this occasion. Steel.
Again, right place, right time. Is here just slightly before 665. Doesn't let them set anything up on his bot lane. And very well played so far in the early game by DFM.
Absolutely it is. DCG, though, they're going to use all this priority in the bottom lane to pick themselves up a dragon. We'll see what happens.
So E down for Cascada now, and then Arya, I'm guessing, just ults him.
Yeah.
Barely doesn't make it out of the Orianna ult and just gets chased down.
And the command dissonance still on the floor, giving Arya that speed boost.
Yeah, not much you can do about this once you get hit by the shockwave. Yeah, so I thought the trade of flashes wasn't going to be that impactful, but I guess no flash against an Orianna. You can find yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, 665 though, he's nearly level 6, I imagine. So Arya's going to have to be careful until his flash is up. Obviously, feeling pretty comfortable now for himself, has that lost chapter. Never going to really run into mana problems for the rest of this game. And Cascada yet to pick up that Hextech alternator.
Yeah, it's nice getting the extra gold on a champ that has to build a tier as well. Can slow down your early game, but you know, getting a kill just completely makes up for that.
Udapon being left alone, going to land the slow, but flat, over the wall, back to safety. Harp, though, he's on the roam, possibly looking for Cascada. No flash still for the Nico, of course.
Udapon is alone in a 1v3 down here.
Yeah.
He's going to go down almost definitely. Has to ult the wave.
Is going to. Of course, this is just another wave that cannot be stacked upon.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
definitely impactful for the Smolder timing. Getting him, you know, forcing him to ult waves and forcing him to back off waves.
Okay, Cascada does have level 7, and similarly, Steel, the jungler for DFM, has Paranoia now available, so everyone has to be just that little bit more worried and concerned of the location of Steel on the Nocturne.
Yeah, Harp has spent so much time hovering mid. I think they were worried about Arya's flash being punished while just as Jarvan hits 6.
Oh, still, Pop Blossom gonna not land it.
Wow.
Equalizer does come through, the flash Cataclysm. You may have dodged out of that Pop Blossom. Nice return damage from the Shockwave, but just everything thrown, the entire kitchen sink was absolutely lobbed at this Orianna, and they do manage to find a punish. And it was while Flash was back up, so now he's gonna have Flash no longer.
Yeah, can be punished again by this Jarvan.
Oh, Taco.
Rayfarki recalling on a ward, he should be okay.
Yeah, I don't really feel like there's kill pressure in that.
And it looked like Arya had outplayed that go, but it's not much outplaying a Jarvan without your flash. Especially when he's willing to commit his flash. And Harp commits so much time mid lane, and the moment he leaves, DCG make the play.
Yeah, great timing.
Yeah, could have maybe gone down for his mid laner. I don't think you turn that around ever, but could have saved Arya.
Yeah, maybe. They did, well, I mean, I say they. Arya did do a lot of damage to Cascada with the Shockwave, but it's hard to tell. Still hovering top, has that Paranoia available, but we'll see 665 recalling on a ward and just choose to pick himself up these Void Grubs.
Yeah, every cooldown used by DCG in the mid lane means Steel can be pretty confident that no Nico or Jarvan is showing up to these grubs. We'll see if he goes for all of them or just the one. Gonna take all of them.
Yeah, why not?
Not much else to do on the map. Can go for his red buff after this. Oh, just 2.
Fresh down.
Yeah, expect a lot of this now. Jarvan ult coming back up. Orianna no flash, so both teams are just going to be playing around this mid lane.
Yeah, Dragon in a minute 30. Of course, there is going to be the Pop Blossom available for Cascada, and obviously, we said it before, the team fighting AoE that comes out of DCG is so immense that any 5v5 in the river, you do have to favor DCG. They're at a 1k gold disadvantage. Well, not quite. They actually brought it back a little bit since I last looked, but 20 CS in the mid lane, somewhat off the back, of course, of that solo kill that Arya was able to find.
Yeah, and while all the attention is on the mid lane, Yutapon is going to struggle in the 1v1 against the Kalista.
Yeah, Rayfarki might be looking for a solo kill here. Not going to be able to. Taco trading ults with that Renekton, and we'll be able to recall now. And of course, as this game progresses, it's going to get progressively easier and easier for Taco.
Now, does Taco TP back here? Because it kind of gives up the dragon if he does. Because Rayfarki's going to be able to recall here and walk back to lane and keep his TP.
Yeah, the Ravenous, oh, not the Hydra, the Tiamat being completed means maybe he actually doesn't have the time to just walk back to lane. He might just choose to come to this team fight with teleport, but he's probably going to be losing a plate or two. And I think as DCG, you can be pretty happy as that. Is going to get stunned up. Shockwave does come through. Cascada's trying to find some return damage, but not really all that much to speak of. And now that it's going to be a 4v5 at best for DCG, Rayfarki is going to just commit that teleport to the top side.
Yeah, Arya still has to be careful in the mid lane now. You know, Orca going down. Nico and Jarvan should still have the damage to kill him.
Nice trade there out of Taco. Dragon started up. Orca has respawned, and he can get down here, throw an equalizer, and so now it is essentially a 4v4. No teleport for Rayfarki on the Renekton. He's not even coming down. These top laners will not be appearing at this Dragon. Pop Blossom available. No flash for Arya still, and no Shockwave, importantly, either. Looks like he's just going to look for a recall, and Dragon number 2 most likely picked up here for DCG.
Yeah, and I thought once we saw Rayfarki TP to the top lane, DFM were never going to be hitting this Dragon, even up a man. But yeah, they start the Dragon and just instantly have to get off it. Definitely don't want to risk a fight. Whether they win or lose is kind of secondary to... It's not ever worth taking this fight.
Yeah, Arya did poke his head around top side, maybe looking to see if anything truly could have happened. Paranoia coming out straight onto Tide. He has the flash, he has the cleanse, and he's not even going to need it. Just dodging away there with this Kalista. And it's going to just be the Paranoia for naught. 665 even. Maybe they're going to look for something. I think that should deny it. But Cascada's in the area. This will be 4v5. Arya's nowhere near. Doesn't have teleport. Yutapon's trying to stay at this tower. We'll see if DCG can find anything. At least for now, it's just 665 trying to hit this jungle camp, take the Krugs. Yutapon all alone here at the tower, has his flash, has his heal. Equalizer down means it's a little bit harder. 665 even, he might be caught out. Fear comes through, Crashdown also going to land. Fate's Call is going to have to be flashed away from by Harp, and all things considered, pretty big win for DCG there.
Yeah, you got to be happy with that. They picked up a plate or two in that play as well. But Udapon lands quite a bit of poke damage onto them and makes that dive way too difficult in a 3v3 anyway. Harp definitely going to be missing the flash on Rel.
Yeah, a lot harder to find those big Magnet Storms without the flash.
Yeah, going to be down for next Dragon.
Can sometimes make it work with the Hex Flash, but it requires a lot more setup. Udapon, 74 stacks, definitely slow.
Yeah.
Definitely very slow.
Yeah, and the game isn't exactly going slow either, just because 2 dragons already for DCG.
That's right.
You probably want to fight the next one or find some way to get it.
And Ocean Soul too. That's a bit of a problem, I guess, for the Smolder, because of course you have that burn, percent health damage burn to try and get them to that execute threshold, but the problem is with the Ocean Dragon is while you're burning them, they're constantly healing back health, so the burn just has to be that much stronger for it to be as impactful as it generally is. And honestly, there's still so much time on this Kalista to be very strong. Nico strong, you know, Rumble very strong, Jarvan as well. They do fall off in comparison to DFM, but they still have a lot of time until that is truly going to be a factor.
Yeah, and Tide is at his strongest point in the game relative to the Smolder now. 1 item each, no stacks on the Smolder, not even the second evolve yet. Not even particularly close to the second evolve.
Top tower will be defended as Cascada's going to be matching Ray Farkey as that Nico in the bot side. Ray Farkey having a pretty good game for himself. He's also got the Eclipse here on that Renekton, so going to be doing a lot of single target damage if he finds his way onto Cascada, onto Tide.
Yeah, not going to be nearly as impactful as Taco on the Aatrox. Aatrox just a team fight menace, especially with this much CC on his team.
Yeah, has a Profane Hydra too. Top tower will be going down, I think. Yes, first of the game, so Arya going to get himself a nice lump sum of gold here.
Yeah, Arya massive this game.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-1, finishing up that Archangel Staff, and the next time he uses those abilities, there you go.
Yeah, up a cool 20 CS as well. Taco looking at him though.
Yeah, maybe you're up CS, but does it matter? Is going to just get away from those Infernal Chains, but certainly you're seeing how much damage Taco can do now.
Yeah, that was scary. Immobile carries on the side of DFM. Immobile champs in general. Means this Aatrox could be very scary. So Udapon's stacking is going to be a lot better now, just sitting in the mid lane. He's a lot safer. Pretty much only Jarvan really posing a threat to him in this mid lane.
Yeah, Jarvan with an Equalizer on top of it though is always it's pretty scary. Haunting guys here for Orca, so I mean it's either the Liandry's or the Riftmaker. I do kind of think it'll just be the Liandry's.
Yeah. Just
having an extra burn. You're not honestly not going to be able to find that many items in this game, so...
Yeah, not enough items to make Riftmaker, you know, to get the full value out of it. And this is a different Nocturne build than we're used to seeing.
Oh yeah, the Stridebreaker. Usually it's experimental X-Play.
Yeah. Stridebreaker got a lot of buffs, so we've been seeing a bit more of it.
And it does mean he's going to be able to stick onto his target just that much more. Maybe lose out on a bit of damage, but if you can keep auto-attacking, you do make up for it. Now, Dragon spawning, 26 seconds. There are every single spell available across the Rift, aside from Ray Farkey's Flash, which is probably going to be up or nearly up by the time this Dragon spawns.
Yeah, I think Harp's Flash is not going to be up, and that's a big team fight tool.
Actually.
Especially with an Orianna on your team, if Rel can find an engage onto 2 or 3, that's always going to be a win with Orianna following up.
Rift Shield here going to be popped.
Yeah.
Udapon even hopping into it. Okay, this could be dangerous. We've seen mistakes like this before, but he's gonna be okay. It's a little scary for DCG to really engage.
3v4 especially.
Yeah. But in the meanwhile, it's bot lane priority that Cascada's found for the side of DCG.
Yeah,
and
this is going to allow him to get a pretty nasty flank too.
Yeah, he's going to be able to find his way somewhere in this jungle and try and hide away from the vision from DFM, making it a lot harder for them to contest in the river.
Yeah, DCG kind of recognizing the urgency and hitting the dragon. Don't want to dance around for too long.
Yeah. Taco in the mid wave. He's going to get jumped on. Magnet Storm, everything really coming down. The Equalizer does be answered at by Orca, but Ray Farkey's teleported in. He's not teleported into a very good spot as he is just trying to slice, dice, flash away. Cataclysm comes out, but it doesn't really find its mark, and Chris Carter has actually gone down on the back of that team fight. Did get off the Pop Blossom, but didn't seemingly find all that much. Tide flashing forward, Tide! Not got enough stacks for that Ren to execute, and all of a sudden it's Udapon full HP against so many low health members of the DCG team, and this Dragon, seemingly a freebie for DFM if they're able to find their time to be able to hit it. Teleport available for Chris Carter, it's 15 seconds away from him to respawn.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're hitting this. It's still very scary. These are high HP members on the side of DCG. They can definitely contest, and Steel might just go down to an Aatrox queue.
We're looking. Nice flash forward from Harp. He finds his way onto Tide, and just like that, it's a lot harder. Taco's on the back line. Taco's going to be able to find one. Orca takes that kill, actually. In comes Chris Carter. It's being answered back, and Taco's still alive. Ray Farkey stuns the wrong member. And DCG, they lose the Dragon, but they're able to find 3.
Yeah, heroics from Steel at the end there to secure the Dragon as he barely goes down. And I think you're happy with that if you're DFM. It's a win for DCG in terms of the kills, but you're happy with that as DFM. That is, you know, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Udapon is probably getting to his stats before any soul fight is happening in this game.
It was a close call. Taco somehow just living and living and living. Ray Farkey, unfortunately, stunning the wrong member at the end there. Lets him get on out. Taco, though, in that team fight, 4,000 damage on the Aatrox.
Yeah, terrifying on the Aatrox. You're just never going to have as much impact on the Renekton. You're kind of just a sponge. And Harp's flash came up during that exchange, and he made really good use of it. And Cruscata just goes down to the Nocturne Orianna.
Yeah, even
combo.
lost his ult, so.
Very early in this fight. Or it might just not be the combo. Arya might just ult him here, yeah. Flashes out of the Orianna ult, but then Steel is able to pick him up.
Yeah, nice Battle Shield by Steel.
Yeah, makes that easy. On the other side, Ray Farkey has to flash away from the rest of DCG, and
picture. Equalizer's gone down, and it looks like that's not the only thing that's gone down. It's Harp as well. Cataclysm now coming out. Steel has no way out, but maybe it's 665 who's stuck in there with him. Nice. Root is going to almost take down Steel, but it's going to be answered back as Arya actually claims the kill there onto 665.
Yeah, and Tide went down earlier. I guess they used the Nocturne Orianna combo that time for Tide, and then DCG tried to turn it around, but Steel just stands in the Cataclysm with 665 and kills him.
And we're seeing what team fights look like if your Nico is not able to find a flank, not able to find a good ult. They look a whole lot different. Yeah, see what happens. Maybe just... Yeah, it is just the Orianna combo with the Nocturne.
Harp on the other two members, just completely locking them down, stopping Steel from being followed up on. They do eventually find their way onto him, but they've used so many cooldowns onto Harp that Steel just fights here with his spell shield attack speed buff, some Orianna shields.
Overheats with the shield as well. Maybe they could have got the kill if not, but what could have been, it was not to be, and DCG, they're going to lose their mid lane tower now. DFM looking pretty strong in this one. 5-1-2 on Arya's Orianna. We said he's a true carry threat, and he's really proven it here.
Yeah, solo AP on his team, so goes for a Shadow Flame. I like that a lot. And Udapon is level 12. 150 stats.
Still a little bit away, but...
Yeah, very slow Smolder still, but it feels like DFM are going to get there at this point.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see how they don't. The goal difference, it's all DFM after the start, actually looking pretty decent for DCG outside of their first tower dive that got kind of botched. Ray Farkey's going to clear up this minion wave, but maybe he's made a mistake. Slice and Dice got cancelled out by that Pop Blossom, and he is going to live through using that Dominus, but...
Yeah.
Big cooldowns, Cruscata for the Dominus. It's not the worst trade in the world.
Yeah. Cruscata just pretty behind, so doesn't have the damage. Nico already not going to be great at killing the tankier members of DFM. And 665 and Cruscata not strong enough to take him out. Manages to kill the wave too while his team take the bot tower, I think.
Oh, why, that's a strong Orianna.
Yeah. And off of just outplaying in the mid lane 1v1, right?
Yep.
Has absorbed a lot of pressure this game from the Jarvan and the Rumble too. And that fight in the Dragon looks a lot worse if he doesn't find Cruscata on that flank and isolates him. It's really hard to find these Nico plays if you keep finding yourself in 1v1s, like Cruscata did in that Dragon fight. Harp fighting over vision. So 2 items now for 665. He's pretty big on the Jarvan, but he will still go down very quickly once the Smolder gets stacked.
Yeah,
and
2 items for Tide as well.
Arya almost has Rabadon.
We've seen this before. Flash not going to be good. He's going to get locked up. He's going to go down eventually. Arya finds it with the auto attack, but here comes the Pop Blossom. It's only onto 1, and that one's only Udapon. This perfect member, but he's able to flash away. Double kill here for Arya on the Orianna as Orca's trying to run away. Taco now does arrive, has that World Ender available for himself, but all the big cooldowns for the rest of his teammates have been used, and Tide once again caught lacking on the mid wave. Means DFM are going to be able to secure their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, and this is massive for DFM. It's going to be really difficult unless Taco's feeling heroic.
Flash forward,
Orca.
crash down. They're going to be finding their way onto Orca. He is the support, but he's definitely a carry in his own sense. Taco, he's trying to find the damage and a bit of healing through that World Ender. Eventually he'll get out, the movement speed helping a lot, but DFM constantly finding more and more, and now here is that second dragon I talked of.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone can really realistically even go for a steal. They have no jungler here on DFM, but yeah, no one with enough range to steal except maybe a Rumble ulti that is down. They do get Udapon's flash in that fight, but it doesn't feel like enough for how many members they lost and how many of their own cooldowns they lost.
192, 196 even.
Yeah, and you know, he's
Next
going to
team
pick up
fight, he'll have
Raptors. DCG maybe going to hit a Desperation Baron here.
Oh yeah, just before Smolder's able to get stacks. Criscata clearing out the vision.
Yeah, and missing pings on Smolder, they know where he is.
Yeah, Criscata, I mean, he's on vision here. They're going to know very well where Criscata is. Half HP. Udapon does arrive half a little bit late to the play, and there's a lot of spears in this Baron. Through comes the combo. It's onto Criscata. Pop Blossom's going to come out. Nice root, a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough? This Baron's going to go down. It's going to be Tide who picks that one up, and Steel, he's running away so low, but out nonetheless. 665 will be going down. The Sterix never keeping him alive in that one. And eventually DCG, they're able to get out. They get the Baron, 3 members alive. What can they do with it though? DFM have a total of 30 seconds now in a 3v5 to push down these towers.
Yeah, really impressive from DCG kind of to recognize how close Udapon is to getting his stacks on Smolder. As bad as and forced as it might have looked, it was their last chance to fight a kind of favorable team fight.
Yeah, Orca going to be equalizer on the wave to try and clear it out, to try
Taco.
and save this tower. Taco's found his way on the back line. He's got that World Ender popped. He finds the flash. It's going to be 1. It might be 2. Can he find one more Q? Ari's going to flash away. Udapon does not have flash, but gets himself away. And all of a sudden, DFM have turned the switch. They are going mental trying to bring themselves back into this one.
Yeah, they pick up 2 kills for the Baron, which didn't feel so bad, and then Taco shows up a pretty heroic team fight from him, landing multiple man knockups on the Aatrox. We'll see what happens. They engage onto... I think they know that that is Criscata. I don't think they were fooled by the transform. 2 people get hit by Criscata's ultimate, and so difficult to steal against the Kalista on these objectives. Taco doing a good job getting out here is going to pay off later.
Yeah.
Once DFM try to siege, Arya gets caught in an equalizer, and it does end up just being hard for Orca, so just a trade of the supports, but Taco finds a ridiculous flank.
Yeah, gets Arya's flash too, if you'll notice here.
Lands everything onto Udapon and Arya, and then Arya a little easier to catch, has a much bigger shutdown, so goes for him instead, gets his flash.
And 665 as well in that Baron pit. Realized the objective. He just sacrificed himself to make sure everyone else could get away, and correct decision, at least from my eyes.
Now DFM are at their stacks, but they do have to weather the storm a little bit against this Baron.
Criscata is a ward.
They may have to just give up this tier 1.
Yeah, Udapon trying to defend it. Nice equalizer there onto 3, and
It
World Ender
splits
up.
them.
He's going to get knocked up. He's able to get away, and that's an Aatrox ult used. It was answered by the Paranoia. So all of a sudden, that Nocturne Orianna combo will be on cooldown for a reasonable amount of time. Of course, you don't want to be losing Taco's ult, but maybe giving a bit of safety here to both Tide and Criscata could be worth it.
Yeah, nice usage of the Nocturne ult just to disengage that fight. It was a really nice Rumble ulti from Orca.
Harpy's trying to turn it. Magnestorm, though, it's only going to land on the Criscata, and even then, not very well. He finds the one-man Pop Blossom, and forward goes 665. Arya doesn't have any flash. Fate's Call used, but a fantastic Shockwave finds 2. Orca's in the fight. There is no World Ender here for Taco, who should be so much of their damage. And Udapon has the execute. 1 down. Ray Farkey finds the next. And a 2 4-4 in favor of DFM.
Yeah, they finally find the clean engage onto Arya. That's only his second death of the game on the Orianna, but he turns it around with a massive ulti, and then at that point, Udapon's already got his stacks, 3 items as well, I think. No, just 2 items, and is still enough to take over that fight when they use so much on Arya and Harp. All the towers going down for DFM now. We thought they might be weathering the storm, but they just win that fight off the back of a massive Orianna ult. So it's a lot used on Harp initially in this fight. They kind of outplay him here. He misses everything, but the Nico ult committed feels like a bit much to me, and they do find their way onto Arya, but this ult was ridiculous. Taco does pick up 1k here, but at this point, Udapon has just been free hitting for so long, has so much frontlines still up for him as well.
Yeah. Fighting the 2-man shockwave onto both the carries.
Yeah, ridiculous.
While Aatrox doesn't have ult, I mean, how much better does it get than that? You can see DFM's coaches, they're looking a bit stressed until it succeeded in a celebration time. But it's not over yet. DCG, they've come back from worse.
Now, how hard will Cryscada commit?
Cryscada! Pop Blossom onto 2, it's onto the carries, Arya! He's got 665 on him, and Taco will be able to get there! Goes golden for now, does Ariana, and it's going to be the execute. Udapon with those stacks. So crucial. It's a 2 for 2. As things stand, Cryscada though alive, finding the damage onto Harp, and Udapon is fairly untouched. It's still 2 for 2. Udapon though, he's going forward. And by God, how close are these fights? Cryscada finally landing with his ultimate, but the follow-up just was not there.
Yeah, it feels like maybe just too little, too late from Cryscada. Udapon is so massive in these fights, and with this strong of an early game champion, he is able to take over these fights.
Tides here, Arya's come back with that teleport. Cryscada not got the Pop Blossom just yet. And 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills for Udapon.
Yeah, I think the Smolder is just too much to handle with a fed Orianna to deal with. 2, it's just, yeah, unmanageable. 8k damage in that fight. And you know, it's Arya with double-digit kills this game, I think, but 8k damage out of the Smolder. Nice play from Cryscada. I wonder if they knew, because it's 2 pinks standing on top of each other, right?
I mean, who
nice
expects
flash.
this?
Yeah, nice flash. Catches every meaningful target on the side of DFM, but Arya with a nice Sonya's here. It looks like Taco's just going to be able to kill him, but Udapon's doing so much damage already at that point. Arya actually lives and TP's back to the dragon.
Yeah, so close to getting that Orianna down, but no cigar, and it turns out to be an unofficial penta.
Yeah, and Arya is buying so much space from Udapon. He's not even needing to position all that well. They have to focus this Orianna.
Yeah, no Zhonya's now for Arya. Flashback available though, of course. Udapon doesn't have flash, so I think this next team fight, even though the Guardian Angel is there, could very well be DCG realizing it's time for the Smolder to be our main target.
Yeah, and I like that DFM haven't tunneled too hard on the Nocturne Orianna combo.
Yeah.
They've kind of just used it when it seemed appropriate, and otherwise just used the champs as individual pieces.
It's something we can't say for most of the PCS teams, because they
just off cooldown. Yeah, off cooldown, spamming the Nocturne Orianna.
Now DFM, they are firmly ahead now. They are 1 dragon away from claiming themselves as Ocean Soul. They have 4 items, all the stacks in the world on the Smolder, a 10 and 2 Orianna, and a front line that is very hard for Tide to ever get through. Cryscada though, 1 big Pop Blossom can be the difference maker. Taco on a flank, Pop Blossom, Cataclysm, there is so much threat.
Yeah, Taco's building purely damage.
Harp's on a flank, Paranoia comes through. It's going to be on to 665, definitely not the target they want, but a massive Magnustorm, a massive Shockwave, and down will go Cryscada. I was talking about the Pop Blossom, he's not even going to get it off. Tide though, he's able to find 1 back for himself, he's kiting, he's able to get down another kill, but the flash forward, triple kill now for Udapon, and all of a sudden, all that remains is 665, and DFM are going to be able to march down and take the base here of DCG, maybe. It is 3v1, but it does feel like the Smolder is just not contestable.
Yeah, and I'm in disbelief that this is the first time we've seen DFM play Smolder and prioritize it in the playoffs, because Udapon is positioning just flawlessly in every fight. Every fight I'm seeing an engage out of DCG, and I'm trying to find the Smolder, and he's always untouched somewhere where he's still able to deal damage. It's a tall order for 665 to defend this now.
Yeah, can he get the minion wave down? It's 9 seconds on Cryscada. He does have everything available, but 665 is not going to be able to live. Execution comes through yet again. Udapon will be finding his 10th kill of the game, 27-13. It was close at the start, but DFM, they weather the storm, they get to those stacks, and they take over the game. Game number 1, DFM.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised we didn't see DCG prioritize the Smolder. They play with it so well as a flex pick, maybe feeling like the Callista is an answer to the Smolder, and they had a good laning phase where Udapon was under a lot of pressure, but they weren't able to convert it into any dives just because of how well Steel anticipated all of their plays on the bot side.
Absolutely. And I think importantly too, Aria was the standout performer. I think honestly, we talk about Udapon getting to the stacks, but that only happened because Aria was just Giga Smurfing in the mid lane. Solo kill, finding massive damage even when he was taken out. Flash was trying to get punished, and it costed DCG absolutely all of their cooldowns to get that flash away from the Orianna. Yes, they got the kill that one instance, but by God was it hard for them to ever kill him again, and he was making so much space for Udapon to find any access into these team fights, and just the amount of damage Aria was doing was so phenomenal. Player of the game, I think, easily.
Yeah, Aria for sure. When you win your lane that hard in just the 1v1, we do not see that very often, especially in the mid lane. That was very impressive against Criscata, who hasn't really had his troubles in the mid lane. He is, he has just swapped to the mid lane from ADC this season, and we've been impressed by how well he's just been holding his own against the likes of Maple and Gory and plenty of good mid laners here in the PCS, but Aria just completely running through him, and it wasn't Orianna first pick, right? Yeah, we can see it on our screens, and justified for sure, the Orianna first pick. I don't think we'll see him on that again.
Yeah, no, but it feels scary now, right? Because you want to ban away this Orianna from Aria, but you know he's just going to pick up the Talia, pick up the Ahri, and at what point then what's your answer now? Because it doesn't feel like there really could be one. Criscata, I mean, falling down solo and then not really finding that many good pop blossoms. There was the one big one he found onto both the carries near the end of that, but just there was no follow-up. Taco not quite teleported in yet. And honestly, on the bottom side of the team fight, it was just such a massive shockwave, again, out of Aria, despite being found, that it kind of denied anything from truly happening anyway. The coordination in that game, definitely in favor of DFM. I think DCG, they kind of really tunneled on that dive happening early game onto Udapon, and didn't really account for, well, Steel could be here. They just went for it, didn't check for where that Nocturne was. Nocturne was there, picks up a first blood, kind of inexplicably, as Nocturne. We've seen Jinjia pick up double kills level 4. This was a level 3 first blood for a Nocturne. Yeah,
and it was immaculately played by DFM. They're the ones getting dived, but they catch DCG completely off guard. Harp just flash stunning Orca, I think. Yeah. Under their tower, and and it's actually Steel who flashed, sorry. So Orca gets stunned under their tower, and Steel just insta-flashes onto him very decisively, takes out Orca before he can cast any spells, and then the dive is just over at that point, and Smolder is safe in the bot lane. They did successfully delay the Smolder stacks. Yeah. But they just sacrificed so much to do it.
Yeah, well, it didn't even matter, right? Because honestly, it was just the Aria show. Yes, the Smolder was weak, but Aria was being targeted by absolutely everything and not dying and killing both your carries. So it really didn't matter that the Smolder was behind, because the Orianna was so not behind that it was like, well, whatever, this could be a 4v5 and we're probably still winning. Yeah. And then eventually they do get to the Smolder stacks, at which point, now what are you going to do? You can't kill Aria, he's 10-1. You've now got to try and kill Udapon, who's just executing everyone, and it becomes very difficult. And it had to be a flawless team fight out of DCG, and they weren't able to find it. That last team fight we saw, that was really the game ender. Taco tried to find a flank and died without doing a single point of damage. Just died 0 damage in the team fight. And we saw how much impact that he could have possibly had, right? There were many fights that he found his way onto both carries, and they both had to flash and run away, and it made it a lot harder for them. And so it just wasn't there. When someone found a good team fight, be it Criscata, be it Taco, someone else wasn't able to. And all of that is just the displacement that DFM were able to find.
Yeah, and Nocturnal, not relevant here. They just used the Ori combo with the Rel. Having that backup was massive in this game, and they justified the Rel pick after a pretty rough early game. Tide actually doing as much damage as Udapon in this fight, but the gold lead is just too big at this point, and 3 dragons already had been picked up by DFM. I think what was most important was the 3rd dragon fight. Yeah. DCG had 2, and they could have put themselves in a winning spot, and it was, again, Aria who finds Criscata on a flank, forces his flash, and then Steel is able to follow up and force the ult out of Criscata and actually kill him. Yeah. And then without your Nico, who's going to be so important in these mid-game fights, they end up just losing the dragon.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you had that team fight, right? You were ahead as DCG at this point. Your team comp is stronger at this point. But that is largely off the back of how much AoE and how much damage Nico can provide. But when you lose, not only does Nico lose Flash, but loses the ultimate as well without actually participating in the team fight. Her ultimate got used, and all that happened was it got spell shielded. It did 0 damage.
Yeah.
It wasn't able to find multiple members or anything. And so at that point, they gave over one dragon. Yes, I think at that stage, you should still favor DCG in a fight, but they've just delayed the game for another 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And they weren't really able to find any success from there on after.
Yeah, it let Udapon just get to his stack, so it was pretty much guaranteed he was making it, however delayed he was that game.
Udapon most damage taken per death.
Wow.
Based.
Yeah, I guess not dying will do that. Arya, very deserved MVP.
For sure.
Definitely got the better of Kriskada in this series. Oh, in this game.
Nico typically hailed as one of the best champs into Orianna, but this time the Nico getting solo killed. Arya doesn't care what matchup he's in. He's going to feel completely fine. And maybe we're seeing a champion that we don't want to see Arya have again if you want DCG to win, because
yeah, I mean,
he looked infallible on
Yeah,
the
he's still
Orianna.
going to have ridiculous impact on his Talia,
Yeah.
but maybe not as dominant in lane.
And he had just a 2-man ult here onto both carries.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
He lands so much damage in this fight, so even though he goes down ultimately, these guys are 1 HP off of just the Orianna and actually end up going down to the Orianna. Taco's found his way into the fight and isn't able to get anything done onto the Smolder. Smolder can kite Aatrox pretty easily, especially once he's got rapid fire cannon. Isn't under any threat
Sure.
in these fights.
Well, DFM, they're looking good.
Yeah.
Good. Game 1 of our best of 5. I mean, first best of 5, I kind of don't want it to be a 3-0, you know? Like, we're getting our first best of 5. I want it to be a good one. We saw so many 2-0s that it was ridiculous. Like, I think there was only 2.
And they were both DFM.
3-game series. Yeah, you saw it sort of on the stats, right, before the game. It said DCG have played 8 games, and that was out of 4 best of 3s. DFM have played 10 games, which was also out of 4 best of 3s. So they've had 2 3-game series. So maybe DFM are just a team that is able to bring us to, you know, the final game. Because, you know what, now that we have best of 5s, if we do go to game 5, we get silver scrapes. So
Yeah.
we don't get those in the best of 3s. So now it's time. Game number 1, DFM, pick it up. Looking very convincing. Hard early game, but picking it up after that. We'll see you in a bit.
me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1, DFM. Looking pretty good, honestly. A little struggle in the early stages, just based on compositions, honestly. Very, very strong early game composition there for DCG. But it was DFM who were eventually able to get it done. And of course, they only got it done because of their great rest at the Grand Halai Taipei. So thanks once again to them, who are housing our very, very famous, very, very strong LJL team in DFM here. And they're looking to take this series.
Yeah.
And they're looking strong.
If they've unlocked this Smolder pick for them, it kind of solves a lot of their problems with closing out games, because you don't have to do anything to close out a game with a Smolder, really. You can just run at the enemy team and they will just all die, essentially. He's pretty decent in a siege, but has so much wave clear, and you can set up around any objective or any structure on the enemy team, and once Smolder's online, you're just winning. DCG maintaining that 80% of Barons in their games, though. Even though they lost, they just managed to sneak a Baron. That was very impressive, I think.
Yeah.
Just recognizing Smolder's about 20 stacks. He's going to get his stacks if we don't do something right this instant, and they actually get the Baron, and it's probably worth it, losing 2 for Baron there.
Yeah, but then trading 1 kill back again on the top side.
Yeah. And flashes on the enemy team, but then at that point, too low damage on their comp maybe to be able to close out those fights. You had to execute them perfectly, and Yudapon and Arya were never together at any point in those later fights in the game, so you could never find them together, like Arya was able to find Kriskada and Tide with a couple of his ultimates, and same with Arel.
Game number 2. Orianna, will it get through again? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. They've shown they're willing to first pick it. I don't remember exactly. I think they banned Lucian on the side of DCG.
They did.
They will keep that ban.
The last ban was Vi. Lee Sin was the last ban for DFM.
Yeah, I think you can pretty safely drop this Vi ban for an Orianna ban.
Oh.
No, they run
I
it
wonder
back.
what's going to get locked in here. The salty run back, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to pick this Orianna.
To be fair, I think the game looks a lot different if Kriskada doesn't get caught that one singular team fight.
Yeah.
So maybe DCG probably went back, recognized that is the truth, and they're going to look to rectify that decision.
Yeah, and maybe Kriskada made some obvious mistake in the laning phase last game and feels like he can just rectify that and run it back in this lane, and without massive advantages generated by Arya, he might just be okay, yeah.
We've got the salty run back. It's well and truly online. These picks, what were they? It was Smolder 3rd. 2nd was Nocturne, I believe. It was Nocturne Smolder.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And why not, if you're DFM, especially in a 5-game series, force them to answer this draft. I think, what was it here? It wasn't Rumble. Was it Aatrox? No, Aatrox was 4th.
No,
so that
I think it
means
was
must
Jarvan.
have Jarvan.
It was the Jarvan here.
Jarvan.
I think the Jarvan looked fine.
Yeah, I think the Jarvan did look fine. Otherwise, you could go for a Xin. That doesn't feel... Yeah, okay. They go for the Xin.
Yeah, a little bit of splitting up the team fight. Can get in between him, his team, and the other team.
Yeah, a bit stronger in the early game skirmishes as well.
A little less strong in ganks, though.
Yeah, not as effective ganks, and Arya's going to be under less pressure if he loses his flash, but honestly, the Nico should be enough setup.
Yeah. But it's kind of hard to land the root on Nico. It's not like an Ahri where you can just dash forward and land his charm. LeBlanc very similar with that chain, but
Yeah.
Rakan, same bans. Pyke, same bans. What was this one?
Bard?
Yeah, it was Bard. It should be Bard again. All right.
So Renata was the ban last time.
Yes.
Makes sense to me. I don't think the Rumble really gave them all that much trouble outside of the first couple minutes of the game. I would be in disbelief to see the Rumble again. And honestly, sometimes it's okay to just, you know, not be trendy and just give your top laner last pick. That is okay. You know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
You felt okay with the Renekton versus Aatrox, though. Yes, the Renekton was having a fine lane, and maybe you want to punish Ray Farki a little more. Oh, looks like the lobby dropped.
Okay.
Maybe DCG realizing that Xin wasn't actually the jungler last game and rectifying that mistake by picking Jarvan. No, I doubt it's that.
Yeah, it looked like DFM maybe missed a ban. So maybe someone had their
Oh, the
client
probably
crash.
dropped,
yeah. So just
Well, no,
run
the
back the
client wouldn't have
draft.
crashed. There's literally, I've never had a problem with the client, so.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has. Get a relog for someone and run back the draft real quick. We'll see if it was meant to be the Xin. I assume so. Because it looked like the issue was on DFM's side anyway.
All right, guys, I can't see the Twitch chat, but production can. How many of you remember when, like, there'd be a new patch and you'd just be eager to get back online and you could just go to the client and type "there is no earth level" and it would just let you press the play button even though there was a patch going on and you'd just see if you could get in anyway?
Oh man, I remember that.
Yeah, and sometimes the play button would just bug, so you just type "there is no earth level" and it'll just let you press it.
Yeah.
Those were the good old days. The old client with the old runes. We talked about it the other day. The 1% crit rune.
Yeah, if you want to learn a new champ, you got to save up
Yeah.
to buy a rune page for them.
Yeah, that was tragic.
And then if you don't like the champ, well, who else can use this rune page?
Yeah, those were really the hard times. But then when the new runes came out that you didn't have to purchase, you got all of that refund into Blue Essence and
Yeah.
you just turned into a rich boy.
Yeah, Blue Essence millionaires all around the Rift.
I think, how much Blue Essence is the most you've had on an account? Because my main currently sits at, I think, 700,000.
Yeah, 6 digits, definitely.
I just am going to be able to get every champion for the rest of time.
Yeah, well, I have the champ shards.
Yeah.
I just have billions of those that I'm not going to bother ever disenchanting.
There's the mass enchant button now.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you had to do it one by one. Okay.
So how it works is like if you have duplicates, it'll disenchant all your duplicates.
Will it disenchant it if I have the champion already and I have a shard for it?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
I think it doesn't do that just in case you want to use it for those masteries. Because
Yeah.
I always use the champ shards. Like any champ that I play, I keep the champ shard just so I don't have to use my blue essence. Not that it matters.
Yeah.
But you know.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
saves the blue
min-maxing.
essence. Yeah.
Maybe save up and buy a Dragon Claws or something. Hopefully we get back into this lobby shortly.
I want more TFT loot in my loot tab.
What's
I feel like-
TFT?
It's a League of Legends Riot Games. It's in the client. It's in the League of Legends client. It's technically League of Legends.
Never heard of it. Is that Adiogs? I'm pretty sure that's Adiogs.
Who?
Former mid laner of Hellpigs.
Oh,
That guy was a beast. He played a Phelios mid.
that doesn't sound very good.
He played a Phelios mid, AP Cog mid, lots of Victor. And that's when no one else was picking Victor.
Victor
Phelios
has-
mid actually went kind of crazy. I think he picked it into a Azir, because Azir again last season was also a very, very strong champ.
Yeah.
I mean, that team would get creative. But they only ever found wins if they had the Asian God Tone playing one of Poppy, Maokai, Sejuani. Actually, they got one win where he was playing Nautilus jungle as well. But you're seeing a theme here, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Tank Giga Chad in the jungle.
That's right. And he's also just the best smite user in the world. He just stole so many dragons and barons that it was ridiculous.
Okay.
Like sometimes he'd just sprint it down, but he'd steal a Baron and they'd win anyway. It was crazy to watch those guys. Speaking of, Tide and Taco were on their team.
Who has the best smites in the PCS?
Gemini, I want to say.
Yeah, it feels like it is Gemini.
Jinji is up there. Sometimes he just strolls into a pit and steals it and walks away.
Yeah.
But I think the amount of steals, I don't actually know. There's probably a stat somewhere that we could look up, but I think from memory, the person who's made the most objective steals is probably Gemini.
Yeah, it feels like even just like on his
just
camps.
yeah.
Gemini is never losing the smite fights. Whether he's getting invaded or the enemy, or he's invading the enemy, he just always lands the smite. And you don't really see much stolen off of him. Steal with a nice smite in that game. Securing a dragon for them.
Yeah.
A lot of members on him managed to get a smite.
Hopefully this lobby gets back up. We're just kind of yapping.
Maybe we need some waiting room music, because the music is very intense.
Yeah.
For us to just be waiting right now. So maybe we need some.
I'm getting hype. We got word. The
Yeah.
voices in our head have reached us
Yeah,
and
they-
told us that Orca's having client issues. Maybe
No,
forcing him to put...
it's Harp, and
Oh,
that makes
DFM,
sense.
true, yeah.
And that makes sense because they missed their last ban on DFM, so
Yeah.
kind of expected that.
True. Harp having a reasonable game. It was a bit quiet, but I mean, he ultimately found the game-winning engage on the rail.
Yeah, he was stuck laning with a smolder.
True.
Outplayed that dive.
Yeah.
And then didn't see much of him until a couple team fights. He had good moments in the team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. As you come to expect of most rails that we see.
Yeah, Ray Farkey putting in another honest.
Yeah, just
Weak side
shift
shift.
work on
Yeah.
the Renekton. Honestly, he was winning his lane for the most part, so...
Yeah.
And no complaints for that guy. Honestly, I think maybe last game was his strongest showing.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Didn't see much of him in team fights, but he was just a real Renekton running around.
Yeah, he's just kind of marking the Aatrox in lane and teleporting to the fights. And honestly, he was creating space. There was that one team fight where it was a 2-for-2. The one where they found a double knock-up onto Udapon and Arya, where Chris Carter found the Pop Blossom. And in that team fight, it was just Ray Farkey. He had Tide on him, forced Tide to flash away. It was 6-5. No, 6-5 was not on him. Who else was it? It was Chris Carter, Tide, and Orca were all hitting the Renekton. They did take him out, but he was just tanking up for so long. And that was despite the Eclipse into Black Cleaver build.
Yeah.
Looks like there's some chatting going on.
Yeah, Orca. Maybe talking smack.
Bit of trivia. I found this out from Orca's post-game interview last split, and for anyone that missed it, he got his name, Orca, is from his favorite Japanese streamer, is how he got his name. We are going to go to a break while we get the client sorted. Sorry for this, guys, but we will get back into game number 2 shortly. Just give us 5 minutes, and we'll see you soon.
There are truths and there are lies. Now it's our turn to find out why. Round and round the world is spinning. Used to just give in. Now there's only one thing that I hear. Say it louder. This is where the story ends. This is where the story shot, come on. Cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. To lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah.
This night
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh no me no die. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all night. Oh no me no die. Oh so far but so close. So far. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your white fire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar?
that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends.
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy.
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
When's it gonna start? It feels real, but you could be pretending. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna end? Are we forever or just young offenders? Waiting for the rules to bend. Is this love? Is this love? Tiny little fears go blow away. Oh. Tiny little fears go blow away. Oh, but you know, when's it gonna start? When's it gonna? When's it gonna? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna start? When's it gonna? When's it gonna? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love? Tiny little fears go blow away. Oh, tiny little fears so far away. Now is this love? When's it gonna start? When's it gonna? When's it gonna? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love?
This is wonderful.
playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find is rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light, but we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. dangerous games. This night
We are back. We are back.
Yeah, a little older. Little older, but we're back.
Older. Sorry for the wait, of course, guys. There was obviously a bug somewhere in the Champion Select and trying to get that all worked out and whatnot. But we have made it back, and we are going to make it into our game number 2. We were talking during the break quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, I've had plenty to talk about.
we are both of the mind that we're probably going to end up going to 5 at this point.
Yeah, it only seems right after the hour-long pause that we would go to 5 games. Both of these teams actually pretty strong in strength. The first game maybe not showing that. If you cast your mind back to the first game, I'm sure you've told your grandchildren about it in the meantime. These teams were very close. I think the comps were just kind of bad from DCG. I don't think we'll see Rumble again. I think it's safe to say
we almost had an exact throwback at the stage we got to in our draft.
Yeah, there was just the Jarvan swapped out for the Xin, and I think we will run back the draft up to the point we were at. And it was just going to be the last ban coming through for DCG?
yeah.
DFM.
DFM, I believe. And it was
Yeah, DFM.
Aatrox was, they were trying to ban Aatrox and it just wasn't working.
Yeah.
So Aatrox is going to be the ban.
Yeah, so everyone pretend this is an Aatrox ban here, as they will just let it time out. And then, yeah, pretty similar to the last draft, like we said, just as in place of the Jarvan. We'll see. I don't really understand what that changes for side of DCG. Here's the difference, though. It's going to be Taco on the Renekton, and it'll be Ray Farkey looking to find something to play into this. Gragas has been very good into the Renekton. And he did play this up against Lakai. Taco going to be a much stronger laner than Lakai on the Renekton, so we'll see how Ray Farkey gets along. This could be another invincible Gragas, by the way. Oh, the Tom would be very risky for DFM.
Yeah, definitely weaker in the earlier stage, although Rel definitely was weak
but
early on in the game.
Tom into double range just gets absolutely abused, and he has no option of really taking an all-in with a Smolder on his side. Yeah, Rel makes more sense to me. Better scaling than the Tom.
Oh, Ari perhaps.
Yeah,
for Cascada and let Orca play the Nico.
Yeah, that
Will we?
seems fine to me.
Okay, so still a very, very strong bot lane pairing.
Yeah, this is a much stronger lane, in my opinion, for DCG.
Yeah.
And I think the dives are a lot more viable now with the Nico Kalista. They'll have more poke that they can land onto Udapon and Harp early game, and more CC to set up this Xin.
You know, if you think back to the graphic we saw before the show between, well, for DCG and DFM, it was DCG, the young blood on the Rift. I think we can no longer call them young. I think now they're just veterans of the scene after today.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully everyone's still feeling, you know, sharp and ready to go. Might be a slow start to this game, which honestly feels pretty good if you're DFM. You want this game going as slow as possible, as long as Udapon can get these stacks.
Absolutely. Orca, though, once again, will be on something that he can certainly look to try carry on. We'll see what he builds. Oftentimes, Shirelli is actually built by these. He builds the Shirelli on Hui. I can imagine the Nico could be something he looks for as well.
Rocket Belt's so good on Nico, though. Might feel bad not having a Rocket Belt, but Shirelli kind of does the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Just
but
a
it
team-wide
helps
buff.
the team
Yeah.
even more. We'll see. Obviously does have the AP on it. Bit of movement speed in general. Never feels too bad as the Nico.
Yeah.
As we do load onto the Rift for our second game of the night. Feels like it could have been the fifth.
We'll get there.
And Arya, I mean, game number one, a fantastic performance on the Orianna. We'll see if he can replicate the success he did find. Oftentimes 2v1ing in his lane, solo killing Cascada. Actually on the bottom side of the map at the moment, maybe suspecting a possible invade, but DCG certainly not looking like they're looking for that. And Ray Farkey most likely will be going just the full tank Gragas.
Yeah, he did that last time against the Renekton, and I think DCG are definitely on a clock, not just up against the Smolder, but this Gragas is going to be unkillable. Once he gets to 2-3 items, nothing is killing this Gragas on the side of DCG.
Oh, Kalista.
Yeah, eventually. But he has so much disengage as well.
Yeah. But definitely isn't really a threat with the tank build.
Yeah.
So if you can try and get through him or past him, because really the tank Gragas, he just plays sort of interrupt in these fights.
Yeah, disruption, right? Can be good into the Nico. If he does time his ults well, he can cancel out the Nico ult. Deja vu of last game.
Yep.
Harp taking some damage as he walks into lane.
Not all that surprising. Oh.
Ooh, Udapon. With the... Oh,
Crash down. This is definitely a fight that should be DFM favored. But you have to finish it pretty soon, otherwise Tider's going to ramp up, and you're seeing that here. Lethal tempo stacked up, and Ren going to be able to come out Find a sizable chunk here onto Udapon's health bar. Ignite was used by Harp. Everything's still up and available for the side of DCG in this bottom lane.
Yeah.
Slow start we thought, but not in the bot lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, trading definitely favors the side of DCG, who are going to look to set up a dive with their Xin. So the lower HP wars, the better for DFM. As long as they can play the dive cleanly. This is a D-ring start for Orca again. So they're risking a lot to get these advantages in the bot lane, which you kind of have to do against the Smolder.
Yeah, it feels like the correct play to me. Taco.
Yeah, Taco. A lot of prio, as we saw Renekton get last game as well.
Yeah. Not all that surprising.
And yeah, 665 nowhere near his bot lane when this crashes, unlike last game.
But maybe just recognizing what happened last game and looking for a later one. Hawker already up to some funny business.
Yeah.
Should be pretty quickly realized. Taco, very proficient on the Renekton. You can expect him to have a pretty decent lane phase for himself.
Yeah, Ray Farkey trading back decently. Gragas is so hard to push out of lane.
Wow, and Cascada so good at proccing that electrocute. Second time now we've seen him. Second
Yeah.
time he's been on the screen, and second time he's procced after, electrocute
Yeah,
during that window.
doing much better, as at this point they had traded flashes in the mid lane and Arya driving him out of the lane.
Sentinel going to be found by Harp there, and going to look for that remount. Steel, he is just hovering this bot side, realizes what possibly could happen.
Yeah, same with 665, and Steel has to come in here to help his bot lane get the wave out, but I don't know if they can even do it in a 3v3.
Yeah,
Wow.
and
Cascada.
a bit of a turnaround from last game. Cascada finds the first blood. We'll sure get a replay of that. 665, though, he's going to have to flash away. He's very, very low. First kill does go over to that 665. Gets the triumph. Not going to be enough for him to get the respawn. Nice flash, and the Ren's going to confirm that kill. Orca full health. Udapon is never going to win this trade. And all of a sudden, DCG, they're online. The pause favoring them as Ren comes through. Orca needs one more auto, and
wow.
he'll find it. Massive start for the bot lane and the mid lane of DCG.
Yeah, what a disaster. It looked like Steel might be able to take out Tide with his lethal tempo stack there. And yeah, Cascada gets his revenge in the mid lane. We'll see, was it a flash charm maybe?
Looks like it's going to have to be, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there you go. Flash charm onto
so
Arya.
decisive.
With his electrocute up, makes light work of Arya. Arya not quick to react to the flash charm.
And the bot side, we just saw it.
Yeah,
65.
3v3, there's no hope.
I was worried at this point.
Yeah,
Because 65 is so low, but
yeah. But Harp goes down before 665 even, and then Steel, with his lethal tempo fully stacked, is doing a lot of damage to Tide. This is the nerfed lethal tempo as well. And
wow, what
Udapon,
a trade.
Yeah, kind of holding his flash there. You don't blame him for holding it. Didn't feel like he was going to have to use it, but yeah. Looking very good for DCG, and this is exactly the kind of start they needed with this spot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. 2k gold lead, almost.
Steel
We're
in
only
trouble.
5 minutes in. Steel, yeah, he's in no man's land, but who can really get onto him? Maybe it's Taco, and he will be. 65 going to pick up his second of the game with Taco roaming down from that top side.
Oh.
Forward does go Cascada with that Spirit Rush. Charm does connect. Flash forward from Taco. Everyone's so low, but no one's gone down.
Yeah, Arya loses his flash. Taco uses his as well, and very fortunate that Arya is able to live on single-digit HP there if you're DFM. Still very favored to the side of DFM, especially because in the spot lane, Udapon cannot get anywhere near the wave against a double buff Kalista in the 1v1. But luckily, no one's coming to dive him on this wave. It's actually his team coming to protect him, so he's going to be fine to pick most of this up. Solo plate to Tide. He
Yeah,
is alone
Tide
here,
is in a
though.
lot of trouble. No flash, does have the cleanse, but the remount, that's a knock-up. You're not cleansing that. And Tide staying well past his allotted time is going to be taken out. Steel, unfortunately, claiming that kill. Not the worst on the Nocturne, but
I think that might even be better than the kill on the Smolder. Steel has to get back into this game. He's very behind after the 2 early deaths, and in my opinion, the kills on Smolder don't make a difference.
getting the gold feels pretty good.
Yeah, that is
Looking
true.
Essence Reaver is always nice, especially up against these lanes that you're really not ever able to actually hit the minions.
Yeah, as long as he's got a Sheen on this next back, I think he'll be okay.
I
665.
think he'll be picking up the Warhammer.
Yeah, just off the longsword, right?
Yeah. Dragon started by 665, but Steel has come down. Harp very low here in the bot side, and Tide already back in lane, so...
Yeah, Harp got stuck in lane, got his recall interrupted, and the wave is horrible.
Yeah, Steel's looked for the mid, but not going to find it. Okay.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Yeah.
Steel not level 6 yet, no camps on his bot side to take, so he can't really even help. He's just going to go to his bot side. They do get Cruscada's ulti, and Arya still has his. No flash on Cruscada.
Dragon will be once again started up by 665. This should just be theirs for the taking.
Yeah.
Steel nowhere near. Might tick 6, and he does off the Wolf camp, and he's actually headed back down to the bottom side. Half HP now is this Dragon. It feels like maybe it's just too little for Steel to really contest, although everyone is angling up towards this side. They've got to do something to try and break this freeze that Tide has set up in the bottom lane, but they're just too late. Paranoia available, not going to be able to commit though, as they're just not going to have the follow-up, even if Steel does manage to get there onto 665. But this bot lane is a disaster.
Yeah, it's still frozen for DCG, and 665 is here.
Harp. Through comes the Paranoia. Zinzel is going to have to pop that ultimate. Flash as well, but ultimately this is fine.
Oh.
Minion Wave crashes actually. They let
Yeah.
go of the freeze, so at least DFM achieving something there.
Yeah, a bit disjointed. They end up actually getting 665's flash, ulti, and they break the freeze. So that is very good for DFM.
Obviously, it's not the worst for DCG. They got the Paranoia, which means lanes are going to feel a whole lot safer across the rift.
Yeah. 665 going to make sure Cruscada can get this wave in. Arya is wise to Cruscada's antics because of this ward. Cruscada down a level, though. And he's being very patient. I don't think that ward saw 665, but Arya's got to know something's up. He's got no flash, though.
This third and final Void Grub eventually will be taken by 665. Nothing else really to do. There is a lot of camps up for him, but playing for the team.
Yeah, no Nocturne ulti is going to mean that DCG's bot lane can get very aggressive, shoving these waves and harassing under turret. 30 CS down for Udapon at the moment.
Yeah, I want to see a stat count because it can't be very impressive.
Steel's here to counter gank.
Yeah, there is a counter. Spirit Rush coming through. Charm will connect, and through comes Zinzel's. Nice shockwave, but too little too late.
Yeah.
Arya punished. No cleanse. Oriana up against a very solid ganking jungler in the Zinzao, as well as the charm that Ari can provide. Is just too much pressure to deal with.
Yeah, really nice charm from Cruscada. He's down a little bit of farm, but killing an assist now, and 665 is massive on the Zin.
Yeah, we'll be able to back, and you imagine we'll have access to the Sundered Sky. We'll have to see, but does feel like he should.
Kind of seeing the downside of going for the full tank Gragas instead of a Roa. Ray Farkey very low on mana.
Yeah.
Not being able to build a Catalyst.
Also just takes more damage at this point of the game. The Catalyst reducing damage you take, as well as mana giving you health back.
Yeah.
Mana cost, shall I say.
Will pay off later if he can get to these fights with a couple items, but for now has to just hang in there. Doing okay. Down a little bit of CS, but you expect that out of a Renekton. Cruscada looking much stronger in this game.
All right, we need to hover Udapom.
Yeah. Looks like he is over 25.
You'd hope so. It's 11
At 10
minutes.
minutes, yeah. Which, yeah, it's kind of concerning that that's even a question, right?
Yeah. Hasn't been the easiest game, that's for sure. Down 30 CS on the Smolder. The
Yeah.
map is just losing this time.
Yeah, more plates going to Tide.
More trades as well. Arya as well, not having the game for him. Nice usage once again of this Nocturne Oriana combo, but Arya's just too safe. You're able to get that flash, Spirit Rush as well. But Spirit Rush will be back available by the next time you have this Nocturne ult, and all of a sudden, Arya's still feeling reasonably safe. Obviously the flash being down, maybe you can kill him, but it doesn't really feel like you have the damage just yet.
Yeah, we'll see. They will get another chance.
I'm going to flash. This Pop Blossom's going to land though. Cleanse comes out, too little too late, and all of a sudden, it's another kill going over. Tide picking up that one, and Udapon losing even more of this This farm, no opportunity to get stacks, of course.
Yeah, there's the downside of using the Nocturnal mid. They don't end up getting anything but Kriskada's flash for it. And Udapon is just left alone in the bot lane without Harp or a Nocturnal to even threaten coming through. Orca hops into the wave, but just ends up being a Kalista ult. Man, he flashes too and still goes down. They do get Orca's flash, which is very impactful on the Nico, but they'll be happy with that as DCG.
Oh yeah, no complaints whatsoever about that.
Yeah, and if you thought last game Smolder final Q evolve was late, this game, you might not even see it at this rate. DCG very good with the lead.
Taco going to pop that Dominus. Teleport even coming through from Kriskada. Can this Renekton buy enough time? No, he cannot. Udapon even up here. Ray Farky very low and the charm connects.
Okay.
Not going to commit. It is ultimately a 1v4 until...
Yeah, I think if he had ult, he could maybe go there, but is just getting it up now.
Ult goes now. Udapon. Charm doesn't land, and stunned up will be Kriskada, but 665 has just flashed onto this Smolder, and the Smolder will be going down. That's one reset here on the Spirit Rush. There's 5 members of DFM all up in this top side. Kriskada lands another charm. Ray Farky, he's going to go down that Spirit Rush, and the auto attack going to confirm it. Once again, another reset. That's another kill, and another. Make that another. Aria trying to find a kill back, but won't be able to do it, and this is a wipe. I've seen this before.
Yeah, DCG running away with the game. Kriskada, very impressive how well he's bounced back after that first game. Arya definitely getting the best of him. This game opens by solo killing him and played that team fight immaculately.
That was a 3v5, by the way.
Oh, yeah, we have seen that before then. DFM, you can't blame them for going for this. Get Udapon out of this bot lane, and they make a good play onto Taco on the Renekton. And I think DFM, because they have numbers, were kind of okay with taking this fight. This is the first charm he lands on Ray Fark. He lands another one later and actually kills him and gets his flash. And DFM not really willing to back down with the numbers they have here.
Is she there?
And yeah, Udapon dodges the charm nicely, but just gets collapsed on. And Kriskada's looking to the right, but catches Ray Farky with his flash up. Still goes down. Really useful tool on the Gragas is going to be missing that flash.
Steal. Oh, and back to live. Harp's dead again. Oh, this
Deja vu.
is reminding me a lot of a certain series yesterday.
Yeah.
Between one PCS team and one LCO team, except this time instead of the Ari being 7-1, it's a Xin Zhao.
Yeah. Xin Zhao very scary with all of this gold on him. They have the tools to deal with the Fed Xin Zhao, but they have plenty of gold on the ADC and mid laner of DCG as well. 665 not going to be able to run away with this game by himself against a Gragas, I don't think.
Oh, I don't know. I think he will. Orca tanking out that tower there. Nice route. This Gragas is a little bit too tanky at this point to be able to truly take him out. Rift Shield's going to confirm that the tower goes down and Spit Rush is available. Explosive cast coming out there of Ray Farky on the Gragas, and with that DCG are fine to let him live. They're going to be able to push down more and more. In comes this combo in the mid lane, not even connecting on that, and the cleanse coming out. Harp is the one now in trouble as he runs away, gets that cloud movement speed, but it is a Rand coming through from Tide. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to carry on that chase, and ultimately, why would he? That's a 1v3, and you've just got this inner tower getting taken out now by Kriskada as well as Orca in the top side.
Yeah, a lot of gold picked up for DCG. They don't kill Ray Farky, and they don't even try that hard to, really. They just are going to go for these towers. This game is very, very accelerated.
Yep, 10k gold lead, 16 minutes. DCG, they're showing us that it's not a fluke what they did to Ground Zero. This is just how good they can be with a lead.
Yeah, no breaks for DCG. A Dragon in 2 minutes 30. We'll see if they decide to siege mid or just wait for the Dragon.
I really want to hover over over Udapon.
Yeah, Tide in trouble.
Harp's found his way in, and Tide does not have access to either of his sums, and all of a sudden he is taken out. But Taka comes in now, and everyone else is very, very fed here on the side of DCG. Kriskada is almost 1v3ing here, and flash forward from Taco. That's one found. He's even going to be able to slice and dice himself back out of there. An explosive cask hits onto Kriskada, hits him into the tower, but he's not tanking it up, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think they did manage to take down Tide at least, but the rest of DCG just, Orca especially finding a 3-man Nico ulti, and Cascada finds a charm onto Arya.
Yutapon, he's hitting a tower, but there is a very, very fed Xin Zhao that wants to know his location. Flap, flap, flap. Should
Has
be able to
flash.
get away. Oh yeah, 6-5 does his flash. Yutapon does as well. Is he going to be able to use it? Yes, he is. Just gets himself over the wall, but 665 is not scared. Yutapon is going to be going down. It's another kill. Legendary on the Xin.
Yeah, Xin flashed down, but Yutapon goes down, and gonna be tough to come back. I wonder if they do know Orca is there. But Tide gets comboed out here, goes down very quickly, but Orca finds this massive ulti enabling Cascada to land a charm onto Arya.
Look at the damage here.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah, he doesn't have another charge on his ult, fortunately. But Taco's there with flash to clean it up, and yeah, Ray Farkey not much of a threat. He's full tank.
9-1-2 now is 665 on this Xin Zhao. Having a bit of a game for himself. Charm lands. Yutapon loses the vast majority of his health here, and Orca's in the area. Yutapon no flash, remember, from their prior fight. Mum comes through. Orca, he's not going to commit. He gets that flat, flat, flat with just the clone. In the meanwhile, though, Harp, he's caught out at the Raptor Pit, does go down. It's another kill found. This time it's Tide picking that one up, and 3-2-3 on the Callista will be Tide.
Yeah, it feels like DFM falling apart a bit. Harp just found in the middle of nowhere with no teammates around him.
12K.
Yeah, that is a massive gold lead at 19 minutes.
And I think at this stage, if you are DFM, you're probably just starting to think of next game.
Yeah, it is.
What went wrong?
Yeah.
Was it a draft issue? Was it gameplay issue? I mean, obviously getting solo killed mid as the Orianna, there's something has gone wrong. But honestly, this Smolder never even had a chance. 126 stacks at 19 minutes.
Yeah, we're usually the faster Smolder stacking. They're usually done by now. They're 100 stacks ahead of this. Almost twice as many. So, yeah, DCG have successfully shut down the Smolder.
Haven't they just? Combo coming through once more. It's onto Orca. He finds the 2-man pop blossom, and Fate's Call is going to get him well out of there. One kill found. It's going to be Tied once again. He finds a second. Ren confirming those ones for him, and Taco's in the base. Yutapon able to dodge out of that. Of 2 teammates left. We'll see how much DCG can get done here. Arya as well. He has flash available for himself. He does use it, but it should not really matter. How hard is 665 willing to commit? This doesn't really feel like anyone can threaten him. Tide even finding his way onto Yutapon. He's going to change that to Ray Farkey now. Flash once again coming out of this. Gragas and Tide nearly finds the kill on the back end of that. Is going to be okay with letting him live, and inhibit tower number 1. Inhib very low top, but it is going to be defended, and this mid lane inhib, though, should not be able to be.
Yeah, DCG, once you give them a lead, honestly, they just are so good at creating mayhem on the map. They just turn the game into a solo queue game and just win every skirmish. They have not been making mistakes in these skirmishes. They commit the Orianna Nocturne combo onto Orca, but he has a Callista right behind him. Meanwhile, every lane is being pushed at the same time, and they decide not to commit for the inhibs. It is probably too early for that. But now 2 open inhibs, DFM lose a fight, they'll lose both. And
I think it would be fine to take them, honestly, because...
Baron.
Yeah, Baron's just up, and it feels like as soon as DCG get Baron, they should just end the game. I think the gold lead is just far too substantial. 14K, 20 minutes, that's... I think only time I've seen that gold lead further ahead than they are right now was yesterday against Ground Zero.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess this series is going to be the story of these mid laners. We haven't seen this many kills in mid lane in a while, just at level 4 in the 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, 665 as well, this game, just
yeah.
awoken. He was not happy about losing last game.
And it wasn't even off of a dive bot, right, that they snowballed. It was off of a 3v3.
Yeah.
They picked up all 3 kills, 3 for 1.
Only 665 being taken down, but
yeah,
even that, he managed to get the first blood somehow.
Yeah, they kill Harp.
And then maybe even lives if he... oh my, dodges out of the combo, and Steel is in no man's land now. 2 men even from the Pop Blossom. Harp does proc Aftershock, but it shouldn't really matter. He's going to be able to dismount. But 665, hot on the tail, is going to pick that one up. Cascada as well. He gets a refresh on at least one of those charges of Spirit Rush. Goes forward, Charm lands on the Ray Farkey. He's not going to be able to be taken out, but it is still credit to Cascada for being so consistent on landing these skill shots. Now, inhibitor number 1, inhibitor number 2, and Taco's working on inhibitor number 3. Fate's Call coming through, does land on a steal, but the spell shield is going to be good enough to get him out of that one. Through comes Mum, but Tide is going mental in the back. Is just going to be able to take down Steel immediately, and Harp, he misses the Q there as Tide skillfully dodges away. Both Nexus Towers gone. 22 minutes is all it takes, and DCG strike hot.
Yeah, that did not take DCG very long at all. And they're going to get revenge in the series.
Certainly are.
And now I'm interested to see, are DFM going to go for red side or blue side in the next game? A lot of the time we see red side taken away from DCG, right?
We are not seeing a throwback. We are not seeing a salty run back of draft after that one.
No.
But I think, once again, we said it sort of before the cast, is that I think DFM maybe have the higher caliber players, certainly the more experienced players.
Yeah.
Especially in an international setting, right? But it is just DCG, they're so good at drafting. They picked the Nico, the first 3 champs, essentially the same. Yes, you swapped out the Xin Zhao instead of the Jarvan. But you have the Nico, you've also just picked up the Kalista, and so, well, it seems like probably the Kalista bot, the Nico mid.
Yeah.
Wasn't that. We just put the Orca on the Nico in the bot lane and really pressured out Udapon early on. Found a nice freeze on the wave. Found a triple kill there in the bot side as well without having to go for that risky dive. And just completely outdrafted them, I think, around the map. It just didn't seem like there was really any way in to this game for DFM as soon as that triple kill happened in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't help that Cascada just solo kills Arya level 4.
Yeah. I really like the Renekton blind as well. It just gave them one more priority lane to play around. And it felt like all their lanes had priority and they had the stronger lanes.
Yeah. It also feels like Ray Farkey tends to do best on Renekton. It seems like the champion that he weak sides but also can get priority. And he hasn't really found that success on any other champ. Not the Cassante, not the Gragas, pretty much only the Renekton. So taking away from him just feels really good. And Taco, again, is a very, very strong Renekton player.
Yeah.
And so it's not like you're just taking away from it. It's also a very comfortable pick for Taco as well up on the top side. And so, yeah, I think just a drafting masterclass out of DCG here. And, I mean, DFM had a lot of time to think about the draft before going in. Obviously, they knew what their draft was already going to be. But I think now they see this game, something didn't work out. Smolder probably just lost priority almost entirely, at least for the side of DFM.
Yeah.
And so maybe if they don't have a complete answer for it, especially with that Lucian ban coming through consistently, it might be time to just ban the Smolder. But what do you drop for that ban? You don't really want to drop the Play, you don't really want to drop the Karma, and the Lee Sin for 665, are you willing to give it to him? Because it feels like he felt completely fine on the Jarvan. The Xin Zhao, he played impeccably. This is going to be very, very hard to navigate now.
Yeah, I think maybe because DCG are picking the Kalista so early, this Smolder could have easily just been a Varus.
Yeah.
And then it's a completely different game at that point. You actually fight for bot lane. Difficult up against the Varus, but up against the Kalista, sorry. But there are plenty of strong pairings you can make with the Varus, like the Ashe, that completely destroy the Kalista in the 2v2. Whatever Orca has planned for that situation, you'll have to just find out.
Yeah, he would have had something cooked.
Yeah, to go up against the Varus Ashe, because they're leaving the Varus Ashe open. Probably the Pyke, if I had to guess. Banned. In the second rotation.
Yeah, but DCG never show what their flex is.
Yeah, true.
They always pick a champ that either Cascada or Orca can play in the first 3, and they pick support or mid last according to what they think will be the strongest pairing.
Yeah, and this is the beginning of the end. Smolder is so useless in these fights. He's already used his W, which is his main source of damage at this point. Auto's not doing all that much. No lethal tempo to stack up. And barely goes down. A nice Q actually landed from max range on Tide to give Orca enough damage to actually finish this kill up. But for the most part, it was the 665 and the Cascada show.
Yeah, for sure. Orca as well, credit. I mean, the bot lane in general, I think you have to give credit, because Orca was tanking up a lot of these engages, finding the Pop Blossom on the end of them, and then just getting Fates called out. I think it was a very intelligent usage of this Kalista up against the Nocturne Orianna, and notably it's something we didn't see a single time last game. So I think nice adaptation. This time, I mean, maybe you could have done it on the Rumble. Feels a little bit harder. to have him as sort of the guy getting engaged on by that Nocturne Orianna. But this time, you're just happy to have Orca as the target. Otherwise, it's Chris Carter, who is just jumping away. One time we saw it untied, and he almost turned that around and found a kill on Harp for it. So this felt a whole lot better played. Yes, they were very far ahead, of course, and so it makes it easier to play around. But in general, I think from early game forwards, this was just an absolute clinic by DCG. DFM admittedly playing game number 1 very, very well, and they had the weaker comp early and managed to navigate it. Now they had the weaker comp early again, and DCG managed to punish that fact. And so
yeah, a couple of small adjustments in the support and jungle pick, and that really enabled them to just run through the bot lane.
And the mid.
Yeah, and of course, Cascada picking up a solo kill in the mid lane completely changes the dynamic of the game, right? There's not a fed Orianna you have to deal with. Instead, you have a fed Ahri running around the map.
Yeah, and I think Ahri as well is just a safer champion up against the Nocturne Orianna than the Nico. And so it just works out a lot better. It's going to be 665 picking up the MVP. It's either between him or Chris Carter. I think I have 665. Obviously, Chris Carter with the solo kill. Absolutely massive. Can never take that away from him. But 665 was everywhere he needed to be. That triple kill early came off the back of 665, getting aggressive, flashing out, knowing his limits, and really setting up the bot lane for success. He then went around the map and just caused havoc absolutely everywhere he went.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable MVP for 665 here.
And that is probably the highest damage per gold I've seen on a jungler thus far. Maybe Hush's Viego once upon a time.
Maybe.
I'm not entirely sure, though. We'll have to go back and fact check that. But definitely very up there. And I mean, this is just a solo kill. At this point, Udapon is just so far behind.
And he's got no tower even. He's just kind of pushing this tower, hoping he can get away with it. I don't think it was a very serious play from DFM, as they didn't have many realistic angles back into this game.
Yeah.
Once they're so behind in every lane.
Just Udapon trying to find anything he possibly can. That's the first time I've seen a close-up of the Smolder death animation.
Yeah. Very sad.
Is it?
Yeah. He's cute. You don't want to see him go down.
He was cute that game. He never really got to that fire-breathing dragon.
Yeah.
He's just throwing water balloons at people. It was not what you want to see.
Yeah.
It's kind of the second time now, I think, in general, we've actually seen the Smolder punished. I think it was DFM the first time. This time, DCG just absolutely destroying it. Possibly even punishing it more than we saw DFM punish Chi-Chi yesterday on it. Because, I mean, we were at 20 minutes and we had 125-ish stacks. That's very, very far behind where you're supposed to be on the Smolder at that point. And honestly, I mean, all credit to DCG for being able to pull it back. Of course, that does mean we are now tied up in the series. We're going to go to another break. Much smaller than last time, I assure you. But when we're back, game number 3 will be on the cards. See you soon.
Moving slowly, so hot you're burning. We've been waiting, slow jam season. Don't be shy now, nighttime romance, golden moments. Don't stop dancing. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Hold up, not too fast. We got time, gon' make it last. Champagne glasses, hear them. I'ma move like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it, come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la,
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2, done and dusted in very, very quick fashion, although it didn't kind of feel like it ultimately, but it was going to be DFM going down there to DCG, and now the series is going to be tied up 1-1. And of course, it's all thanks to the Grand Halai Taipei, who have sponsored our PCS playoffs. They're providing homes, They're providing rooms and shelter, of course, to our teams from the LCO and LJL, and DFM being from the LJL. They're going to need all the rest they can get after that one because by God, it was a shellacking.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Not even close, really, at any point in that game. Nothing happening for DFM that you could look at positively, and I wonder if they'll stick to the Orianna Nocturne combo that, honestly, they didn't get all that much value out of it in Game 1, 0 value out of it in Game 2. Couple flashes burned, that was about it, and when you're that far behind, there's not much to do, and kind of is just the story so far, as we expected, of who gets ahead early. As neither team seems to really be able to put all that much resistance up once they fall behind. Especially DFM do go for blue side, and their drafts from behind are just non-functional in pretty much every game we've seen them in throughout this tournament.
For sure. I think maybe you could make an argument that perhaps you just want to get an early Renekton pick in here for Ray Faki, because it seems like that is his best functioning weak side champ, and he is just always weak sided. Yeah,
he didn't blind pick it the first game though, is what I'd be concerned. I'd be concerned about maybe a Gnar or something coming in. He did pick it into the Aatrox.
That's true. But I think even Renekton's fine against Gnar. Yes, you'll go down a bit of early CS, but you actually do have a lot more power than the Gnar before he's able to sort of get his 2 items
and
online.
And the Gnar is very diveable in the early game for the Renekton and whatever jungler he has with him.
Renekton, once again banned.
Traditionally a really good blind pick as well, the Renekton, so I kind of like where you're going with that.
Okay, so Karma is not banned yet for DFM. That was their first ban in the prior drafts. DCG though, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're staying the same thus far.
Yeah, DFM already hinting at a change in the draft. Maybe this Nico pick?
Yeah, Kalista gone.
Okay.
Gone. Now Smolder feels a little safer, I think, but I'm sure DCG have prepared something.
But if DFM don't first pick Smolder, DCG will just take it. And then you have to find something maybe to pair with Varus that can take down this Smolder. No, DFM just first pick it.
I'm sure DCG have cooked something up. Orca plays too many champions that will just stomp a lane to not have something prepared for this.
Yeah, Varus Ashe makes sense to me. You can pick your mid laner first here. They've been banning the Karma, so maybe make them pay for it.
And Orca and Cascada both have played the Karma.
Yeah.
I almost expect this to be a support Karma, but of course we won't find out probably until their 5th pick.
Yeah, Cascada had a good game on it up against Ground Zero, I think it was.
This is true. Okay, it is Orca. Orca's going to be playing the center Karma lane. Orca will be the Karma.
Yeah, I think we've only seen him play the Hui and the Maokai otherwise.
No, he played... Oh, yeah, otherwise, yeah. But he has played the Karma with the center before, and so I think now this should be fairly telegraphed that this will be the Karma going down the bot lane. Orianna, I mean, Ahri's still available. I don't see why you wouldn't pick the Ahri.
Yeah, you're going to lose your jungle priority picks.
Do you care, though? I don't think you care that much.
Yeah, Xin, Jarvan bans I would expect for DFM if
Viego's still up.
Ahri.
There's still Sejuani. Maybe you're lacking damage a little bit, but Ahri does so much. And Taco ultimately probably on something that does a bit of damage anyway.
Is it going to be the Nocturne again? It just feels, against 665's champion pool, the Nocturne feels so difficult to navigate.
Okay, now there's the angle where maybe you pick the Tam as the lane with the center, but it's not something we expect, really.
Oh, they did play it against exactly this combo.
Yeah, it's still just something we don't really expect out of Orca, but it is something that he has done in the past, and he did look good on it, so it is just going to be the Xin Zhao.
I like the Xin. He just looked so good on the Xin, and he looks so good when he can have his choice of champ in this matchup. You have to worry a little bit for Cascada, not on the Ahri. He did have a hard time up into the Ori, but he can always just go for the Karma, and he should be perfectly fine. And then if you're DFM, what are you banning here? Do you ban the Tom? thinking that they will just put the Karma mid eventually, or...
Oh, we're banning Taco's champs.
Yeah.
Mischievous. Taco, one of the Rumble players we have as well in the PCS.
Yeah.
And apparently so is Orca.
Yeah, wasn't expecting that.
Lacan once again banned out from DCG. Their bans have remained the same, although this time no Bard ban. It's going to be the Rel instead.
Yeah, you have the choice to go Bard now if you're DFM, and Harp looked pretty good on the Bard when he last played
Orca
it.
picks Bard and just farms on Bard.
Hey, well, that would be a first.
One of my solo queue games, I had an 80 carry Bard that was just playing 80 carry as Bard.
I think once once this Ari ban comes through, I think you can just lock the Tom and last pick your... Oh, okay.
All right, we still don't know.
Was that Nico mid?
We don't know. We
we
have
just
no
don't know.
idea how
It could
to know.
even be Taco on the Karma top.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way we can know who's going where just yet, other than Tide almost certainly will be playing the center.
Yeah, and 665 on the Zen.
True.
Pretty safe bet as well. And then the rest of these lanes just completely flexible.
Renekton for Ray Farkey, not overly surprising here.
Yep. Looked a lot better on the Renekton. I mean, not exactly his fault that last game.
No.
Just kind of sat around in top lane.
Now, Harp, he's going to find a support for himself. Milio, perhaps.
Yeah.
Milio feels a bit strange. I mean, not going to get that much value out of the ult. Other than, of course, it does give movement speed and a heal, but still.
Yeah, at least they're a double ranged lane.
Yeah.
So they won't be as punished by double ranged on the side of DCG.
Does have a heal and a shield as well. To sort of help provide some safety for Udapon on the Smolder. And Taco going to opt into the Cassante. I believe he's 0-5 so far in spring on this champion.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a great Taco champ so far, but looking to redeem himself. Not the easiest matchup into the Renekton, but you shouldn't really be dying
Yeah.
in lane on the Cassante.
Maybe some dives could come out, but even then, we don't really expect Steel to spend a whole lot of time up in the top side.
Yeah. Just going to look to have more impact than the Renekton in the fights later, and maybe this Aatrox ban. I guess they're expecting something like this to happen, where DCG can't just take the Renekton blind, and they are able to get it
Yeah.
on their final rotation. So
And important to say,
Nice ban.
Orca is going to be the one playing Karma.
yeah,
So Orca on Karma. We're going to see Cascada try and survive the lane up against Orianna as the Nico again, of course, looking for him to not get solo killed.
yeah. Arya managed to just become solo win con in that last game.
Not that last game.
Oh, and yeah, in the last matchup.
There was not a whole lot of win cons in the last game there for
Yeah.
DFM. And so, the Cassante for Taco. We'll see if he can get his first win in the split on it. But other than that, I mean, Smolder again here for DFM, really hyper-focusing on that champ, taking away the Callista this time. Maybe making that lane a little easier. Making the engages as well here onto Orca if they want to look for it easier than last game, as there won't be the Fate's call to just rip him out to safety.
Yeah, I don't think the Smolder will be as punished as he was last game. Has TP this game as well. So it's going to be a lot of farm being traded. And then you'll look for impact with the Karma Senna in the mid game. Also, Karma's going to be pretty happy to just sit in this lane and wave clear while Tide just gets up to mayhem on the rest of the map.
For sure.
Should be able to help out Cascada if he's ever struggling in this 1v1.
Magic Q won't land. No mana flow bonus there for Orca.
Yep, DCG trying to clear some vision and get some deep wards of their own.
Nice Dark Passage is going to...
Oh, are they just going to start in Nocturne's jungle here?
Looks like it. So we have a split map. Now, how does DFM play around this? Because not a team that wants to play around topside almost ever.
Yeah, this is very smart from DCG. And there's no level 1 on the side of DFM to really defend this.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So they just kind of have to let it happen. And yeah, this is going to be torture.
Yeah, this is a problem. Because yes, you have double range, but still very diveable.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, more diveable than any of the melee lanes.
Yeah.
Not a lot of damage coming out of the Karma Senna.
Well, a lot coming out of Karma, but it's not consistent damage, right?
Yeah, it has to connect some Mantra Qs, preferably before they're diving. But this Karma being in the farming role means, you know, she can't fully focus on harassing, has to be getting some of the CS.
And Orc are going to be pretty content with just last hitting these minions, walking past the minion wave and trying to fire off these Qs. That one does go wide, making a dive far less likely now as
Still level 1
in the area. He's actually on a ward. Can Udapon steal this 1 HP? No, he doesn't even get the opportunity to. He's going to get one of those small Krugs.
Oh wow, the wave doesn't crash. Might be a saving grace for DFM there. They're not even level 2 yet, but the wave doesn't make it.
Fake out.
Are they going to get level 2? It would help a lot to have the Milio kick.
They do get level 2. Steal this time, though. Is not going to be anywhere near this dive. Udapon has flash. That's his only combat summoner. He's going to go... Oh, my, I didn't even know you could do that, but he goes out to Narnia. 665 going to be likely taking down Flash. It's first blood. It's going to be Harp picking up that one as flashes from both the bot laners here. Actually, not tied. He does just ghost, but Udapon, very smart play. Just flies well outside the map. Can't be hit. Survives the dive.
Yeah, and you're lacking that consistent damage that could have finished Udapon off, and a couple of the Mantra Qs earlier went wide. I think you had to call that dive off once they hit level 2. Unless you could connect some Senna W or Mantra Qs early on.
Oh, there we connect a Mantra Q onto Udapon, and Cozy Campfire used onto Harp. This is actually trading pretty well, but now with the root landing, Udapon's going to have to fly on out of there, and all of a sudden, yes, you survive the dive, but your wave is in a terrible position. Teleport, of course, is available, though.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay just because of TP here. Steel did, in the meantime, just get to farm up a Storm, and is going to be really quick to get his level 6 this game relative to 665.
For sure.
And can now definitely fight for these Raptors if he wants to. Arya with a lot of prio in the mid lane. He has used his TP at least. But for now, there's no hope of contesting these Raptors for 665, and that is going to provide a lot of safety for DFM's bot lane, who now finally get a jungler back on their side. But I really did like the split map from DCG. You're forcing DFM to play around the lane they never play around. They really do never go to Ray Farkey's lane.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Ray Farkey is always going to have prio on this top side anyway, and the Cassante not very diveable, so... Dark Passage, Cascada's going to lose his flash, but does break the tether.
Nice move by Harp, but now Udapon is left alone in the bot lane. Wave is not going to be crashing soon enough for a dive,
flash
though.
this time. 665 tied. They're cutting off any potential rotation down here from Steel and Harp.
Yeah, and Steel's Krugs might be in trouble here. DCG decide to not go for it. Low HP bars in the top lane, but very low mana on Cassante now.
Yeah, it does have teleport, does have a Bicky, but I do feel like maybe he should look for a recall sooner rather than later. Yeah. DCG, though, they're going to use the tempo they have garnered for themselves to look to take this first dragon and get something on the board, as they are down in gold after that first blood was picked up.
Steel is hanging around, though. Oh, Taco doesn't have flash, right?
No, he has Ghost, but he is too far away for Ray Farkey to chase. This is going to lose a few minions, but honestly not the end of the world as the Cassante. You're expecting to go down a little bit early.
Yeah, Steel delaying is back a lot.
Cascada's looking for the solo kill yet again. He finds that Pop Blossom, a lot of damage onto Arya, gets the Shockwave available, but dodges out there of the command attack and Dissonance.
Yeah, he was dead if that QW lands from Arya. Has ulti up as well.
Yeah, hit 6 in the middle of that engagement, but... And that was Cascada going aggressive without flash.
Yeah. Yeah, very risky stuff, but he did have his jungler there to back him up. Steel finds 665.
Yeah, going to get that fear off. 665, he's pretty low, does not have flash because of what happened in the bot lane, but DCG, they're turning it around. Steel 1 HP, going to have to flash. Whoa. Nico not going to be able to connect quite with that Q, and is going to be able to get on.
Killed Arya, by the way.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
During that, he killed Arya, manages to roam up and get Steel's flash out of him as well.
Okay, series is 2-1 in terms of solo kills for the mid laners. Cascada now being up.
What happened? Maybe just stealthed in.
Oh, he's a minion.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Nice. Wow, well played by Cruscada. And yeah, then the skirmish around the grubs is doomed for steal.
And Flash was available that whole time for Aria, but just caught off guard. And Tide Orca, they're finding a pretty good trade down here. Udapon is having a pretty good time, though, frying off a lot of those Qs and getting stacks done for him. 6-5 once again finds Steel, and that is not a 1v1 this Nocturne is winning in the near future.
Yeah, and Steel really had the opportunity to just power farm his camps and get a very fast level 6 this game to punish Cruscada's Flash being down. But yeah, his Gromp has been up for a couple minutes now, decides to not do it, is going to clear his bot side. Hopefully that's going to get him to level 6. And these lanes are pretty vulnerable to Nocturne ganks. Bot lane playing very aggressively on the side of DCG, as they kind of have to. And Cruscada flashless against the Orianna Nocturne combo. Stolt is going to get a reasonably timed level 6 and can punish Cruscada.
For sure, Cruscada's still about 2 minutes off his Flash being back from his cooldown. And Taco now feeling a little bit better in his top lane as he does pick up that Bramble Vest. Obviously not the most effective item against the Renekton, as I say this every time, but Renekton ultimately, all the healing he does doesn't have to come through auto attacks. Can just, you know, E into a minion wave, Q, E out again, and you've got all your health back without losing to that grievous wounds.
Yeah, Tide is anticipating the play on mid lane with Nocturne level 6. He is on top of a ward, though. Gonna clear out some Dragon Vision, and everyone is gonna be here for this mid play.
Yeah, DCG. Did Harp spot? No, he didn't.
Oh, he could be in trouble.
Oh, he sees Tide just there on the end of that pink ward.
Yeah, you have to assume 665 is with him now.
Now, Cruscada's in a whole world of trouble. Is going to get hit there by that shockwave, and he's trying to turn it back, but he's feared, he's taken out. And with the knowledge of Senna's location, that becomes a whole lot easier for DFM to play around, but it's not going to be so easy for them to get out. Tide trying to find the damage. 6-5 did already go forward, and this is a 3v2 as finally Orca does arrive to the play. He's going to find that snare, and this is going to be for sure Steel going down. Mum comes through and confirms 1 kill for Udapon as Orca and Tide, they're left trying to sprint away from this fight. Tide with the Ghost is going to be able to get himself out, and obviously Karma with so much movement speed coming through is going to be fine too, but it's a 1-for-1. Udapon picking up an early kill on the Smolder feels amazing.
Yeah, and he would have gotten away as well without that well-placed Smolder ultimate coming through. And, I mean, that kill just seems inevitable. Once you've blown a mid laner's Flash, this Orianna Nocturne combo is just good for a kill.
Oh, what's going on here? All right, nothing. I got excited for a bit, my bad.
Did they have the opportunity to pick Ahri this game?
Yes, it was up.
They did, right?
Yeah, it was up. They banned it in the second phase, but in the first phase, which was when Nico was picked, Ahri was still available.
Oh, maybe not. Are you sure they first phase?
I'm 100% sure.
Okay.
They banned Callista, Hui, and Lee Sin. Or maybe Nico was second phase, but the Karma was first phase, actually. You might be right. But the Ahri was still available for first phase.
Yeah. They decided to... Oh, yeah. They decided to prioritize the Xin pick.
I mean, it's been fine, right? Cruscada did get the solo kill.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because Ahri probably has an easier time surviving the combo.
For sure. Cruscada, I mean, all he can do is go invisible. Hope he doesn't die in that time, but there is so much damage that just comes through. Second Dragon now, DCG are going to start it up. Orca, Cruscada, Tide, very strong at this stage of the game. Tide maybe not that much damage, but just safety, healing. Dawning Shadow, no, not available. This is a definite advantage here. But the Nocturne ult will go forward. Pop Blossom finds absolutely nothing, but it's 1-for-0. Ray Faki now joining the fight, and this Dragon
no smite
might be able to be picked up here by DFM. The snare coming through from Tide there on the center, landing onto Udapon, and all of a sudden, DCG, they find their second Dragon, they find the kill onto the Nocturne. Xin Zhao finding so much value with that ultimate.
Orca flashed
Yeah.
for that Q onto Udapon. Disaster for DFM. They walk Ray Farki all the way down and still lose the Dragon and the kill. Steel goes in there and just gets one tapped.
Yeah, they tried to do the Orianna Nocturne combo onto a Xin Zhao, who presses ult and doesn't take any damage from the Orianna, so...
Oh, I thought it was on to Orca. Oh.
I'm pretty sure it was on to 665. I'm sure we'll get a replay.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's full HP.
Yeah.
So it definitely wasn't successful. Udapon stacking a lot better this game, 80 stacks now at 12 minutes. So as long as they can pick up a dragon on the side of DFM, and that probably should have been the dragon. They found an angle to walk Ray Farkey down. While Taco didn't have TP, they just pulled the trigger a little too early on the Nocturne.
Yeah. Top lane going to feel a lot better for Taco now that he does have that Iceborne Gauntlet. Ray Farkey picks up the Sundered Sky, but the healing will be cut from that against the Bramble Vest, so at least something there for Taco. And of course, comparative to last season, the Bramble Vest is a little better because Renekton might build the Sundered Sky, whereas last season was just Gore Drinker, which again, you know, you didn't have to auto-attack at all.
Yeah, gonna be pretty unkillable on the Cassante with this much armor.
Yeah, and Orianna set behind as well.
There's a bit of a timer. The timer is very real this game on the Smolder. And yeah, honestly, we need to look back at this lane once Ray Farkey has a Black Cleaver if he goes for that next.
Yeah.
Until he gets that, no hope of getting through all this armor on the Cassante.
Absolutely.
But it would be a very ambitious item to build. Because he doesn't side lane all that much, honestly. Even on the Renekton, he just comes to these fights and tries to have impact.
I think still the Black Cleaver makes sense, though. There is just a Nocturne, you have the Smolder.
Yeah.
So you can only build one armor pen item per champ, and so if Renekton gets the Black Cleaver, it's kind of helping his team out a lot.
Yeah, I think last time he went for Sterax.
All right. Friscata, you're not that sneaky, pal. There's a pink ward. Not many minions entering the jungle.
So DFM kind of wise to this play.
This is scary. What has happened here?
Yeah, Ray Farkey goes down.
Yeah, and Udapon, he's been found here, and it's 665 who's trying to find him in a 1v2 against Udapon and Harp. On the other side, though, Steel, he's going to have to get himself out of there with that flash. Cascada, though, has the flash to match, has the auto attacks, has the root, and will find himself a kill. So kills across the map now coming through for DCG as Taco, as the Cassante, up against the Renekton, finds himself the solo bolo.
Arya might be in trouble here. He does have his ult.
He does have ult, does have flash. Tied at 65 there in the wings waiting. Cascada is going to get taken very low, but he's not going to get taken out as he does manage to go invisible. The root lands, Orca arrives, and Tide picks himself up a kill. So success across the map here in game number 3 for DCG as they look to try and get a second. Take a look at this replay up on the top side.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Taco can find a kill in this matchup. But it doesn't even look all that close.
Yeah.
Ray Farkey E must have been on cooldown. I didn't see if he used it. And it feels like DFM falling apart a little bit. I mean, in a 2v1, 665, I guess you see why he prioritizes the Xin. Burns Udapon's flash.
Yeah, Steel even losing flash. Obviously does get Cascadas, and you do feel like the Nico flash is more important than the Nocturne flash.
Yeah, definitely. Taco TP's up to the top lane. It was actually Orca's flash down bot that killed off Arya. Decent go from Arya. He tried to get the kill onto Cascada and hit the wave so that maybe he couldn't be dived, but...
You mean Orca's teleport?
Yeah. Tide does land a W onto him, though, and it makes it so easy for Orca to follow up with a Mantra Q.
Yeah, Tide been really accurate.
Yeah.
With those roots and on
in general.
Yeah. No slouch.
Udapon swap to the mid lane is going to have a much easier time farming now. But DCG contesting everything in this jungle.
Well, it looks like top lane is having a disgruntled argument. And Taco winning out with the power of words.
Yeah, and already Cassante is going to be a lot more useful than this Renekton. He's going to be a very
still going forward, and oh my god, the flash is a disaster for Tide as he gets his Karma locked up in that shockwave. 65 is able to walk on out of there, and Dragon Spawn, you lost your center, you lost a lot of health on Orca, although he is healing up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Taco as well joining the fight. It is 4v5, but maybe DCG still feeling okay about it. Senna does now respawn and is going to be able to come back down, but 665, he started this Dragon and Cascada's waiting in the wings. If there is a look from DFM, they have to be very worried. There is no flash available for this Nico, and see what they can do to Taco. He just does walk in. All of a sudden, Orca's taken out. Taco's 1v4, but Taco's not taking all that much damage. Tide does arrive. Teleport coming through. Cascada's going to find the Pop Blossom. It's on to 2. Steel, Ray Farkey, they're knocked up. They're taken out, and the 4v5 does not matter. DCG are running away with it.
Yeah, I don't know how Harp ended up over here, but he manages to get out. And it was really impressive for DCG that they realized they could just hit the Dragon here, down a member. Because without the Orianna Nocturnal and low HP on Steel, he's essentially not a champion in this fight. Yeah, so it's more like a 4v4, and even with Arya TPing in, DCG still win the fight. Ray Farkey already looking pretty useless on the Renekton. Not going to have much impact compared to a 2-item Cassante. And yeah, it's looking like DFM are going to get to their Smolder stacks, but they'll be fighting an Ocean Soul.
Yeah, one more Dragon is all it's going to take here for DCG. I mean, this Cassante with an Ocean Soul is going to be so ridiculously unkillable, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
Even the Orianna is nowhere near the items to be able to deal with this Cassante, despite
TP by
having
Cascada.
Absolutely no magic resist. And yeah, Cascada finds himself behind Steel. Steel, that is not a minion. Don't get yourself confused. He gets rooted up, but ultimately Cascada's not going to be able to find the kill.
Yeah, does chunk out Steel though, and they can start this Rift Herald. Ray Farkey, no TP, so no hope of contesting this.
It is only a 2k gold lead. DFM certainly still within it, but they don't feel all that strong with Smolder only sitting at this Essence Reaver and the Kindle Gem. And so DCG, they're going to pretty much have anything they want across the Rift, as this Rift Herald will be their next target.
Yeah.
See what they choose to do with it. I believe mid lane tower is still up, so it makes a lot of sense to just place it there and try and claim that one. Open up the map.
So question is, do you think Udapon still goes Rapid Fire Cannon with Amelia?
Yeah.
Probably, right? That item just feels too good.
Yeah, on the Smolder, sometimes it's just getting off that 1Q is like a massive chunk.
Yeah, Udapon gets chunked here. Will they be able to defend this tier 2?
Oh, no one drives it. So going to lose a little bit of value, but still it is a big smash, and it is a top lane tower with next to no HP.
Yeah, it's definitely going down now. Udapon was there in time to try wave clear, but he didn't have the support to
and
really be able to defend.
Such a massive Cassante problem here for DFM. We're looking for Orca once again. Perfect timing on the shockwave. Orca is alive. He's finding a little bit of health back. He's got the shield. He's got the health here from Tide, but he will eventually get taken out, but not before taking out most of Steel's HP. Tide as well getting chunked out there by Arya, and so signs of life, of course, for DFM as they continue on forward, and chunk 665 a reasonable amount.
Yeah, you're hoping that slows down DCG if you're DFM, but they have not been respecting these numbers advantages at all, and yeah, they end up taking a tower.
For sure, not when you've just lost your 2 most crucial ultimates when it comes to this team fight. It feels completely fine for DCG, and they realize that, taking another tower for themselves. Taco, he sneaked himself into this jungle, and Steel, if he goes for this red buff, I have a feeling he might be taken just straight out. Oh, nice sweeper.
Yeah.
Still, though, Taco might be able to find it. All out comes through, does get fed. He's not going to be able to buffer that Pathmaker, but he is now 2v1, and he is now winning it. Natoffi Strikes will go wide on that third usage, and luckily, Ray Farkey able to survive.
Yeah, Cassante problem is an understatement, maybe. Taco definitely looking like he might get his first win on the Cassante. Doesn't look bad on the champ at all.
Guy's a beast.
Yeah. 2v1, forcing Steel and Ray Farkey.
Okay, dodges out of the slow there, and Super Mega Inferno Kick, I believe it's called, smashing into the face of 665.
Yeah, and it's a little more scary for Udapon now that they've taken the mid-tier 1 to farm, and Arya probably not going to be able to hold on to this tower for long if DCG commit to hitting it.
Baron alive, Dragon, 1 minute and 30 seconds. You do feel like if you are the side of DCG, you're never really going for this Baron. Your Baron damage is pathetic.
Yeah, and I think if you're DFM, it seems suicidal to try contest this Dragon.
Yeah. You kind of have to.
At this point, I really think you just give it up and get your Smolder stacks and hope that it's enough to win against Soul.
I don't think it is. 187. Maybe he can get close to it. Maybe he can even apex it in the fight if he's able to find a couple more waves. But it does feel like he'll be 10, 15-ish off by the time Dragon does spawn.
Yeah, without the Smolder stacks, no one's killing Cassante. Like, they're not even getting close to killing him. It'll be hard with a stacked Smolder, but until then, Taco is not going down.
Absolutely.
Not enough lockdown, not enough damage. Too behind on the Orianna.
Yeah, now DCG heading into that river. Ray Farkey losing a lot of his health.
Yeah, 2 levels up, Taco.
Yeah, this Cassante is beyond menacing. How do you ever enter this jungle as a side of DFM? Yutapon, he must be close to his stacks, I imagine, at this stage.
Yeah, nice to get trades there as Smolder.
Yeah, just there's no minion wave to hit, but you're still hitting the enemies. Very important. Pathmaker. Taco's just going to be completely fine.
God. He does not take much damage. And I really do think it is suicidal to contest this if you're DFM. It looks like they're gearing to do it.
Yeah, okay. DCG starting up in half, has lost half his HP to on Mantra Q. We're finding the engages onto Orca. Is it going to be enough? Dawning Shadow still available. Heal's still coming out tied. And Cassante's in the middle of 4, and Cassante's not taking damage. All out comes out. It's onto Steel. This Nocturne's been eliminated from this fight entirely as Ray Farkey on just the 1 HP, able to get himself out. The ultimate comes through from Chris Carter, but it's not enough. He does go golden, and Ford does go tied. Flashing forward on the center, but it's Steel who finds 1 kill. The Dragon is going to be picked up. That's the soul. But what can be found there is the evolution for Yutapon. He gets that evolve. Ray Farkey now teleporting back into the fight. He's looking for Taco, and he is going to have the damage. 1v5 is not going to be easy. And all of a sudden, Yutapon's online. Low health bar, 665 and Orca have it all to do. 3 for 0, but Ocean Soul picked up here for DCG.
Yeah, there might be looking towards the Baron, but it is very scary against this Karma. Yutapon got his evolve in the middle of that fight, as you predicted. They do end up getting the Dragon. No, not the Dragon, sorry. The fight win, but they lose the Dragon. And this looks very scary against Karma.
Yeah, I think this is doomed. 8,000 HP on the Baron, 65 in the area. They don't really have vision, but Orca, if he lands a Q, as you see there, does grant complete vision over this pit. Tide now is here. These Mancha Qs are landing. Steel is 1 HP. Ray Farkey dumping out all of his damage as he can. He denies 65 entry to the pit. It is going to be 1 execution there from Yutapon. He's looking for a second one onto Tide, but Tide's got the healing. Orca is going to get hit by that shockwave. Orca is going to go down. It's a double kill for Yutapon, but Tide, he's healed back up. 1 more Q would have done it, but it's not going to happen. Only Harp will survive. The Baron was picked up, but only your support with it.
Yeah, probably not worth it for DFM. Watch how Ray Farkey manages to survive this fight. I have no idea. It looked like he was just in the middle of 3 people going down here. I have no idea how he survives. He does get out here and TP back to the fight, though. Does just flash out of the pit. And Taco is such a problem in these fights. Luckily, Smolder is evolved. Yeah, meanwhile, it is just a 4v5 while 665 just focuses on the Dragon. I think wisely so.
Yeah, I think maybe DCG need to play a little slower, but ultimately they do get the soul.
Yeah.
They lose Baron, and while they do eliminate the majority of the Barons, I think it's important for the side of DFM. They got rid of it. There's no longer any chance that DCG can get the Baron, not for another 5-ish minutes at this point.
Yeah, no more having to walk around in your jungle worried about a Nico turned into a honey fruit behind you or anything tragic as you try contest the
Wait, is it,
Baron.
there's now 2 honey fruits over there.
That's suspicious.
Oh, this is weird, guys. Oh, now there's...
That was a funny looking honey fruit.
Yeah, he's going to give up on that one. I think wisely. Oh, now he's going to become a blast cone,
He
perhaps.
could hit the blast cone, right, and turn into one in that spot. But, I mean, no one's going over there ever on the side of DFM.
There is absolutely no reason to. Maybe the blue buff, but honestly, how much do you care about that? Now everything, all the eggs in the Smolder basket, and Yutapon has it all to do. He's 5-1-3 here on the Smolder. He's looking good.
Yeah, he played very well game 1 once he did get his stacks. Always positioned perfectly, never in any danger, whether his sums were up or not. 665 has looked like a demon on this Zen. We'll see if he can get himself onto Yutapon. And Taco, more importantly, has looked ridiculous on the Cassante.
Yeah, he's got his Juck Show now, so even harder to kill.
Yeah.
He's
Alright, let's see how much Arya does with this QW. Doesn't land it.
Yeah, 0 because it missed. Harp still with the Baron buff. Only Harp with the Baron buff. That was Udapon's first death. I only just picked up on that.
Yeah, very impressive game from him so far. And even in that fight, he got so much done, right?
Yeah.
Surrounded everywhere.
Right,
Almost
DCG.
took down Tide.
They're finding a little bit of damage. They've got to be careful, though. This Nocturne Orianna still lingers as a constant threat. We've seen it work time and time again onto the bot lane of DCG, Orca, Tide. They've constantly been caught by it.
Ouch. Harp taking a lot of damage from these Mantra Qs. Orca's actually been the target of this Nocturne combo.
Yeah.
I wonder if he has Zhonya's. Oh.
6-5, he's getting aggressive. I don't know how wise that is, but he does have the Ocean Soul, so the trade of health should usually favor DCG, as they are able to just heal back up as long as they are able to auto-attack something. Or use an ability on something.
Yeah, he does lose half his HP to 2 Smolder Qs, so...
Oh, we're looking now. 6-5. No, sorry, it's Cascada. He does go gold, and he's got the Pop Blossom. It's going to land only onto Ray Faki. But most importantly, he does survive, and that is the Orianna ult. That is the Nocturne ult now down.
Yeah, maybe have to give up a tier 2. They don't have Baron on the side of DCG, but if they do try to dive you, how much resistance do you have without the Orianna ult? It is Udapon here by himself. Maybe he just has to ult this wave.
Yeah, he's going to kill it, and he is doing enough damage to clear out this wave, I feel like. But 6-5, he's looking for something on the side here, and Tide's actually slowly but surely whittling down this tower's health.
Yeah, this is scary to defend without the Orianna ult. Without the Orianna even, Arya is in the mid lane.
Oh, Udapon's recalled. This tower's going down. Oh no, Udapon's there. I lied. It was Harp that recalled.
Yeah.
Oh, Cascada! Root won't connect. He looked for it. Wasn't able to find it. Through comes Mum. A lot of damage available. This Orianna ult, this Nocturne ult. They are close for being up, but they're not up yet. And it is just that wave clear coming through from Smolder that is proving enough, at least for now, to thwart off these attacks. Now Outer Dragon 30 seconds away, and you have a very, very strong Smolder to deal with.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage in these fights. That Ocean Drag not making his job easy, though.
Absolutely not. No rapid fire cannon, but does have that range advantage that Milio does provide, so not all is lost. Cascada, teleport available, Orca teleport available, teleport coming through now from Orca. Cascada sitting patiently in this bush because to see what he can find. Nocturne he does have flash. Nocturne ult available, yeah, everything is up. Everything along the rift except for the teleport of Orca, and the Ghost of Taco is up and available. Tide wisely backing as far away as he can, as there are a bunch of members of DFM sitting, lurking, waiting for him to show his face. And this is not warded. Cascada's found a pocket of vision that he can utilize.
Yeah, DFM's so far away, though. Maybe hard for him to get in on this fight.
Yeah, Ray Faki, he's
Arya.
also waiting. Cascada, if he does go around, will be found, will be spotted out. I'm not sure if he has the Zhonya's or not. It might have just been the Seeker's Arm Guard that he used before, but flash available. Rockabout will be available. Udapon, he's trying to find these Qs. He has to find these Qs. He has to find damage before this can ever happen. Maybe it just comes down to a flip.
Yeah, it's looking like it just will.
Ray Faki pops the Dominus. Everyone's going in here. Orianna ult. Here comes a Breath of Light. But it's going to be 6-5 tanking up so much and surviving. Not really taking all that much damage. 4K now on the Elder. You may have a small, but if you lose the Elder, it's not going to matter. Mum comes through. The Pop Blossom is huge and lands onto exactly who you need it to. And everyone's going to go down. DCG's going to find the fight. It's Arya versus the world, and the world have the Elder Dragon buff. DCG, Cascada, they find the angle and they make it work.
Yeah, so patient by Cascada that entire fight, and DCG in general. They hold the Dragon on 4k HP for so long, forcing DFM to just stand around trying to contest it, and then finally Cascada finds the ult, and it's massive, and this should just be the end of the game.
Yeah, Inhibitor does go down. Nice shockwave is going to land here out of Arya, but now he's just going to be taken out as Cascada found his way onto that Orianna. Nexus Tower 1 and 2 going to not be long for this world. Respawns are coming through, but it's too little too late. Game number 2 for DCG. They are now up 2-1 in the series. They are one game away from stamping their ticket into our second stage of the playoffs, and what a comeback from game number 1. They've turned around the next 2 in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, and it was kind of another run back draft from DFM there. I think they maybe just need to switch modes up and not commit so hard to the Orianna Nocturne. They can try some other pieces here. It looked like they maybe were going to get the better of Cascada. They burned his flash and then got 1 kill onto him, but Cascada again outperforming Arya.
Yeah, solo kill.
Yeah, pretty impressive. After how the series started, you were worried about Cascada in the mid lane just getting gapped by Arya every game, but
yeah,
it's just completely flipped on its head, and now Cascada's outperforming Arya pretty significantly, I would say, in these games. Yutapon playing reasonably well.
He played really well. I mean, his first death was at the Baron that they didn't really have the right to get. They got it off the back of a sort of a botched team fight where maybe you'd argue DCG forced a little bit too hard while 665 was finishing off that Dragon Soul. Maybe you could argue that. I mean, it feels like you didn't all have to die for that play. Obviously, Orca and 665 surviving, but it felt like too many people died for what was actually necessary to deny that Dragon. And regardless, they do get the Baron, and that was Yutapon's first death, despite the amount of pressure. They survived that first dive. They even got the kill. Unfortunately, yes, it went on to Harp, but still turning that around 1-0 for them, and Yutapon was off to a fantastic start in the game. He was stacking well. I can't remember the exact stacks, but it was something like 70-ish at about 10 minutes, which is a completely fine amount of stacks to have at that time, because, you know, 19 tends to be where the fastest smolders do evolve, and that is because it ramps up so much once you hit the 125.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it was really the rest of the map leading down Yutapon in this one, and I think we're going to have to do something, because yes, you found things on the Orianna Nocturne, but did you find enough? Not really. You got Orca's flash and killed Orca a couple times, killed Tide once, but you lost every single dragon.
Yeah.
You lost top lane solo, you lost mid lane solo, and you have to have you just have to have more pressure. Nocturne can't impact those lanes until he's 6, and everyone had already pretty much died by then.
Yeah, it was either the second or third dragon that it came down to. They managed to find a really good timing to run Ray Farhi down from the top lane, while Taco was stuck in top lane without TP, but they pull the trigger before the Renekton arrives, and Steel just goes down instantly, and they don't get any follow-up onto the combo, and because of that, DCG get the dragon in a 4v5, and the game is so hard to play from there, and it's kind of with the theme of DFM where they put themselves in positions where they cannot afford to make a mistake based off their drafts, and they made a mistake, and the game was very difficult from that point on.
I think in fairness, you can kind of afford to make a mistake because you have the Smolder. We saw the Smolder really did actually come online eventually, but the problem was really you just had your backs against the wall because the mistake was so severe, right? Because you've committed your Renekton to come down, as you said, and it found absolutely nothing. I think that is like, well, Renekton was winning lane. He was up like 20-ish CS, and you've committed him to come down. I believe this might even...
This was a massive fight from Taco, who's in the middle of 4 people, by the way, under no pressure of ever really going down, solo zoning everyone on the enemy team. Nice ulti from Cascada, forces Yutapon's flash out, and then stole so much time, landing the E there and getting his Zhonya's off. Does eventually go down, but at this point, maybe, like you said, just way over-aggressive by Tide, at least.
Yeah, and even Taco, I don't know that he had to just follow around half that entire team fight.
Yeah. Everyone does just go down. They lose more than they need to, but then DCG play the fight afterwards very well and kill 4 people of DFM after they pick up the Baron. And that is exactly what you expected out of the damage graph.
Yep.
No one else getting up to much apart from Yutapon on the side of DFM.
Yeah, and just very even across the board, really, for the side of DCG, which it did honestly look like it.
Yeah.
Cassante, in fact, doing the most, but, I mean, this is an impressive run from 665. We don't often see a jungler be so high in damage. Even if you are playing these sort of early game-centric junglers, they seem to find some advantages early, but they don't end up doing 15k damage. It's usually like 8, 9, and sort of just setting up the early game for the rest of the team. But he's had impact at the start of the game until the very end of the game. Honestly, Gold Graph, not what you expect. When your team is the one of Smolder, you're ahead early and then you lose later on. Kind of the opposite. Obviously, it was a great start for them picking up that early first blood, and you can see there, Yutapon certainly doing his fair share of the damage.
Yeah, and honestly, Ray Farhi making their work a lot more difficult than it needs to be that game, going down a couple times to Taco in the 1v1. We thought he'd be fine on the Renekton top, but yeah, Taco...
Yeah, Taco, first win on the Cassante this
and he has big impact in this fight.
6 kills, the most kills. I didn't realize that, but not very many.
Yeah.
Taco's going to be most gold and most damage taken per death. I don't think that is particularly surprising, considering what we were seeing him tank up, and Udapon did do the most damage, as you saw.
Yeah. And
Very blatant.
At the end of the day, all things said, it just came down to DCG playing that Elder Dragon fight much better than DFM. They maybe had less tools on the side of DFM to do it. I don't think they even got the Nocturne off.
They used it, but I don't know if they found anything with it.
Yeah, they didn't find anything meaningful. And on the other hand, DCG found their way onto Udapon multiple times.
I'm sure we're going to see that last team fight because out of nowhere just flashes over the wall, and you know the entire side of DFM were relying on Udapon, and he just gets absolutely annihilated. We'll see it here.
Udapon positioning well here. They don't quite find him with this engage. I think he did use his flash there though, and now the re-engage is so valuable from Cascada. His disguise is tied. They maybe don't even realize it, and yeah, he finds Udapon here and takes him out along with the rest of DFM, but you're mostly worried about the Smolder.
Yeah, of course, and after that, it was pretty easy for DCG to just, I mean, finish the Dragon, because why not? It's at 2k HP, but then just charge down mid lane. Arya, he actually found a 3-man Shockwave, but he was pretty weak, especially if you compare him to game number 1 Arya. He was a lot further behind than he was, and so it did just lead to DCG picking up their second win in the series. And if you remember back to the start of today, I did predict 3-1.
Yeah, we might be on track for it.
And my friend over here predicted 3-2 for DFM. So, next game, I'm either going to be right, or you were the only one with a chance to have the correct position.
Yeah, we'll see.
Prediction, shall I say.
It's going to be hard for DFM. Again, they have side selection. Will they double down on the blue side pick, or will they take red side away from DCG? As we see most of our teams now in the PCS just respect the red side of DCG.
Yeah, DCG do look like a whole different team when they are on the red side in comparison to the blue. So I do expect a little bit of a switch up. Maybe it's not even the sides, maybe it is just the champs. But we're going to once again have a quick little break when we are back. Game number 4. See if DCG can get their way into the second stage.
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. So this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. Oh, so far yet so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so close. Oh, so far but so Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will find you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 3, all done and dusted. It was DCG once again picking up the win and showing that Smolder can certainly be punished in these games. And of course, before we get into game number 4, once again, a big thank you to the Grand Halai Taipei, because without them, we wouldn't have any of these opportunities. Fantastic hotel over in Taiwan. If you are there, check it out. 425 rooms, 6 restaurants, a banquet lounge, just pretty much everything you possibly want. So big thank you once again to them. And now game number 4, we've had word from the voices in our heads that it is going to be DFM once again choosing the blue side, and I do have to question it.
Yeah, especially if they're going to just run back the same core of Orianna, Nocturne, Smolder. That has just let them down in the early game twice now, and they've had the game snowballed onto them. So I'm looking for some changes, especially maybe just get Arya on a different champ. He's looked good on a variety of champions, especially the Taliyah and the Arya as well. So just get him on something else, a fresh look, and maybe he can put in a similar performance to what he put in on game 1. If not a similar performance, just stronger performances, as he is the player who has carried this team to this point.
Yeah.
Alongside Yutapon.
Yeah, maybe something a bit stronger for Yutapon in the bot lane too. We saw when he gets a strong lane, he certainly is able to punish.
Yeah, he's such a strong laner.
Yeah.
That, yeah, it's a shame. He's a strong team fighter too, but he's not able to do it on his own without Arya having any kind of lead or even struggling to stay even and relevant in these games.
Yeah, just getting solo killed twice now. I mean, so far, the team who has their mid laner solo kill the other mid laner has just won out. So, I mean, is it that surprising? Not really, but... Way Nautilus, once again, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to just see the exact same bans come through.
Yeah,
looks
DCG,
like
no reason to switch it up.
Yeah, and it looks like the Callista will be that final ban, which is suggesting another Smolder. Yes, he got to his stacks. Yes, he started looking strong, but it was just too little too late. They were so far behind. They had everything against them. And all it took was one well-executed team fight out of a team with fantastic team fighting to get that game done and dusted. Looks like Smolder first pick once again will be picked up here for DFM. They've won once on it, they've lost twice on it, and we might just have our second salty run back of the night.
Yeah, I'm expecting something to change from the side of DFM.
There you go.
Yeah, they take away the Xin and pick the Arya.
Okay, a lot stronger now.
Yep.
A lot stronger.
Yeah, way different dynamic to the game now. And DCG are going to have to find something for 665 to play. Maybe Jarvan. Jarvan doesn't feel too great against these carries, though.
These carries can get out of his ult well too easy.
Yeah, Nico was, back when it was a very Ahri heavy meta, was a pick that people looked for into the Ahri.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be surprised to just see Nico locked in again.
There you go. Not a lot of damage to secure those resets just yet.
Yeah, not yet, but you can always rely on Taco to pick something with damage and lockdown, and Cascada to play whatever.
Now let's see. Rakan once again will be banned out. Not overly surprising. Maybe, I mean, you could ban mid laners here as DFM, but honestly, Cascada could just play the...
I think a Nico ban. I think a Nico ban and maybe an Orianna ban just makes a lot of sense. Though Ahri has been getting the better of the Orianna matchup, so maybe you just leave that up. Cascada doesn't seem to be his favorite champ, the Orianna.
I'm pretty certain that this... I don't know why, but
Karma
my funny
mid.
bone is tingling that Karma is just going to go mid anyway.
And we've got some Senna combo.
Yeah.
Though you have
Orca just has so many random cooked up builds, and there goes the Veigar.
Like the Veigar,
he did pick Veigar into Ahri once upon a time, up against Kize, I believe.
You shouldn't get too cheeky with your pairing with the Senna here, because if it's not something that's a strong lane, you're kind of just letting Yutapon scale up for free. Blind pick Aatrox this time. Ray Farkey had a much better time on the Renekton. No, it'll be the Cassante expecting a Renekton.
Yeah, why not? What a fantastic game number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, game number 3, I suppose, but, you know.
What will Ray Farkey go for?
Wow, that would be different.
Yeah, I would be...
Oh
okay.
My god, all right.
Yeah, color me surprised. We haven't seen him on these kind of champs, and I think we started the day saying,
oh my
wow, okay.
god.
Yeah, I'm not expecting any of this.
All right, DCG,
DFM.
your move, pal.
Yeah.
We have cooked.
Yeah, back against the wall. DFM completely changed their draft up, apart from their first pick.
Oh, all right. DCG, 3-1. Congratulations.
Yeah, and he notoriously the best champion in the game.
Very, very strong laner, of course. Fantastic team fighting. Maybe
Yeah.
a little bit weaker than Nico, although it just provides different sort of things. It
So-
is an immediate lockdown on at least one person.
Yeah, nice to have that against an Ahri.
It should force out cleanse.
And that should do it for the Viego reset.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this isn't completely a Cascada cook up on the Annie pick. Showmaker in the LCK has been spamming this pick
Yeah.
to great effect. They actually were playing their third game up against Gen G. I'm not sure who won that.
I'm not sure either, but I mean, we've got different looks for both teams here now.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Viego, first time now in the series, we're going to see it. 665, I'm sure he's going to be able to pilot it. And Cascada has just been so, so good after game number 1 that
Yeah,
when you give him such a strong champ like Annie, you can expect some great results out of it.
He seems to get a unique champ buff as well whenever he
Yeah,
plays.
what are we up to now? Is it 19? 18 or 19? I think
Yeah,
is the
somewhere
number.
in that ballpark.
So he does need to win this game, or the next game if they do go down, to ensure that he can at least get to 20.
Yeah, should be able to do it.
It'd be a disappointing showing if he doesn't really.
Yeah,
Less than 20 unique champs in a single split.
yeah, a bit disappointing on your debut split as a mid laner.
Yeah. Do better. Now, could be loading in for the 4th and final time. But DFM, they're not going to want that to be the truth. They've cooked up a team comp and a half here. They've got the Pyke with the Smolder. Oh,
Oh, here we
it
go.
seems like Pyke's in the game. We 5v5, level 1. Hook's going to land. We saw this before.
Oh, doesn't go for it.
Yeah, interesting. Last time we saw this happen, Pyke lands a hook and an immediate kill onto Schoenfire on the volley bear, but not going to go for it this time.
Yeah, maybe just not certain about their level 1. Gwen not up to all that much. Xin should be pretty good, but Karma probably the strongest champ. Oh yeah, and Cascada did take W level 1, so he has a stun. Oh yeah, you were getting destroyed in that 5v5.
Yeah, but we thought that in the ground 0 game too, right? But it was just an immediate kill.
Yeah,
the
he might
hook
just go
into
down
a,
so
a
fast.
straight kill, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, right? You have champs like Gwen that want to stack up in those fights. Obviously, Pyke a lot of upfront damage, as does the Xin Zhao, but maybe it's just not quite enough. Split map, it looks like it will be again, so DCG really liking this, and it feels like this game, maybe there was an opportunity for DFM to try and contest, but ultimately the center Pyke probably not quite as strong as, the Smolder Pipe not quite as strong as the center Karma.
Yeah, it is debatable. I think Viego is stronger than the Xin at level 1. So yeah, maybe just too close to call for DFM, and they don't want to try flip the game so early when they have the scaling champ, right? And it's them who can't afford to lose this game. DCG a little more willing to flip the game here, right? Because if you win, you know, you can just snowball a game out of control.
Will we see the exact same thing happen again here?
Yeah, scary
I mean-
against the Pyke. Wave sucks for DFM.
Oh yeah, this wave is horrific. Udapon though, he's looking to deny all of the Crocs. Oh my god, that's not level 3 now.
Yeah, so they should be perfectly fine now. Wave crashing into them. Pyke gonna have a much harder time enabling the Smolder and just surviving than the Milio did, so
Oh
has to
god.
land these.
Hook lands Tide. You're gonna have to flash. He's not going to. He's not under the tower, but what a disaster. Tide getting extremely greedy with his summoner spells. It's gonna cost him, and it's gonna mean that Udapon on the Smolder in game number 4, do or die, picks up first blood.
Yeah, nice to see Harp getting an opportunity in this game to show why we hyped him up so much going into this. He's been kind of handcuffed by these aggressive lanes coming out of DCG and having a Smolder on his team, but gets it done. Tide a little greedy with his flash, right?
A little.
Yeah, maybe, but you got to go with the gut shot. If you think you've dodged it, you've dodged it. Harp,
I mean, after you get hooked, surely you...
go commit the flash.
Yeah. Aria being looked at, stun lands, and they're going to find a dive. It's not in the bot lane like they usually go for. Cascada might just be dead, though. Flash forward from Tide. He's not going to have it. He's going to look for some damage here onto Harp. It won't be enough. Teleport now coming through from Aria, but once again, it is going to be Cascada picking up the early lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, both flashes committed from DCG. Arya held on to his. Unfortunately, Steel uses his flash there and doesn't get anything out of it. So that's a little disappointing for him, but Arya is going to be able to pick up most of this wave.
Oh, Udapon. Oh, he's fine, but...
Didn't take TP this time.
Yeah, interesting.
Wants to make sure they can win the fights if they do land these pike hooks.
Yeah, I think that's right. They just have a more aggressive lane, and so they want the combat summoner.
On 665 going to be able to split the map again. Xin would love to play around this pike. But it also means that Ray Farkey has no pressure on him in this top lane that he will outscale in.
For sure.
We'll see if, you know, we haven't seen him with this much on his shoulders in any DFM games, but he is a win condition in this game.
Absolutely is. Finally getting his opportunity to shine. And hopefully, I mean, his team's going to hope, his fans from the LJL, they're all going to hope that he has it. He has the capability to do so.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, to touch on the Gwen versus Cassante lane just a little bit, generally we do see that the Gwen wins out early quite substantially, but Cassante kind of comes online a little bit earlier, sort of between, I want to say levels 8 to 12-ish, when it is sort of nearing that first item or the first item is online. But then, as soon as there's 2-3 items, this Gwen is just so untouchable for the Cassante.
Yeah, if you get caught out without your ulti up on the Gwen, you can definitely go down to the Cassante, and then once you're at the 2-item mark on the Gwen, you have essentially just made it, and the Cassante has to cower under his tower, because even slightly away from his tower, he will just be chased down and killed.
Yeah.
Super quickly by the Gwen.
665 kind of having the opportunity to look for the Void Grubs there, but choosing not to. Cruscata, no flash here in this lane, and Arya must be close to level 6. That ward going down means 665 is going to be aware that there are people around. Hook does land, Steel not going to quite connect.
Yeah, no level 6 on Arya, otherwise I think they definitely commit to that play.
Yeah, and they're still here.
And
Cruscata has to be so careful. Arya must be 1 minion, 2 minions. You see the XP bar down in the bottom left. They're going forward. It must be just 1 minion. Charm lands. They're not even going to need level 6 as Cruscata's just going to be taken out. Too much CC.
Yeah, no flash on Cruscata, and Harp looking very sharp on the pike. Able to do a lot for this DFM early game so far, and we've seen how impactful the early games have been in these games. Pretty much the team with a lead just wins.
Now 65 going to be able to pick up this XP from the mid lane, pick up the gold as well, but certainly nice look for Arya.
Crashes a massive wave into the top tower and gets a pink ward here. Probably isn't going to last too long. Really good vision on this side of the map for him. Is going to keep him safe if Steel looks to counter this dragon play with a go on him top lane. But no dragon play.
Yeah, they did start it, but deciding not to go and commit too hard for it.
So, Steel being contested on this Crab. It does have a smite. So, always getting that. Not going to hit the Void Grubs. Probably not going to hit the Dragon either. You can just relax if you're DFM. You have a lot more early game tools in this game, but you also just win the late game too.
Ooh, tied. That was scary.
Yeah. A lot of move speed on the center, right? Fleet footwork.
Yeah, and the Karma Shield.
So Steel's here up a level.
Spirit Rush coming out. Cruscati's going to have to dodge this charm. He's not going to be able to. And all of a sudden, Steel's found his way under this tower. Through does come Tibbers. Is it going to be able to trade the kill? No. Xin Zhao ult denying any follow-up damage, and all of a sudden Cruscata is finding himself 1 and 3 here on the Annie early on into game number 4.
Yeah, definitely getting punished for losing his flash early, and they didn't get all that much. You saw it took Arya a long time to hit level 6 because of that dive, but I think Cruscata's definitely paid for that dive a lot more than Arya has.
For sure.
And still hasn't even had to use his flash on the Ahri.
Oh, he did die once, but he didn't use his flash.
Yeah.
All this damage coming through onto Tide, and all of a sudden you are just 2v2 getting taken out by the Smolder, and this is very, very problematic for the side of DCG. Harp even continuing on to look for more. Hook won't connect though, and Orca's actually going to trade quite a bit of damage back for himself with the help off that tower.
Yeah, 2 kills on the Smolder now, plenty of farm, and I didn't notice how many stacks he was on, but he'll be perfectly fine on stacks this game. Probably pretty accelerated, 50 stacks, 8 minutes, yeah. Looking pretty good, only going to accelerate.
DCG, though, they're looking for something on the map, and this something is going to be the Dragon, with recalls coming through from Harp. It does feel like this should just be theirs to take. Pink Ward from Steel's going to obviously spot out what's going on, but no Pyke around means there's no real opportunity.
Yeah, bot lane did commit a lot to get that kill onto Tide.
Yeah.
And Orca, on the Karma, you're not cooldown reliant like DFM's champions are, so going to be very impactful if you do take the fight there. Annie has everything up. Actually didn't have ult up there. But I wonder how knowledgeable DFM are going to be around the Annie ult timer. Pretty hard to keep track of if you aren't expecting to play against the champ.
Especially with Malignance, right?
Yeah.
It just makes all these cooldowns a lot harder to judge. Ult cooldowns, of course, but...
Yeah, we'll almost definitely be the Malignance for the Annie.
Yeah, just procs constantly on the Tibbers, so...
Yeah, and just so ult reliant that the haste on your ultimate makes a big difference. We are at that level 8 mark.
Hook again from Harp. This guy doesn't miss.
Yeah, he needs to go get level 6 though. Not much to do in the river, maybe just protecting Arya.
Oh yeah, bit of a support score there on the 0, 1, and 3, but has been pivotal in making sure that both Harp and Steel are able to find success. Flash is going to be committed here from Chris Carter. Maybe. No, he's not even going to get the opportunity to. He's just locked up. Charm and the knock-up as well from Steel and DFM. They're striking back. 2k ahead. 6-1 is the kill score.
Yeah, and this is why we were so excited once we saw the Ahri's in, right? This is such a strong pairing at this point in the game. It was a 2v2 and it was not close.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice route there from Tide. Is going to deny Harp going further forward. He does hit level 6, so death from below available now for this Pyke.
He's walking around on a ward. Hook maybe has flash.
Tide is so weak. 0-2-0, not really doing all so well. But 6-5, he's finding things to do on the map. He got himself and his team the Dragon. He's looking for the Void Grubs now, and it's not going to be contested.
Yeah, they're still fine in the game as DCG, but it's almost... It is over a 2k lead for DFM with the comp that outscales.
Hook lands from Harp once again, and lock committed. Orca very low, Tide with very little mana.
Udapon already doing so much damage. Has a very fast Essence Reaver. And then you've just got so many win cons across the map as DFM that being ahead at this point is a dream. Rayfar, he might just have to ult this wave. Yeah, he does. He actually didn't end up needing to. DCG backed off, but it's going to be a scary window now where he has to be very careful pushing up.
Otaku's going aggressively. That is a tower there.
Yeah.
Let's not tower dive like that.
Maybe he got overconfident because he did W that Gwen ulti, the third charge. Oh, Steel.
Yeah, Tide. He has the flash. He gets knocked up. The Q onto the blast cone gets him out to safety, and it is going to cost Steel his ultimate, but flash down now for Tide, and there's an Ahri just chasing you down.
More tempo lost for Tide, importantly. Again with his recall interrupted. Chris got a recalling. Hopefully that's his Malignance now. And Steel going to be denying a lot of farm to 665, who is farming well, but you know, this is a very resource-intensive jungler, the Viego.
He has a Sundered Sky.
He's going to lose his entire bot side to the Xin. Orca could be in trouble here as well.
He does have the opportunity to look for his top side on the other side of the map, of course, but Orca now stuck under his tower, doesn't have flash available. He's trying to dodge out. He's not going to be able to. Hook lands, stun lands, and all of a sudden Udapon has picked up his third, and only 13 minutes on the Smolder. This is going to be a near-on impossible Smolder to deal with now at this stage of the game. 100 stacks, 13 minutes. Things are looking fantastic for the side of DFM. Charm even landing down to 665, does have ult available for himself, and might even just have to use it as it's going to be the Spirit Rush used out of Aria. Orbit Deception does connect, and Harp in the area, but not able to really go for it as Cascada does return to his lane. Yeah,
very low on HP, otherwise he probably does commit there. Still has his ulti up, and I mean, this is a completely different looking DFM when they get Harp on a champ where he has agency. And same from Steel, right? When he has a jungler that can kind of play these first few levels, he's managed to be in the right place at the right time. On the Nocturne as well, but a lot more impact on the Xin. And it's kind of criminal they picked this guy Milia when he is this good on a champ like Pyke.
Absolutely. Cruscado in the river, but Harp does spot him out, so...
Yeah, it's very squishy at this point in the game on the Pike, though. Has to be careful, especially around this Annie.
Yeah, will be squishy. If he ever gets caught out, he does just get eliminated very, very quickly. But of course, Merc Tread's given him a bit of tenacity.
Yeah, not the easiest champ to catch.
No, exactly. Just so fast and mobile.
Man, Udapon is 2 levels up on Orca.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster bot lane.
Yeah, this is a serious Smolder problem. About to get his second evolve at
No
14
cleanse,
minutes.
though, which can be very scary.
Yeah, against the Annie. Made a lot of sacrifices to make this lane work with the Pike by taking that heal. No TP on him, no cleanse on him.
Dragon started out for DFM. First one was picked up, of course, by 665. Harp waiting along in the area. Steel, he's kind of alone in the pit, and through comes a teleport, but massive knock-up. Through comes that Spirit Rush, and Orca's going to be taken out in no time at all. Fight's absolutely breaking out, and Ray Farkey's in the middle of everyone. Charm lands, is going to be 65 taken out. All Out comes through, and Steel might be going down on the other side of the team fight, but ultimately everything coming up at DFM in this one. Taco trades back one, he's trying to run away, he's going to get charmed up, he's going to be going down, he's trying to find Aria, and he does! But it's DFM taking the team fight, 2 for 5. The Dragon will be soon to follow.
Yeah, impressively, Taco manages to find 2 kills there, but when we get to see this replay, just watch Harp and Ray Farkey. Cruscada as well, not really able to lock down this Ahri, is just so mobile in the fights, gets so much damage done. And he can't find a multi-man ult on with the Tibbers. Looked like he had one for a sec there, but I mean, once Harp gets going in this fight, he just runs through the enemy team. Ray Farkey unkillable on the Gwen.
Oh, picture in picture. Someone's going down. I can't really see it.
Ray
It looks like they
Farkey.
will. Yeah, Ray Farkey taken out, and 665 going to get himself a reset. Orca claiming the gold. And now all of a sudden, Dragon number 2 looks like it might be DCG's despite the team fight loss.
Yeah, should just be DCG's. Arya TPs to the top lane, so yeah, DFM definitely not contesting this one. Not sure what happened to Ray Farkey. Kind of unfortunate to lose that momentum, but I mean, they're so far ahead in gold. They don't mind losing this Dragon. They're not going to risk a 4v5.
Yeah, no reason to. And honestly, you still always do just have the 225 stack.
Oh,
win
they
condition.
commit to the tower. And they do get it, but then Ray Farkey hangs around way too long, looks like.
Oh, the extra minion wave, yeah.
Misjudging how quickly the resets
Even
can come out.
turning around again.
Yeah. Nice route up from Orca. Harp is here, but yeah, Tide clinical with these Senna Ws. Seems to always land them.
Yeah.
Easier
Massive
on a
pick.
slow target, but
That is 3 shutdowns recently that DCG have picked up for themselves, but it is ultimately still a 6k gold lead in favor of DCG. Cruscada's looking for that stun. He's going to find it. But Ray Farkey does go untargetable. Tibbers is wailing on him. He is going to be able to live. Loses the needlework.
yeah, picks up the entire wave and can get out of there. So any ult down, though, for Cruscada is going to mean a lot of agency loss for DCG. DFM might be headbutting a wall here. Taco is so tanky on this Cassante.
Yeah, they are sticking around. Tide, though, he's waiting in the wings. Through will come this Rift Herald. That tower is going to go down, and Tide's going to try and provide safe passage for Taco to get out of that engagement. And will be able to do so. Rift Herald should be going down. It is traded back on the bottom side, though, as Cruscada looks to take down the inner tower.
Yep. Hook
Does
onto
manage to get it. Yeah, hook onto Taco. Not the guy you want. Charm lands, and still Taco staying relatively healthy.
yeah, 4v5, they land the hook and still end up losing an ultimate for it. Nothing used on the side of DCG. So I'm looking for Udapon to get back in this mid lane ASAP if I'm on DFM and just get him farming up.
Yeah.
Feels inevitable that he's going to get his stacks well before DCG are threatening Soul.
For sure. 3 minutes on the third possible Dragon for DCG, and they do feel far too weak to be able to really contest it. Tide, interestingly enough, is going for the opportunity, so it's probably more immediate damage, which
Yeah.
maybe you just have to do because, you know, you are so far behind and Smolder is going to get to the stack so soon.
Yeah, maybe can't afford to go for an Edge of Night or...
Yeah, it does feel like Youmuu's or Edge of Night is almost necessary here, but also because you are so far behind, maybe you don't have the luxury to get something a little bit more safe.
Yeah, just have to hope you can follow up on a kill.
Yeah, Cruscada's being looked at again, and he might just be caught out. Depth and low does come through, and there's a lot used there as Spirit Rush and all of the above is going to be down. Cruscada's still on the chase, and he's very fast, as is Annie, and DCG might have found an angle to possibly pick up Steel. Constant running forward here for 665, and the Hextech gate used for Taco on the top side, and he's behind 3 members, and Casante's going to be able to find his way onto Arya almost certainly. Nice charm, he's trying to get himself away.
No ulti.
All out comes in, though, and Arya is going to be taken out. No issue whatsoever. Slow from that Heartbreaker, and all of a sudden Steel does go down as well, and DCG, they are behind, but they're certainly finding things in this game. Ray Farki, though, is making his way to that top side, trying to get some damage done to the top tower. Double teleport, actually, is now it's going to be Udapon and Harp on the mid lane.
Yeah, and Ray Farki has TP if he wants to save this bot tower. Will he commit the TP? He should be fine, even in the 1v3. A lot of tempo lost, but you kind of have to do moves like this as DCG when you're this behind. Yes. They managed to punish an overextend, and Annie is not even close to taking that tower. Never mind about the TP from Gwen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, still fine with that if you are DFM. Arya losing his flash is a bit tragic, but 2 teleports used in that play.
Udapon versus Taco.
Yeah.
Is what I'm seeing there. Although Udapon has a lot more support around him.
Yeah, and he's about to get his stacks.
For sure.
So, yeah, when you give Udapon these relatively easy lanes, top it off with a couple kills, he's going to be making it to these stacks.
For sure. I think the problem is, though, still, and in favor of DCG for a little bit here, is that even when he gets the stacks, he is still so vulnerable. If
yeah, he's getting flash and
flash,
yeah.
then he has no cleanse. He is most likely going to get stunned up, and there's probably enough follow-up through the center ult, through Karma, through Annie. And, you know, Viego can also dive into the back line. And if Viego gets a reset onto Udapon, well, all of a sudden, it's now DCG who have a Smolder, so...
Yeah, and the thing going in Udapon's favor is that he is not sole win condition this game.
That's right.
There is a Gwen about to finish that second item we were talking about. Taco is massive, though.
Yeah, Taco doesn't care that
Working
Ray
on
Farki
his
is,
third.
Yeah. Taco is beyond huge. He's picked himself up 3 shutdowns, I believe, in this game. So
Right. Yeah.
he's certainly very, very strong.
I still probably favor the Gwen once she gets Nashers. He's had to build a lot of armor on the Cassante, too.
Yeah, for sure.
So it can be very scary now for Taco once Ray Farki gets his TP. I'm assuming this is the Nashers. Finished for him now, and he's going to have Ghost advantage over Taco for a bit, so maybe he can keep him honest in the side lane, get some priority for his team.
He is just sitting in base. I think he's waiting for a teleport to this play, because Dragon is now live, and it is sole point, possibly, for DCG if they're able to find a way into that river. Harp looking for a hook here. It's going to land on Criscada. What can follow up? He's going to find a lot of follow-up. Actually, his teleport coming through now from Ray Farki. Criscada's going to get taken out. He did manage to get that Tibbers off, and Steeler is very, very low. Does flash away, but not before 65 is able to take him out. Gets that reset. Udapon now has got the Ghost. Sorry, the Flash. He's got everything available. Heal was used to get himself out of that close engagement, and Arya's found a lot of damage onto Tide, but not enough to take one of them down. Udapon is alive. Udapon's in the middle of a bunch of people. Taco still has that all-out available, so this Smolder is by far not out of harm's reach, and it looks like not much will happen there. Just the 1-for-1 as Criscada's taken down 4 steal, but with the jungler being down for DFM, it's going to delay any opportunity to look towards this Dragon. Taco's still so threatening here on the Cassante.
Yeah, Udapon got to hold on to his flash. It looked like a very clean play from DFM, but they managed... DCG managed to trade the kill back onto Steel and get Viego that much-needed reset. Ray Farki has no ulti in the back of this pit.
Yeah, Arya is coming up. His ultimate will be now available, but Harp, all of a sudden, he's ended up in the wrong end of the neighborhood. Does manage to get himself out, but Criscada's returned to the play. Criscada has Tibbers available for himself. Nice route once again for Tide. Lands onto Pike. And there comes the all-out. All of a sudden, Ray Farki's in between 5 members, and those members aren't on his team. Flash forward with that... that big Karma roll is going to land onto 2 in the route again here onto Steel, but it's going to be Ray Farki getting the Dragon on the dead Gwen.
Wait, what?
No, oh, it's Viego.
Oh, right,
oh,
okay.
Transform.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry,
DCG get their third
I just
Dragon.
got fooled.
Yeah. No one was near it. I was so confused. DCG do get the Dragon, and DFM, they leave DFM looking pretty dizzy in that fight. Everyone is just taking the Hex Gates on DFM back and forwards, not able to find an angle.
And teleport now. Ray Farki still dead, does not have access to that teleport for himself, but Criscada is in no man's land. He's very, very low. The heal coming through here from Tide, and Tibbers is doing a lot of damage there to Harp and to Steel. Arya back now. Arya not quite with the Spirit Rush, does now have a Banshees, so is going to be quite strong up against Criscada in the isolated 1-for-1.
Yep. And it feels like Udapon needs his rapid fire cannon ASAP in this game. He is not able to do damage in these fights at all. No flash on the Annie now is going to make these fights a little easier for DFM, at least for the time being.
And oh my god, how close are these fights?
Yeah.
Cascada, he was 1-5-1 on the Annie, and he's truly turning it around. Just so much damage coming out of Tibbers. Taco, what a fantastic performance.
Yeah.
But on the other side, Udupon, he's still 4-0-4. He's still so strong. Harp, 3-0-7. These guys have what it takes to get us to a game number 5, but now they have to prove it. Things have been going wrong for them of late. Smolder has the stack, still not quite winning the team fights. 3 minutes on a potential Hextech Soul for DCG, DFM. They can't afford any more mistakes.
Yeah, and this time DFM draft so many threats on their comp, and it still somehow just feels like Udupon versus the world. He has to get it done in these fights. This time without the support to do it. No Milio, no help or peel on his team at all.
Taco is so tanky. He's working towards a Juck show now. He's so close to having it. And at that point, this Cassante is not going to be very easy to take out. Ray Faki, perhaps with a mistake in the last fight, getting all outed into the middle of DCG. Harp, he's going to be able to duck and dive over that Baron wall and get himself to safety. Udupon, though, he's trading pretty aggressively and pretty well onto Taco.
Yeah, especially when Taco uses that all out. He's going to go down pretty quick to Udupon. Hook.
Yeah, nice hook, tied it down. Now it's 4v5. The Baron is available. Do they feel comfortable doing it? It's kind of hard against the Karma.
Yeah, very scary still against the Karma. Annie, too. Pretty terrifying in these kinds of fights, and DCG are on the mid wave. They're going to have mid prio for now. See if DFM
Udupon has to
can
be
collapse.
so careful. Remember, he doesn't have cleanse.
Yeah, Cascada no flash, though, so he is safe for now under this tower.
Everyone running on the side of DCG, trying to get back, trying to defend their base, as Aria is going to be able to take out this bot lane in a tower.
Yeah.
It's a lot of gold on this Ari now.
Yeah, massive gold injection for DFM and or Aria specifically. And I mean, this has been a weakness of DFM, that they just don't seem to be able to find these Baron angles, as I think DCG are almost always hitting the Baron there when you lose a member against them. DFM just not willing to do it.
It is scary against the Karma for sure.
Yeah,
but
and the Annie.
yeah, true.
It's definitely terrifying to hit this Baron.
They are
as
hitting
do
it
hit
now. It was seen, and they are just going to get off as soon as they are spotted out.
Yeah, it doesn't take much convincing to get off the Baron in the 5v5 anyway. This could be scary.
Yeah.
No vision.
Oh, Taco, he's found another flank possibly, but this mid lane tower is going to be denying any real potential from Taco.
Yeah, it really sucks that Gwen is here grouping, and it's Aria that's split pushing without TP even.
Yeah,
He's actually just looking for a flank, maybe.
Oh, this game is on such a nice edge, and that's really weird considering how it started out. It's 6k gold lead for DFM. They are firmly in control in terms of items, in terms of
And the map.
scaling, and the map list looks so good for them, but they're really struggling to find these team fight wins. They have to be so careful. One mistake, Smolder going down, and all of a sudden 665 is the most powerful champion on the Rift.
Yeah. Say honestly, it's Taco you're worried about. If they kill this Smolder cleanly, this is a scary way to play against Annie.
Yeah, definitely is.
So DCG might look to trade this Baron for the
Yeah,
Dragon,
they
or at
don't
least
have
threaten.
the damage. They have Senna.
Yeah, not much damage at all on the Baron. Cascada flash coming up very soon.
Oh, Harp, he's getting taken out low. Nice route lands, but he's going to be able to get himself out, at least for the time being. And Udupon, he's freely heading onto Taco. You're seeing he is getting work done.
Yeah,
And Ray
look bot,
Farkey in the
look
bot
bot.
side. He's looking for now an inhibitor turret. There is Taco getting very aggressive. He finds the slow onto Steel, and the Tofu strikes is not going to connect on that Q3. And Harp, he's going to be able to try and protect this Gwen, who is in the side lane. Inhibitor now does become the target for the Gwen. Through comes Mom, and no one is recalling yet for the side of DCG. They're just looking to finish this Dragon. Teleport available for Ray Farkey, but he might just look to end the game. No, he's taking the Hextech gate. He's coming to the fight, but it's the Hextech Soul picked up now for DCG, sorry. DCG, they're getting rounded. DFM, who can they find? Cascada stuck in the pit. He's going to find a stun. He's going to find a lot of damage. Aria's going to have to use that Spirit Rush. He finds his way back. Cascada does go down. That's a reset now onto this Aria, and the rest of DCG, they're going to run. Hextech Gate used. One more usage of the Spirit Rush. Flash, Charm, and the Charm lands. And the Charm lands onto Tide. And now Taco with it all to do. Finds the all out onto Udupon. Udupon, though, he's got the execute. One found. It's going to be the win. Taco trying to find the kill onto Ray Farkey, but he's not able to. And the Soul does go down, but not before 4 casualties. casualties in DFM. They're going to take us to game number 5.
Yeah, nice TP there from RayFarky to protect the wave from Orca, and they should just be able to end the game. DCG don't make it easy by any means, though. It felt like you didn't know who was going to win until the end of this fight. Orca trading a lot of damage back. Cruscata is up.
Cruscata is up. They're going to find Tide. Are they going to be able to end? Aria's just got to find some auto attack damage here. Just one more auto will do it. Cruscata's not going to have the stun. They do get it done.
Oh my goodness.
My God, that was a lot closer than I feel like it should have been, but what a game. I mean, questionable. The last fight there, why is Cruscata stuck in the pit? Why is Tide holding his flash for the second time? Flash forward from Aria, finds the flash charm, lands onto Tide. Tide had flash at the end of that game.
Why is RayFarky in that fight?
Yeah, there's just so much.
Why is he coming to that fight?
There's so much going on. RayFarky could have probably just ended the game.
He is on the inhib as they are starting the dragon, and no one is recalling on the other side. So just keep going. Keep it rolling on the Gwen.
Yeah.
You take towers down so quickly, and somehow it felt like DFM, who were in a much better situation going into that dragon with complete control of the map and a Gwen hitting the enemy inhib. It's usually the enemy team that is falling apart and getting scared and confused in those situations, but DFM looked confused and like they didn't know what to do in a very advantageous position macro-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were so many mistakes, I think, in that last team fight, but it was honestly, out of everyone, Aria, I think, who capitalized the most. He found a nice kill onto Cruscata. He then found the flash charm onto Tide, and those were the two most critical picks that he could have possibly found, because without those two carries, the only person left doing damage was Taco, and he was just isolated with a Gwen, and we all know how that 1v1's supposed to go, and that 1v1 did go how you'd expect it to go.
Yeah.
And then eventually, I mean, it was a slog. DFM were ahead by 7,000 gold and was still losing most of the fights, but they eventually did get it across the line. Oh my God, what an absolute banger.
Shout out Udapon as well. Just in that last fight, pretty much untouched. Just kiting around all over the place, always finding himself in a position where he can do damage and isn't in any danger. Is not easy against an Annie, a Viego, and a Cassante, who are all going to be gunning for him. Does lose his flash in that fight because of a mistimed E. Hopefully we get a replay on that fight. I don't know what else they're going to replay. There were plenty of good fights.
Yeah.
But yeah, I need a replay of that last fight just to see what was going on and at what point RayFarky decided to get off the inhib. Just a bit worrying. It seems like DFM insist on just winning the game in exactly one fashion. No matter what position they're in, no matter what's happening in the game, it's not through Baron, it's not through macro, it's not through early game snowballing even. It's just show up 5v5 and fist fight it.
Yeah, I mean,
so this is not the final fight of the game. Steel finds a really nice go onto 3, and Harp with a nice hook here. Doesn't get the ult reset there, I don't think. And yeah, Aria this fight again having a monster fight along with Harp.
Wow, Harp gets the execute to immediate flash
to land
the hook.
Yeah.
And then somehow Taco turns this around to a 1-for-1.
I mean, Aria's half HP, and he's like on a sliver. And my God. Taco looks so good on the Cassante. Hard to believe he was 0-5 on it before this series.
Yeah, no, that was a really, really good performance out of Taco. And he truly was the person keeping them in this game. I mean, really, what a switch up from last game to this game for Tide. Dying first blood while having flash up under the enemy tower after getting hooked, and then that last fight as well, holding flash, getting charmed, and you saw how close that game was to not being ended right there.
Yeah.
Somehow, the respawns were able to come through, and the Nexus only just going down before the 2 last kills were found there by DCG, and we would have had a continuation of the game, and now DCG have the Hextech Soul to fight with. I mean, just so many moving parts, but it was DFM eventually.
Aria, what we were looking for from him, highest KP in the game. Different champ, different look for him, and definitely performed on the Ahri this game.
Yeah, way better look from Aria and Steel.
Yeah, compared to the Orianna Nocturne combo, this kind of frees them up to play the early game a lot more aggressively. Yeah,
Cruscata's just 1-5 at the start of that game. He managed to turn it around admittedly, and credit to him for doing so, but you cannot be 1-5 as the Annie. You have to be finding some advantage.
Yeah, he gets the 1 so early into the game, and then just 5 deaths, one after another against the Xin Zhao and a Pyke running to his lane.
And Aria picking up the MVP, definitely very well deserved. I think other than him, you'd probably be looking at Harp. I think it was between the two of them.
Yeah, it's a shame Udapon can't really get these MVPs. He's so consistent every single game.
Yeah, but there's just no flashiness, you know?
Yeah, he's just on the smolder doing his job.
Yeah.
Getting to his stacks and playing the team fights well once he does. And it's his team that's setting him up to succeed.
Yeah, but Aria did set up. Like, Aria didn't get many kills, but he truly was a setup. I mean, I believe this will be the last fight of the game.
So Taco trying to recall realizes he's not going to get a chance to here, or his team will just go down. Kriskata stuck in the pit, as you said. Has to flash away, and Steel was able to finish him off along with Aria.
And critically gets one singular reset on that Spirit Rush.
Yeah.
And you'll see it here. Tide, he holds the flash. Yes, it's hard to react to, but as soon as you see Aria flashing over, you probably just commit it.
Yeah, I didn't even see that on live. And Ray Farkey, once you've used some of your resources, Gwen can just run through a team fight when you don't have enough threat onto her. Yeah, Aria carrying that fight.
Absolutely. And I mean, honestly, at the end of that, maybe 665 was actually able to get out, in hindsight 2020. If he did, they probably are able to defend. I don't know how. I don't know how they were able to defend.
It just looked like it was over. Once the TP came through onto the cannon minion to save it from Orca's wave clear, I thought it was just over. You've got a Gwen and an Ahri and a Smolder.
Yeah.
Only Gwen really good at taking down structures, but Ahri with that much
has
AP.
Essence, Reaver, and the AP on the Ahri, but somehow it was almost defended, and I guess like you can't predict that. I was certain it was just over and whatnot, but it was not, and because it wasn't over, we're going to have Silver Scrapes. And when we're back, game number 5, the last spot in our second stage of the playoffs, up for grabs. It's do or die. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. What a series it has been. DFM striking back in game number 4 and taking us to a 5th and final game of the series. And of course, it would not be possible once again without the Grand Halai Taipei, who have kindly sponsored the PCS playoffs and are providing all of our foreign teams with a fantastic place to stay with all the amenities they could ever possibly want. So big thank you to them. And now game number 5. We've had the Silver Scrapes. And now, I mean, this could just go any way whatsoever.
Yeah.
Last game felt like it should have been over 9 minutes earlier. It wasn't.
At least.
And DCG, I mean, they're showing that they do have the tenacity to stay in a game that feels like it is lost. And so they chose the red side again.
Yeah, so 5th game on blue side for DFM. Same for red side on DCG. I personally have to favor DFM going into this, just maybe based off experience. These players have been around, most of these players have been around for so long, and they've got experience in these 5-game series. They're not going to be as tired as DCG maybe, and maybe unfamiliar territory for DCG. You saw the brakes kind of coming off, or the wheels kind of coming off for DCG. They did hang in there, but not as coordinated, especially in the team fights towards the end of the game. And I think they made massive macro blunders that DFM just didn't capitalize on towards the end of that game up against the Gwen.
Yeah.
We'll see what the draft looks like. Will DFM just stick to this more aggressive, fast-paced kind of draft? It looked really good for them.
Yeah, at the start of the game, for sure.
Yeah.
I expect to not have the same mistakes, I think, that we faced in the bot lane. Holding flash when it was just clearly you're going to die if you don't flash at level 2, 3, or whatever it was, when Tide ends up under the tower due to Harp. And maybe even now, maybe it's even a Pike ban. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be worth it. Harp looked very good in the early game on the Pike.
And slaughtering the entire map pretty much single-handedly.
Yeah, and most of their advantage did come through mid lane, punishing the flash of Annie being down.
Yep. Same bans thus far.
And maybe that kill in the early game did free up Harp to just run around the map. Won them a lot of priority in the bottom lane, but it's probably worth banning the Pike if you're DCG.
I wonder what DFM are going to first pick.
it couldn't be Smolder, could it? And maybe DCG will take away the pipe.
Surely Ari has raised... Yeah, I was going to say, surely this Ari champion is just more important than the Smolder. I mean, we saw the Smolder get to stacks last game and honestly didn't really achieve anything.
Yeah, this would be a big change of pace for DCG to take the Smolder.
They might just be looking for the same thing again.
It might be the same draft in a different order.
Oh, big.
Yeah. 665 has looked by far the best on Xin. I think Xin has just won every game he's been in.
Yeah. Now Jax, probably not what we're expecting.
Yeah,
This is Viego.
Steel's turn on the Viego.
I mean, after last game, you kind of have to be favoring the Xin.
Yeah, looked much stronger than the Viego, but Ari contributed a lot to those 2v2s.
Very, very pivotal for that. Now Smolder looking like it will be locked in again, and I think with this, it's probably going to be answered again with that center pick. Tide looking good on it. Game number 3, maybe faltering, but oh, big!
Yeah, I like the
done it.
Varus. Yep. Much stronger lane should be coming through for DCG. I think it'll probably be Karma mid at this point, and you can pick something like an Ashe or the Pike yourselves if you're DCG and really torture the Smolder. And this is definitely going to be a comp from DCG that can fight this early game compared to last game. And Smolder might end up being a liability.
Yeah. Rakan banned, Nico banned. Same as last game. Very different drafts though.
Yeah, Nico ban, still predicting this Karma to be a flex maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as likely.
Yeah, I think it
I wouldn't hate to see a Bard come through from DCG.
Yeah, Bard or just Pike.
Yeah, Orca looking really good on that champ. Pike ban, so honestly, I'm expecting a Pike. I mean, sorry, a Bard.
Yeah. Yeah, on either team, the Bard looks pretty good to me.
Any ban.
Yeah, so
I
they're
guess you
leaving
don't have
Veigar
as
up.
much pressure now that you don't have the Xin. Obviously, Viego can gank, but it's just not quite as much damage coming through as Xin Zhao is able to provide.
Yeah, they decide the Veigar is going to be easier to deal with than the Annie.
Now, of course, DCG, they'll be holding this flex. Cassante again for Taco, possibly. Aatrox maybe even. What does Taco want for himself up in that top lane? Renekton, I like it.
Yeah. Looks very good on the Renekton.
Always has.
And just probably going to be a Gragas in response by Ray Farkey. Kind of what you want still in the top lane if you're DFM. Just Ray Farkey not going to have prio, but is going to be fine weak side top.
Maybe
Or
Cassante.
maybe he's decided the Cassante after Taco had his way with him on the Cassante.
Absolutely.
Decided to get some revenge in the top lane.
Now, support to come through for Harp. It's not going to be the Pike.
Bard, I guess. You're probably going to be up against an Ashe.
There you go.
I mean,
What will be the answer? Oh, blessed be DCG.
yeah, they finally get an Ashe pick in by the looks of it. And this early game is terrifying for DCG.
Yeah.
You've got some tools in the early game. Uh-oh.
Oh, we've seen this once before. This exact lane, not against the same lane, but...
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, this is just as scary.
Yeah.
This is a very, very difficult to navigate bot lane now for Udapon and Harp. So much pressure coming out. Arya, at least, he's looking happy. He's got his hands on that Arya again.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe okay for the Smolder, honestly. He really doesn't mind being shoved in, and Heimerdinger guarantees you are going to be perma-shoving this wave.
Yeah, but being shoved in as a Smolder, especially once you get to that 25 stacks, means it's much harder to get multiple stacks up with a single Q.
Yeah, true.
Just harder to prepare the wave and whatnot, but we have our drafts. Game number 5, do or die. The pride of LJL, the most winning team in the history of the region, up against DCG, who have become a force to be reckoned with, taking down names such as PSG. It really is all coming down to this. We've had a long night. These players have to be getting tired by this point.
Yeah, after a long pause as well, they're in deep now. Here much later than anyone would have expected. Exhausting games as well. Just about every game going to Seoul.
Yeah, so much
A
going
Baron
on.
or two.
And this game, I mean, DCG have put together the early game comp of all time, so you do expect them to be looking for those dragons. It's been a win condition for them throughout the series.
Yeah.
And one more time will we see them with their attempt of punishing this Smolder. They've left it open the entire series. They've had a plan. They've tried to execute it. It's looked good a lot of the time. It's looked not so good a couple of the times.
Yeah, and again, pressure's on DCG to pressure early, and DFM have to find a way to survive the early game. More tools, I think, than the Orianna Nocturne. When you have the Ahri Viego, you have a much better time doing something proactive to keep yourself in these fights in the early game. And both junglers responded to the Xin with the Viego. We haven't really seen that be an impactful matchup. DCG want to split the map again? Maybe not, though, because 665 is on the top side this time.
Yeah. And Chris Carter on the Karma this time against the Ahri means that he should feel a lot more safe.
And do you ever switch it up on them here if you're DCG and actually dive Ray Farkey in the early game?
Yeah, it's hard to dive the Cassante. I don't think you really do. Maybe. If somehow Taco's able to chip away at his health bar and get him to the point where you can look for the dive, then I wouldn't be too surprised to see it. But honestly, I don't think you're really going to find that much headway in the lane.
Yeah, very strong weak side champ, right?
Yeah.
Probably will be a giveaway how hard Taco decides to trade. It could just be Xin pathing to the bot side.
Not a whole lot. I mean, bot lane, honestly, this is just 3 lanes of prio
Yeah.
for DFM. I mean, DCG even.
Yeah, as expected, such a strong early game.
Yeah.
Yeah, DFM have their work cut out for them, especially Steel. If he's gonna have to find a way to have some impact in this game.
Taco. Oh my golly gosh, that is a big trade.
Yeah, this dive looking more and more possible. 665 still in the neighborhood.
Yeah, now ward's coming down. Taco is going to be able to find out that this blue buff has been taken, so should give the rest of the team a fair idea of the location of Steel.
Yeah, Arya much needed dodge on the Mantra Q. And yeah, we're seeing the Bard, as expected, is just spamming his heal under his tower. Yutapon holding on to his second skill point just to see if there will be any diving shenanigans.
Yeah, and he does this game have the cleanse.
And I think this is the first game he's not getting dived on the first cannon wave under his tower.
Oh, last game he didn't because they hooked tight under tower and just killed him.
Oh, right, yeah. Ray Farkey.
Oh, yeah, Taco having a very good time for himself up here. Ray Farkey has been able to get himself the CS, but
Yeah, and it seems that is enough in this matchup. Once you've got the Bramble Vest and the Iceborne Gauntlet,
yeah.
you actually have a lot of pressure onto this Renekton by the look of things.
Yeah, we saw Taco as the Cassante in this matchup actually solo kill Ray Farkey, so
Yeah.
we'll see if this game can be the opposite way around as well. We have seen Chris Carter and Arya trade matchups and both receive solo kills on the opposite side.
Yeah. Wow, the CS sucks for Yutapon.
Oh yeah, this is such a hard lane. Orca even getting very, very deep there. But there's no real threat of a dive until 665 makes his way down. And Arya has found himself extremely low on health here in the mid lane. Is going to have to look for that recall. We'll have teleport to come back, but always feels good to have just a little bit more gold on your first recall that Chris Carter was able to pick up for himself.
Yeah, extra 10 CS on this back. We'll see if it amounts to anything.
Yeah, this just CS leads across the map here, and DFM
Yes.
are going to have to find some way to weather the storm, but I think DCG, they've got all the cards, at least for the early stage of the game. Dragon spawning in 25 minutes. You do expect for them to look for something hard with the Magical Journey. Going to land the slow onto Orca on the Heimerdinger. It does force out that flash, but it's going to be answered by Steel, who does land the root as well. With that exhaust, going to confirm the first blood. And once again, 2 games in a row now, Yutapon picking up the first blood on the Smolder.
Yeah, well played by Steel. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to get that kill, but the slow from the exhaust actually ensures it. And Harp is going to be able to freeze this lane for his ADC. Oh, he might be leaving too early, though.
Yeah,
Tide a little scared to walk up.
as you would be. Now this Cassante does not have mana, does not have flash, and 665 is in the area, but it looks like he's just going to be content with these Void Grubs.
Yeah, when you have this much early pressure, the Void Grubs gain much more value because you're going to be hitting these towers a lot. We're going to see this magical journey. Steel delays his jump through the journey, not wanting to get stunned along with his Bard if Heimer does throw the E. And nice flash from Steel here. And he gives the kill over to Yutapon. I think it might have been more useful than Steel, but more useful on Steel
Oh, DFM.
than Yutapon.
They're happy, as you would be.
Yeah, you should be happy. These games seem to be decided so heavily by the early game leads.
Yeah, I want to say these games have almost always been decided by mid lane, but we're looking for a dive top. Dominus is available. All Out is also available, but Ray Farkey doesn't even get the chance to do it. And
Yep.
all of a sudden, Taco and 65, they're finding success up in the top lane. That's 2 plates now going down. Ray Farkey does have teleport available for himself.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit of a switch
Oh.
up from DCG playing around top lane for the first time. And massive CS lead for Taco now.
Yeah, for sure.
Steel is around, but there's not much to do up here.
Oh,
Yeah, Arya's suffering against the Karma. Maybe seeing why it was banned.
Spirit Rush out, but Charm misses, and Chris Carter, he's 2v1, but Arya has no HP, and there is
Yeah.
no real chance for Steel to actually do anything here. Holding one more charge on that Spirit Rush. It's actually Chris Carter who goes aggressive in the 2v1, is not going to be able to find that Mantra Q onto Arya, and with that, the play does dissipate, but it is Chris Carter being very dominant. in
Yeah,
this mid lane.
Cascada not afraid at all. Ends up just losing his flash. Almost kills Arya, but quick fingers on the Arya ult saves him. Very risky play from the Karma.
Piercing arrow, Yutapon trying to dip and dive, will be able to dodge out of that one, and critical because that would have done a lot of damage with the empoweredness and the
3 stacks.
3 stacks of
Light, I think.
light, yeah.
The no juke working out for Yutapon there.
Yeah, juke a bit, and then when the skill shot gets fired, just stand still.
So DCG picking up 3 Void Grubs, and the first Dragon going to be traded for some top camps for Steel. He's going to get level 6. Soon, hopefully. Yeah, both junglers hitting level 6.
Oh, and this is not how the lane looked when Taco was on the Cassante.
Yeah. Ray Farkey got dived, but I don't think we're seeing this Cassante solo kill the Renekton this game.
I
Can
would be
still have impact in these
extremely
team fights.
surprised.
They don't have a lot of damage that can take out this Cassante. We'll see if he can have impact, especially once Rylai's comes out on the Heimer. Verissalts are going to be flying at the Cassante too.
Yeah, and 65 with so much priority is just able to walk into this jungle and take it for himself.
Harp trying to bait out the Verisalt there, I think. So he can magical journey away. And 30 CS down now on the Smolder. Constantly shoved in. Arya rotating down to pair up with Steel. Looks like we might just get a 2v2 in the jungle.
Sounds like Smolder ult coming out tied very
Oh,
low.
this
Actually
is
forced to
bad.
flash. The 665's found his way onto Steel, who is going to quickly jump away. Magical Journey now coming out, but it's the knock up onto Harp, and Harp all of a sudden isn't feeling so safe. In fact, he's taken out. Tide picking up that one with the piercing arrow. And running away will be the side of DFM, so traded back. Their earlier kill, now Tide picking himself up 1, up the 30 CS, and now even on kills.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a disaster for DCG. They were flanking in a 3v4, essentially, because Tide got chunked out so low. But Harp with a very ambitious magical journey. Xin goes on him, and you can't trade back any damage onto this Xin.
You had that knock up ready. This would happen though. What happened to
Yutapon
Tide? Just,
Gets 6, and
just auto attack from Meep.
nice dodge from Yutapon. Flashes onto Tide, doesn't quite connect with the ulti, and if he got that Q off, Tide was definitely going down. So Yutapon ends up losing his flash, and this magical journey was a bit ambitious. I think you can let the Ahri engage this play.
Sure, now picture in picture. It's 665 finding Steel once again in the jungle.
Yeah, no ult on the Viego. Very hard to ever win that 1v1 in the first place.
2k gold advantage for DCG. DFM, they're going to find a way back into this.
Yeah, pressure
Delay.
in every lane.
Yeah, they need to delay something for the Smolder. We've said it all series long, but it just is the truth.
Yeah, they have opted for it.
6 Void Grubs now is going to be the pickup for DCG, and still 2 minutes left on this Dragon. With prime real estate over the river is probably what DCG will look towards as that objective spawns, and you have to favor them in the fight. Just the Thality Varus, the Karma, even the Zen, and Arya losing flash in the mid wave to Cruscata.
Yeah, Cruscata doesn't even flash for that.
Oh, and Steel even getting absolutely demolished there by Tide. Does get out, but costs Tide his Chain of Corruption, but you're not unhappy about that trade as Taco just takes the top tower.
Yeah, that's very unexpected. This is not how the matchup went last time. With the Champion's reverse, he did get a little help from that dive, like we said, but Taco doing a much better job in this on the Cassante side of this matchup. And I mean, Ray Farkey had the option to go for the Gragas this game, which he's done fine on into the Renekton. Oh, the recall for Tide was interrupted there.
Cruscata trying to find his way to Arya. Spirit Rush going to be used. It was a flash out of Cruscata. Very, very ambitious. Charm does go wide, unfortunately, there for Arya on this Ahri. And now Steel is going to use some of this tempo to pick himself up part of 665's bottom jungle. At least the blue buff will be going over.
Yeah, so Arya's flash was down. Cruscata loses his flash now. Look at the gold.
Yeah, this is very concerning if you are a fan of DFM, of the LJL. But still, I mean, we've seen games like this turn around.
Yeah, look at Black Cleaver already finished for Taco. He's going to be a problem for this Cassante in the side lane. Yeah,
and he can just push in top and leave to the Dragons at this point, because there's no way that Ray Farkey can clear enough ground in the time that it is required.
Yeah, hanging in there. I don't think he's getting dived in the 1v1 at least. Should be fine to not die Harp.
He's going to get found. Magical Journey available and does manage to get it off in the nick of time. Should be landing that Cosmic Binding. Actually gets knocked up in time as well. Utapon, meanwhile, in the bottom lane. He does pop that ult. He clears out the minion wave. See if this Q will connect. Piercing Arrow is dodged away from. Utapon doing a great job at dodging away from those this game.
Yeah, Utapon playing well this game. Clears that wave and is kind of catching up in CS, still 20 down, and I didn't get a chance to check his stacks there. Did use his cleanse up against the Varus ulti, so maybe a target on the next play.
Yeah, but Dragon number 2 now picked up.
Yeah, this is a very fast-paced game for DCG. We said it needs to be, and they have all the tools to do it.
Yeah, but they're executing on what their comp wants to do spectacularly well.
Yeah.
Zach now going to be completed for Orca, giving him even more damage here on the Heimerdinger. And Arya, he's getting chased down. Spirit Rush is available. He's going to have to use it. In fact, he almost just goes down solo again to Cruscata on this Karma.
Yeah, suffering in this matchup. This was a first pick Karma, first pick Ahri with the Karma available, right?
Yeah. And I think it has to be said, this series almost entirely has been whatever team's mid laner performs, has just won.
Yeah.
And at least the start of this game, it is DCG and Cruscata. Obviously, Taco, probably the strongest champion on the Rift, on the Renekton right now, but...
Yeah, Cruscata definitely getting the better of Arya so far, though.
Absolutely. Chain of Corruption lands, there is no cleanse, and all of a sudden, Arya is dead in the middle lane.
Yeah, Taco's flashed onto him in the mid and killed him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Utapon dead.
Utapon does go down. Chain of Corruption obviously landing. He didn't have cleanse. He did use the flash, but 665 was there. Steel and Harp now with all to do. It's 2v3. And it looks like Tide a little bit too low on mana to really be convincing in this fight. In fact, going to burn out that flash. Nice Tempered Fate forces that one away. Tower goes down. Stun connects here onto Taco. And Ray Farkey, he should be okay to get away, but things are going bad to worse here as DCG try to stamp their ticket forward and into our playoffs stage 2.
Well played by Taco. I think that was off the upgraded Blast Cone. And yeah, Utapon no cleanse there. Means he takes so much damage from the follow-up on a Varus ulti. Then 665 is able to flash onto him and grow the lead for DCG even more.
Oh, there's Hana.
We haven't seen DFM be resilient at all, really, with these disadvantages. And they'll need to be this game. They do still have late game win conditions. in the Smolder, but even the Cassante can function as a late game win con.
Yeah, and DCG fall off pretty hard as this game progresses.
Yeah.
Yes, Varus will always have damage, but it is the poke damage. It's not the consistent damage that you kind of need when you are up against this Cassante, because eventually this Cassante will just get to a point where he'll take a bit of damage from Cryscada and Tide and Orca, but should it ever really be enough to kill him? Not really. Nice charm lands on the 665 Magical Journey. Steel, though, he's in a lot of trouble. Going to have to use that Heartbreaker, and all of a sudden Taco, he's teleporting in from the top side. Won't be able to find all that much, but certainly more tempo now afforded to the side of DCG as they look to start up this Rift Herald. Well,
Yeah,
teleport
TP
from
on the
Arya.
Cryscada.
Cryscada does have teleport available for himself. He just has to dodge the charm. He flashes. He still gets charmed up. He does land on a lot of his abilities, and Ray Farkey's ended up under the tower, and it might just be a double kill. It's at least one, but not quite the second.
Cryscada gets about as much as you can expect out of that. Does take both solo lane flashes, or sorry, Arya's flash and both ults out of these solo laners. They do get the kill onto Cryscada. I don't think it was a shutdown. And it does go over to Arya, so much needed gold for him. He can do a lot on this Arya in these team fights, as we saw last game, but is going to have to do it pretty soon. So this would be a good time to check Smolder stacks. I didn't see if we had him selected in the mid lane.
I don't know either, but
Should have at least a second evolve on the 1-2-5 stacks.
yeah, maybe not though. He was very far
No,
behind.
he doesn't even have it.
He's 117, so he basically does. 1 million wave, and he should have it.
Yeah. So maybe is going to have it by the time 4th Dragon rolls around.
But yeah, it'll be hard.
Yeah.
He's definitely going to have to try and find a skirmish, but it just feels like DFM can't really look for skirmishes right now. As
Harp takes so much damage.
yeah, does get the Magical Journey, of course, and Rift Shield going down. Steel's on a flank, but that's
No ult.
never going to be working out.
No ult for Udapon here. This tower is definitely going down.
Yeah, not even going to need the Rift Shield.
Yeah, and this is going to make his life harder. Getting
Oh.
stacks. A lot less
Okay,
safety.
we've got a Drifter. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, there's nowhere he can go. He's just crashing into a wall. 180? No, he's just taking the Herald Express down to the bot lane.
Ray Farkey still doesn't have his first item at 17 minutes 30.
Yeah, obviously was delayed a bit by the Bramble and the plated steel caps, but certainly not what you want. And that's another tower going down. Chain of Corruption misses Arya with that Spirit Rush. Actually finding considerable amount of damage onto Taco.
Yeah, no Arya ult now for this dragon. No flash on the Bard.
Heartbreaker used here from Steel, and he's getting chased down. Speed up from Cryscada to make sure that 665 can get in range, and Flash gonna have to be committed, and even one more Mantricue for good luck, but it's not quite gonna have the damage as 20 HP.
Yeah,
was all Steel had left.
almost goes down to Scorch, but is very mobile, and the Viego does manage to get away. Meanwhile, the rest of his team are just doing the Dragon and taking a tier 2 turret. Finally, first item completed for Ray Farkey.
Yeah, and things are looking bad, but Udapon, I mean, if you are a DFM fan, Udapon is the man. You have to have a lot of faith in Arya as well. If you can find an important charm,
Yeah.
if that charm lands onto Cryscada, it lands onto Tide, lands onto Orca, they might just have their way to find in a team fight. We saw it last game. DCG, they were further behind than this and still clawing team fight win after team fight win.
Yeah, Udapon is also level 11. Has just maintained that 20 CS deficit he found himself at very early.
Yeah, and importantly, I guess this is a Chemtech Soul, not the most impactful. So
Yeah.
even if it goes down, you can stall for that Elder and look for a flip there. And at which point, for sure, Udapon will have his stacks available. Arya going to be using that Spirit Rush, looking for Cryscada. One charm landing could be all that needed. In fact, you're not even going to need it as Harp, Ray Farkey. Everyone's on the backline. Cryscada's somehow living. Won't be for long, though, as an all-out comes through from Ray Farkey and DFM. They've found a shutdown. Tempered Fate, double flash out of Tide, and Orca are going to be able to survive, but the 2 kills, Cryscada, 665, they are going to go down.
How did Arya even survive? I thought he was going down for sure, and they would trade the kill for Cryscada, but he manages to live in that fight somehow, and Tide almost picks him off with a Varus Q. Ends up losing his flash along with Orca's. Massive fight for DFM to win while their Smolder just sits in the mid lane farming up, right?
Absolutely.
So I want to see how Arya managed to survive. He uses his ulti here without Charm up, so I thought this was going to be a very scuffed go, but somehow Harp is behind Kriskata. I don't think Kriskata was expecting that either. How does Arya live here? It's Ray Farkey peeling him, actually. And watch this Varus Q that's about to come in. Actually, Yutapon did rotate. And that Varus Q, you saw at the very top of your screen, very close to just taking out Arya, but manages to live a couple kills across the board for DFM. Definitely doesn't bridge this gap at all in terms of gold, but maybe buys them some time and makes them a bit stronger for contesting the Soul if they do decide to contest it.
Small to 150 stacks, definitely not going to have it in time.
No way.
But I think the biggest problem maybe is that there's just no towers gone down for DFM, and so DCG just have so much map control. The vision that they're able to acquire ahead of objectives is just so much superior to that of DFM, which is always going to make it hard. Yutapon is always going to have to be so careful.
Yeah.
One wrong move and all of a sudden Chain of Corruption, yes, you have the cleanse, but there still could be enough follow-up after that you aren't able to cleanse. That maybe it's just enough. And
DCG just hitting the Baron.
they don't have the most damage. It's only tied on the lethality, Varus and the Xin Zhao. Tempered Fate coming through. Arya is in the middle. He's found so much damage here, and Steel's going to get a reset. That's Tide going down. Yutapon, he's going to get taken out by Taco. It's now a 3v4, but Taco is undying. The shields from Kriskata keeping everyone alive. 665, 1 HP. He's got nowhere to go. Steel will get himself yet another reset, but Taco, once again, is just so strong on this Renekton. 3 for 3 was the eventual result, but DFM, they're clawing somehow in these team fights.
Yeah, rare misposition from Yutapon there. Goes down very early in that team fight, and this Karma got so much value, along with Taco, who's an item up in the top lane, is unkillable at this point. And yeah, it's kind of Kriskata and Taco finding their way onto Yutapon to make this fight very difficult for DFM. Yutapon can't get away from the Karma. His E is down, greets his flash, and Taco's able to flash after him and finish him, and the fight looks to be going okay, but look at all the shields and healing coming through onto the Xin. Lets him live for so long. An earlier reset for this Arya and this Viego, the fight maybe looks different.
For sure.
No Baron at least going over to DCG.
Yeah, and DFM somehow winning some fights or coming even in fights despite the gold disadvantage while not having the stack. So they are clawing their way back, similar to last game, but the roles are reversed.
Yeah. Definitely the scaling favoring DFM.
Oh, yeah.
But that fight, even though the fight was close, it wasn't the kind of fight you want for your Smolder, right? You want him to be safe and landing some of these Qs, but goes down and loses both his sums. You might just have to give this Dragon if you're DFM.
Yeah, 20 seconds, and DFM are positioning aggressively towards the Baron. But even if they do so, I don't think they really have the autonomy to do it. I think just setting the Varus Karma up there, you're not going to ever be able to do it. And this Xin Zhao will quite happily solo a Dragon. Taco, though, he's 1v4. Teleport coming through from Kriskata is going to help out a lot. And Taco actually going aggressive. Kriskata being looked at in a massive chunk from that empowered Q as Ray Farkey is so low. Taco is still going forward. He's healing up his entire health bar with each Cull the Meek. All of a sudden, though, as Kriskata getting hit by that Natofu strikes, and it is going to be another shutdown going over to the side of DFM. Somehow, some way, Taco does manage to get out of there with that slice and dice. It's still 5 members up here, though. This Dragon Soul will be going down. Will that help Taco survive? Sterix coming through. Taco, he's going to be going down, but he's not going to go down without a fight as he's still alive. Viego going to get executed, and through will come Marm. Yutapon picking up that kill. It's another shutdown for DFM, but it's not all for naught as now Tide arriving to this fight eventually. Ray Farkey with the Pathfinder may be able to get himself out. He's dodging out of that piercing arrow. Maybe he can look for the turn. Tide hit by another Natofu strike. Rain of arrows gonna land, and Ray Farkey so low eventually will be fouled.
Yeah, buys a lot of time, but this might just be DCG looking at the Baron. They do have a deceptively fast Baron with the Heimer. Taco is just 1v5 in that fight, hanging on for so long and taking Steel down. Steel tanks up the tower somehow and just goes down, gets executed.
It was a big shutdown that Yutapon was able to pick up, and now I want to see his stacks. Hopefully we get the opportunity to, but it's going to be this Baron at least for now.
I don't think he's close with his stacks at all.
Maybe not. Half HP now onto this Baron.
Can
5
steal.
HP. 5k HP. We're going down to 4. Steel is on the outskirts of this pit. He's going to have his way. He's going to easily be able to get into this pit. He's been seen. And damage on the Baron has been ceased. Steel, there's an empowered blast cone. He's going to actually hit it. He's going to get into the pit. And the Steel, no, it's not going to come through. It's 665 who takes it. Ray Farkey, though, with the all-out onto Cascada. He's not going to have the damage. The Pathmaker, all this damage back. Then Atofu strikes 3, but he's not going to have the damage. And Cascada picks up the kill. Udapon does trade back some gold in the mid lane. It's the first tower picked up. And importantly, some more time found. But 5v4 now as the Baron for the side of DCG. And just so much strength.
Yeah, they're actually not going to push on this wave, even in the 4v5, so it might just give Udapon enough time to get his stacks. Exactly what you want to see out of 665. Manages to win a very honorable flip on that Baron, which might be what's attributing to this really high Baron percentage for DCG. 80% going into this series. 665 landing that smite.
Absolutely. And we're coming down to the wire again.
Yeah.
DFM, they are strong. They are now certainly within chance of getting this.
And Arya
cross the
uses
line.
his ult so early to not much effect in this fight. Means that DFM decide that they are just going to flip it for the Dragon, but this TP was very ambitious from Ray Farkey. Wow. 12-21 on the Baron HP is ridiculous. It must have been a Zen auto plus smite that finished it.
I didn't realize it, but Tempered Fate landed onto 665, but Steel failed the blast cone into the pit. And so by the time Tempered Fate had come out, after Steel used that Heartbreaker, it was able to be smited by 665. And all of a sudden, Udapon has been found. Steel, he's running for his life. Mikhail's Crucible going to be used there to get himself out, but Heartbreaker down. There's no Udapon. Arya is the only damage you have left. Even Harp, he's going to use that exhaust onto Taco, but the piercing arrow connects, and all of a sudden it's a 3v5. The Baron buff minions. Chain of Corruption does go wide, and Arya trying to find his way onto Tide will get stunned up, and Taco, he's not going to deal with it. He's just going to jump into your face as Ari doesn't mean anything. And DCG, it took 5 games, but they're going to stamp their ticket into the second round of the PCS Spring Playoffs.
And very decisively from DCG, showing that they have the better read on the meta, better play in the early game, and definitely better at closing out games. We kind of got very similar comps with a Smolder win condition versus DCG trying to figure out how to snowball the early game.
Yeah.
They do get the better of DFM. DFM falling apart towards the end of that game. Jeez, and all that stalling for Udapon just to go down as they siege with the Baron right before he gets his stacks.
Just randomly found at the mid lane tower, getting a bit too aggressive to try and find those stacks. It eventually was DCG. They were able to do it. We said it before, this team looked significantly better than DFM at getting a lead and converting it.
Yeah.
The comparison is perfect to make. Game 4, DFM get a huge lead. They struggle, but they get it across the line. Game 5, DCG are the ones who find themselves with a huge lead. They find every single objective. Not a single objective on the map went over to the side of DFM. They got 1 tower the entirety of that game. It was all DCG, and still with the Smolder, there was hope for DFM, but unfortunately, not enough because Udapon was picked off just 1 time, and with that, it spelt the end of the game. And so while we celebrate the successes of DCG, it's going to have to be a humble goodbye for the side of DFM. The most storied team in the LJL, as I said earlier in the cast, are going to unfortunately fall just short.
Yeah.
And they will
take
not
it to
progress.
5. Take it to 5, and very close to getting there on the Smolder. And if he does get there, maybe that last fight looks different, but goes down right before he makes it to his stacks and comes online. And well played by DCG, who were the team we thought, if anyone was falling apart in this 5th game, it would be DCG.
That's what you thought, pal.
As the narrative being that they're the less experienced game, less experienced team. DFM, so much experience on their side and domestically super dominant.
Yeah.
You didn't expect them to look like that in the waning minutes of that final game.
And, I mean, for me at least, I think the big difference in that draft was they went for the same Karma first pick after seeing the Ahri, which was the swap up. for the side of DFM. They swapped up. Instead of picking Smolder first, they picked the RE to guarantee they'd get what seemed like the strongest mid laner over the course of the series, right?
Yeah.
But a massive switch up. DCG, they still look in the Karma. This time it's not for Orca. This time it's going in the mid lane for Cascada. Looked so much better. Completely shut down Aria the entirety of that game. And then the Xin Zhao second pick. So because this Karma was going into the mid lane, they were able to not pick the center because they didn't care about matching that Karma and center together.
Yeah.
They just lock in the Xin Zhao. That takes it away from the side of DFM. It doesn't let Steel get his hands on that champ, which was so pivotal in a lot of these wins.
In almost every win.
That's right. And then it allowed for the Varus pick, which was a lot more commanding over the bottom lane than the center was for the prior 2 games. And so I think DFM, once again, they played really, really well, very valiantly, but it's DCG and their draft tactics that just consistently find themselves so far ahead at spawn that you just have to congratulate them. They did it against PSG. Of course, they will be able to do it against pretty much every team, and the execution was just enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, and maybe it had to be a Xin first pick. This champion seems so strong. It's a champ we've seen have mixed results before this series, not really finding its mark in all of these games. Will have its very high highs and low lows, but just highs in this series.
Yeah. One thing I will say, I think in the past, I can't remember what team it was. I think it might have been DCG. I don't remember what team it was now, but one team picked the Volibear into the Xin, and that looked really solid.
Yeah.
And in general, I think mixed results for the Volibear, but I think he is just a very strong champion.
Yeah.
And I think the Viego is really lacking because if you have the Viego, you really have to be able to find a kill at any stage of the team fight. The earlier the better, of course. But when you fall behind, and the Xin Zhao almost always is going to put you behind, especially when paired with a Varus and paired with a Karma.
And 3 winning lanes in
That's
general.
right.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hard to ever be this Viego. And it feels like the Volibear sometimes single-handedly is able to turn a losing lane into a more winning lane. It just does so much damage.
Especially with the Ahri. We've seen exactly that combo.
Yeah, exactly. It's so much priority over the mid lane. Yes, Karma's pretty safe as a jungler, but as a mid laner, sorry. But we saw it in the middle of that sort of laning phase. Cascada gets ganked by the Viego and just flashes into 2 of them to try and find the last hit on Aria.
Yeah, and he had his flash down for a lot of that game, not able to punish him nearly as hard as they could punish the Annie. And this was the fight where, I mean, it looked okay for DFM in spite of Udapon going down so early, but this Xin getting so much value, along with the Mantra ease out of Cascada, shielding up the entire team, massive shield onto 665. By the time he goes down, they've cleaned up Ray Farkey, and the fight is just too difficult from that point on.
Before we see the graphic, Taco MVP.
No, Udapon.
Yeah, well, I mean, he just had no time to be hitting people, ever.
Yeah.
The only real time he did, maybe some W's landed in ults, but he was really, really struggling. And
yeah, in the last 2 fights as well, he kind of just went down without much resistance. And I don't know what happened to him in that last fight. We just panned back to mid lane and he was just dead.
Yeah. Hopefully, well, I don't think we'll get a replay. It wasn't, I mean, it was the game-winning play, but...
Yeah, it felt like DFM had some more gas in the tank. You know, it was everything going DCG's way, but they were about to get their stacks on Smolder.
And Aria was performing well, considering how set back he got. There was a lot of team fights where he was actually finding so much damage, and all it needed was one more person to be able to do damage with them.
Yeah. That
would have been the difference maker, but you see it there, it really wasn't. And again, for me, Taco has to be the MVP for this. Solo killed his lane, dove his lane, Solo took his lane's tower.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
And this was in the reverse matchup that he solo killed Ray Farkey on while as the Cassante. So
yeah. Otherwise, it's going to maybe Cascada, who had a very strong showing on the Karma, massive damage done, and 2v1ing, just forcing his opponents back. But, I mean, you saw how dire the state of the game was for DFM when they got 4 or 5 members up to top lane and they were running for their lives in a 2v4 at one point, in a 1v5, barely killing Taco and losing 1 member. That was just ridiculous.
Yeah, Taco drawing all the pressure he needs to, and honestly, in the team fights, he just found his way onto Udapon twice. Just 2 times in a row, finds his way onto Udapon, and I mean, you see it there, damage taken per death. That's while being dove 5v1.
Yeah.
Cascada with the most kills is only 4. It was a low kill game, but it was not by any means a low action game, which is kind of...
so much pressure across the map.
Yeah, everyone just constantly living, really, on the side of DFM on like 1 HP, but the fact they're forced out, down 30 CS in all 3 lanes from the early onset of the game and just continuing forward, it was everything going DCG's way. And blessed be the MVP votes. It is going to be Taco who picks it up. Fantastic performance. Very, very pivotal in their win. I mean,
gave 665 a lane to play around after Steel actually made a successful play in the bot lane.
Yep.
It looked hard for 665 to do anything in that game until Taco just set him up for a dive. He was winning trades heavily from level 1.
Yeah. And you do expect it, but maybe you don't expect it to be as hard as it was.
Yeah.
All right, what happens here? Blast cone.
This is where he gets onto Udapon? No, the mid, right. Mid. I forgot about this even.
We didn't see the start of this either. We just panned back to it after someone died bot and Arya just... I mean, well played again from Taco.
Yeah, Arya already under so much pressure in that lane. Gets flashed on by Renekton at his tier 2 tower.
And what a performance. What a performance. Our first best of 5 off the PCS playoffs. What better way to do it than 5 games?
Yeah. Got to be happy with that. If you're DCG... As I'm losing my voice, it's been a long night.
It has been a long night. It's been a very long night. It's been a very exciting night, other than there was an hour there that wasn't. But it was, I mean, the best of 5. It didn't disappoint by any means. We had a 20-minute absolute ruffle stomp. We had a almost 30-minute very back and forth game when one team was just up 7k gold. But that is the story of the best of 5. We're now going to have an interview. It's going to be with both Paddy and 665. See you soon.
赛后采访，今天来到赛后采访的是 DCG 的打野选手665，请665先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 的打野665。
Congratulations for winning DFM and going on to stage 2. How do you feel now that after you win?
DFM 相手に勝利し、ステージ2に進出おめでとうございます。今の気持ちはいかがですか？
恭喜你们成功在败部晋级赛打败 DFM， 进入到第2阶段。赢下来后心情如何？
还可以。
まあまあだな。
I feel good. DFM is a team that is known for good team fights. As a new team in PCS, what do you think is the key for you to win them?
DFM のように強力な相手を打ち負かせる最大の鍵は何だと思いますか？
DFM 是大家公认团战非常强的队伍。作为一个较新的队伍，你认为能够成功打败他们最大的原因是什么？
我们运气比较好。
運がついているだから。
I think we're just lucky. After your team lost the first game with your early game strategy, your team chose to play even more aggressive early on in the game. What is the decision behind that?
最初の試合負けた後、第2試合ではより攻撃的な戦いを展開し、結果的に勝利しました。なぜそのような調整を行ったのですか？
在你们第1局前期战略失败后，第2局反而打得更加的激进，最后也是赢了比赛。为什么会做这样的调整呢？
因为再不做調整就要回家了。
調整しないと負けます。
If we don't make any changes to our plays, we're going to have to go home. That's why we fix our problems. So your team got better as we approach later games in the best of 5. What changes did your team make against DFM in the latter few games?
後の試合ではより安定したパフォーマンスを見せました。DCG は後半戦術がより安定している DFM 対戦しましたが、どのような戦術の調整を行いましたか？
后面2局你们表现越来越稳健，你们队伍在后面几局对上 DFM 做了什么样的调整呢？
就少失误。
ミスすることを減らすです。
So we make less mistakes in the latter few games after best of 5. So after resting for a few days, you will be facing even stronger and more experienced team in stage 2. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans that supports you?
数日の休日を経て、ステージ2ではより強力で経験豊かな異なる地域からのチームと対戦します。DCG を応援するファンに何か伝えたいことはありますか？
在经过几天休息后，你们将会在第2阶段碰上更强、更有经验、来自不同赛区的队伍。有没有什么话想要对支持你的粉丝们说的？
我会让更多队伍跟我们一起放假的。
私たちはもっと多いチームを家に帰ります。
I will make more teams to go home with us. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再一次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢665选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Mate, Crascada is tired. He wants to get out of there.
Yeah, 665.
Oh, 665. Wait, have we had an interview with Crascada?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did?
It was about as brief.
Yeah?
His responses were about as brief as 665's. Maybe it's a team thing.
Orca wasn't. Orca
Yeah.
had some goodies.
Yeah, Orca loved the camera time.
Yeah.
Rest of his teammates, not so much. Very brief answers.
Yeah.
Very decisive.
Just straight to the point. He's not mucking around. And his jungling was quite like that as well. I mean, his dives, some of them didn't work out, but he was in there. He was getting stuck in. And
Yeah.
with that, it is going to be DCG, our third and final team, alongside, it's all PCS, baby. Frank, Beyond, DCG. For me, those were the 3 teams I expected to make it. Those were the 3 teams who did make it. And of course, the result from our best of 5 tonight, it was game number 1 and game number 4 picked up for DFM, but everywhere in between was all DCG. The better team on the day, and now they get their chance to prove that they're better than the rest of the pool.
Yeah.
As 665 said, he's going to make sure other teams are going home with them.
Yeah, I think maybe he meant he will send more teams home.
Possibly.
I
that's
hope
what
that's
I
what he
wanted to
meant.
think as well.
Or,
But
I mean, when you win the whole thing, you technically go home.
yeah,
as well.
No, you go to MSI.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, who knows what he meant?
Yeah.
Remains an enigma.
Only just.
665.
And obviously, that is right there on your screens as we were talking. The bracket, we saw BYG, Frank, DCG. The pride of the PCS. It's the PCS versus the SoftBank Hawks. That is all that remains for any other region. Admittedly, they seem like a very, very strong team, but it's 5v1. Surely at this stage, PCS are going to take it.
Yeah, surely not a repeat of like SKT and Worlds last year where they were 1v3.
Yeah.
They managed to beat all the LPL teams. They've got their work cut out for them. SoftBank, definitely. I mean, kind of in with the Sharks.
Yeah.
A lot of scary
The
teams.
Flying Oysters, perhaps.
Yeah, some Oysters as well as the Sharks. And CFO do get to take their pick. So SoftBanks will be in probably the harder matchup.
For sure. That does do it for our series. We do have a draw show. We're going to go to a quick break where everything gets set up. There's going to be a special guest, so you do want to stick around. He's famous in the region. See you soon.
This is where the story ends. This is where the story
Here we are.
That wasn't us.
No, it wasn't. There was no intro either. I was kind of caught off guard by that out of the break. Yeah.
Ganged by camera. But
yeah. Draw show time.
Draw show time.
Yeah.
These always go swimmingly.
Yeah. Last time our draw show just completely shut down, so hopefully we can get through it this time.
For sure.
And the teams we're drawing are the 3 PCS teams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, on your screen.
Yeah, the 3 PCS teams. The CFO and SoftBank Hawks will be in the second round of the playoffs, so we will not see them in games on the first night. So it's going to be between PSG, Beyond, Frank, and DCG. And I mean, I think the matchup I want to see the least is PSG versus Frank, because that feels like a matchup that I want to see later on down the road.
Yeah.
I don't really want to see it as our first one and immediately send one of these two teams to the lower bracket. I'd like to see them on opposite sides and then see who CFO chooses, because I do expect PSG and Frank to be the stronger of
the
these teams. Yeah, but it is, as you see there on your screen, the first team drawn is going to go down to match number 2. Second team is going to have to meet a absolute rampaging PSG.
Yeah, I want to see DCG versus PSG.
You do?
Yeah, they managed to beat them.
Yeah.
The first time they played against each other. Maybe DCG can pull it off again.
Maybe Kryptonite?
Yeah, could be.
Probably not.
And then
that was before Maple had switched it on.
Yeah, he did kind of really level up his form.
Yeah.
The rest of the team was doing fine.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially in the top side and the boss. Honestly, the rest of the team was doing great. It was just Maple having a couple happy gaming moments. You know, some very abysmal score lines on the Akali and the Hui, but ever since then...
That Akali game was... I remember that. That was so unlucky, though. That was so unfortunate.
Yeah, he was very close to just taking over that game. getting a lot of
There
kills.
he is, one of the most successful Taiwanese League of Legends players of all time. It's Stanley, the top laner for the TPA Assassins back in Season 2 when they were able to take it all over Azubu Frost.
Yeah. Who
I was
has he
watching
picked?
League back then. That was actually the first League of Legends tournament I ever watched.
Yeah.
And the first game I ever watched was TSM versus Azubu Frost.
So DCG, we won't be getting PSG versus
We will
DCG.
not.
Not yet, anyway.
Okay, please don't draw Frank. Please don't pull out Frank. Pick out Beyond.
I feel like you've jinxed it.
No.
feel like you've jinxed it.
Stanley, come on, mate. I believe in you. Come on.
This is just the curse of doing poorly earlier in the season, is that you're at risk of going out so early, and before you can make it to any sort of loser's bracket. Do you get into the loser's bracket off
this
these
is a
games?
loser's
Oh,
bracket.
okay.
Yeah. BYG is up. Oh, blessed be Stanley.
Okay.
We're going to see Driver versus Arja. We're going to see Junjia versus Husha. Keep in mind, by the way, that Husha was the sub for Junjia the entirety of last year. The entirety of last year, Husha was the sub for Junjia. So we're going to get to see those guys in the best of 5 up against each other. 1116, he's looking good. Maple's starting to look good. I think PSG's bot looking better.
Yeah.
Possibly. Frank now are going to be, of course, the only team left, and they are going to be up against DCG. Have to favor Frank. You have to.
Yeah, Frank looked so good all split until, you know, the tail end of the split. They kind of fell apart and swapped their ADC out for one of their mid laners and just some shenanigans, and then
Eminem's back.
Brought back their roster, and they look...
and he is so back.
Yeah, looking very strong. Got games in on the Smolder, I think.
Yep. Yeah, he did in his most recent series. It was actually against DFM, and DFM picked up the win, if you remember.
Yeah.
That one massive team fight where they were able to somehow lock down the Smolder and take him out. It was a bit of happy gaming from Jiang. Jiang versus Taco. Taco seems really on form now. And Renekton's back.
Yeah, he's a very good Renekton, as you saw in that last series.
Sure.
Completely destroying Ray Farkey, and we'll see how he does. Jiang looking pretty scary on the Gragas into the Renekton. I don't remember who it was he solo killed, but he did solo kill someone at like level 3 as Gragas.
Ray Farkey.
Yeah, it might have been Ray Farkey.
Yeah, it was. And it was just like a 400, 500 HP Aatrox just gets absolutely one-digged.
Yeah,
it was
by
insane.
Gragas.
And then, of course, will be your brackets. March 20th, our first game of the PCS second stage is going to be PSG versus BYG. It's been so long, by the way, since we've seen PSG.
Yeah.
And now finally, they're back beyond. We haven't seen them in a while, too, because they just immediately cleared.
Yeah, same with Frank.
Yeah, just got out immediately and straight up here. But we're going to get to see both of these teams, some of the prides of the PCS, a couple of teams who have made it internationally before. PSG most recently going international both splits last year and damn near making it into the world's group stage. But
yeah, some Garen incidents happening.
Adam, big jobs.
As for that matchup, as you said, it's probably the bot lane that is the most lopsided part of that matchup.
It feels like it, right?
Yeah. Beyond's bot lane, I mean, they're not
slouches.
Yeah,
they're very good.
They don't suck or anything, but
Beatty and Woody
are
have
probably
just
our
been,
best bot lane.
It does feel like it, right? They'd be up there. I mean, Shun and Sword Art, it's hard to argue which of the bot lanes are better. I think, like
in laning phase, I definitely give it to PSG's bot lane. They're the strongest
but
laners.
Shun's team fighting has been impeccable all season long. Just absolutely incredible. I mean, he got a pentakill on the Varus. He's had many triple kills on the Varus, and just, you never really look at Shun and be like, wow, he's out of position. What's he doing there? He is always exactly where he needs to be. Sword Art as well. Fantastic every time we see him play. And we have now, unfortunately, had to say goodbye to a lot of our teams. V3, Antic, Ground Zero, most recently DFM, J-Team. A lot of teams are now gone, but importantly, a lot of teams have moved on. Frank, Beyond, as well as DCG most recently, have survived the gauntlet, and they get to meet the big dogs, the SoftBank Hawks, CFO, and PSG. But that will do us for the biggest week of the PCS thus far. Join us next week, Wednesday, where we will have second stage kicking off. PSG, BYG, can't wait to see you there.